Tang Yao was already full of admiration for Han Feng. In her eyes, he might not be a good doctor, but he was absolutely a good leader. Given the Han tribe's lack of medicine, he managed to lower the probability of difficult labor by controlling the childbearing age, used incentives to drive his people to search for medicinal herbs, concentrated all resources to vigorously train medical talents, and even personally planned their future development direction. These were all things she lacked herself. After understanding the Han tribe's medical development plans and layout, under Han Feng's reminder, the two sides began to discuss the details. Tang Yao had quite a few medicinal herbs that the Han tribe lacked, and they were all clinically proven and effective medicines from the Tang tribe. She was a practical talent, while Han Feng understood the theory. The two hit it off instantly and had a very speculative conversation about these matters. Tang Yao also had medicine to treat fevers, essentially antipyretics. But as for why people got fevers and how these symptoms formed, she didn't know. At this time, Han Feng explained the theory of the human immune system from his past life. The immune system would kill pathogens by raising the body's temperature, etc. Sometimes it was due to internal organ lesions, sometimes due to trauma infections, all of which could cause a fever. This miraculous theory made Tang Yao feel like she had found a priceless treasure, making her feel that Han Feng was omniscient like an immortal. Antipyretics can be classified as clearing heat and detoxifying. Do you have any other medicines? Han Feng asked again. Well, according to Chief Han's terms, I also have medicines to stop diarrhea and treat external wounds. In addition, if a wound rots and oozes foul yellow-white water, we can scoop out the bad parts, wash it with salt water, finally apply wound medicine, and take some antipyretics. If they can survive for 3 days, they will heal. Tang Yao continued to introduce her treatment experience and medicines. Han Feng's scalp went numb listening to this. A wound gets inflamed, rots, and oozes pus, and they just directly scoop out the rotten flesh and wash it with salt water? That's literally rubbing salt in the wound. And in the end, there's no guarantee of a cure, only saying that if they survive for 3 days, they have a chance to live. So whether they live or die still depends on luck, right? Then how effective is your medicine really? Then what if it's a very large wound? Do you have any other methods? Like a deep wound that won't stop bleeding? Han Feng asked again. Then there's nothing we can do. There aren't many in our Tang tribe who can treat injuries and illnesses. If the situation Chief Han mentioned occurs, they would probably be dead before they even reach a healer. Moreover, severe injuries like that are very hard to treat. Relying solely on binding and wrapping, or sealing the wound with medicinal mud, makes it very hard to stop the bleeding, and closing the wound is even harder. However, I've recently been researching a new method to treat wounds that might be able to close them quickly. Oh, what method? Let's hear it. Han Feng became interested. Had they already figured out a way to suture wounds? I found a tiny bug that is good at biting. If it encounters a wound, it will clamp down on it with one bite. If we first pinch the wound together, then use these tiny bugs to bite the flesh on both sides of the wound, and then pinch off the bug's body, its head will die without letting go. This way, the wound can be sealed. But I haven't succeeded yet. I'm still in the stage of raising the bugs. Tang Yao first excitedly introduced her research idea, then helplessly spread her hands. Han Feng couldn't help but facepalm. He had indeed heard of a similar wound suturing technique in his past life, which involved using a type of ant to bite the wound, then cutting off the ant's body, leaving only a row of ant heads as sutures to seal the wound. It was said that this also eliminated the need to remove stitches, though he didn't know if it was true or not. But true or false, such a crude method was nowhere near as convenient as directly suturing with a needle and thread. Let me ask you, is it easier to get a needle and thread or live ants? However, this thing wasn't entirely without value. Why would someone think of using this method to suture wounds? Was it because the specific formic acid secreted by the ants could help the wound recover quickly? Or could the bodily fluids released when the ant was torn apart be used to sterilize and disinfect the wound? Han Feng believed this was the direction that truly needed research, rather than simply using ants for suturing. So he introduced the Han tribe's needle and thread suturing technique to Tang Yao. Tang Yao was also greatly pleasantly surprised. She subsequently chatted with Han Feng about many medical matters and even heard about the concept of a thermometer from him, though the Han tribe's current technology couldn't make one yet. In terms of medicinal herbs, Tang Yao also mentioned quite a few varieties, covering antipyretics, anti-inflammatories, trauma, and antidiarrheals. These were all basic medicines. The only thing that pleasantly surprised Han Feng was that Tang Yao said she had a medicine to treat coughs and one to moisten the lungs and resolve phlegm. Of course, she didn't know what the Chinese character for phlegm actually meant. These were all Han Feng's own understandings based on her descriptions. Their negotiation on technology exchange had seemingly turned into a medical academic exchange. By the end of the chat, Tang Yao suddenly realized that the medical technology she originally thought could be exchanged for many technologies seemed to have little value to Han Feng. This was because the Han tribe also possessed its own unique medical skills, and even surpassed the Tang tribe in medical theory. In many medical aspects, they had incredibly impressive forward-thinking ideas, such as the thermometer Han Feng mentioned. If these things could be made, the Tang tribe would naturally want them too. But with just a few medicines and superficial treatment methods, even if the Han tribe was willing to exchange with them, they couldn't possibly trade for that much. So at this time, should she trade for the Han tribe's medical technology or the Han tribe's seeds, vehicles, boats, and livestock? One was for the people's livelihood, the other was medical skills. She wanted both very much. Chief Han, you want to mutually study medical skills with our Han tribe? But you also want to use your medical skills and herbs to trade for our technology. Han Feng preempted her before she could finish. Yes, is that okay? Is my request too? Tang Yao really wanted to say something, but didn't know what appropriate words to use to describe it. However, she herself knew that such a request was actually unfair to the Han tribe. Han Feng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his son and started pacing around the office. What he was thinking about, of course, was still what method he could use to better swallow up the Tang tribe's population. Yes, this was his true thought. As for medicine, once the Tang tribe became the Han tribe, medicine could develop just the same. Moreover, with his own leadership and his subordinates' execution capabilities, medicine could be promoted even faster. When the time came, it wouldn't be impossible to build a few state-run hospitals in every county. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a very good idea, because he found that ever since he had cannons, his thinking had become lazy. If he wanted to take down the Tang tribe, he could just fire a few cannons. Would they still dare to resist? With absolute military power, any schemes became a joke. Having figured out this key point, he smiled in relief, turned his head, and said to the apprehensive Tang Yao, "You can, but I want to officially invite you to join the Han tribe's medical academy, to deeply research and study with our people, and develop medical knowledge and technology. As for our Han tribe's various livelihood technologies and resources, I can't just give them to you directly, but we can trade with you. For example, seeds, livestock, you can buy all of these. As for vehicles, boats, textiles, and other things, we also sell them, as long as you can pay the corresponding price." Really? Tang Yao immediately stood up in pleasant surprise. "Because of some things. Well, maybe you've heard some rumors too. I won't say it, Sai. There's another chapter tonight. This book won't be dropped, and neither will the new book." The verbal agreement between the Han and Tang tribes was settled just like that, mainly covering two aspects. First, the joint research and development of medical technology and herbs. The related research results could be shared by both tribes. Second, regarding technical support for livelihood projects, the Han and Tang tribes would conduct equal trades. The Tang tribe would propose the projects they needed, and the Han tribe would evaluate the price. The first point required Tang Yao to stay in the Han tribe to research the projects Han Feng had formulated together. But she couldn't just stay like that. Tang Yao's identity wasn't simple. She was essentially the crown princess of the Tang tribe. If someone like her stayed in the Han tribe without a word and didn't return, it would very likely spark a war. So she had to go back first and report the results of this negotiation to the Tang chief. After getting her approval, she would return to the Han tribe to participate in the research. Han Feng himself thought the same way, because all the projects he mentioned were based on the medical academy. Right now, the medical academy hadn't even been built yet, so keeping Tang Yao here would be useless and would only add to the Tang tribe's worries. The trade in the second point wasn't inherently difficult. Both sides were willing, so an equal exchange was all that was needed. But the difficulty lay exactly here, because the Tang tribe produced almost nothing. They had nothing to sell. In response to this situation, Han Feng simply formulated a labor system agreement for them to make money. "Since you don't have anything that catches my eye, then just sell your labor. Giving things away for free is impossible. There's no such thing in this world." Exploiting the Han tribe's creative abilities to pander to the Tang tribe's population? Facts have proven that people simply don't cherish things they get for free. Attempting to use such methods to buy the goodwill of a population that doesn't yet belong to the Han tribe would absolutely mean the decision-maker's brain had been eaten by dogs. Since they've already freeloaded the benefits anyway, who would care who the Han tribe is? Han Feng naturally wasn't crazy. The agreement he made for the Tang tribe was very simple. It doesn't matter if you don't have resources. Tuahai County happens to be undergoing massive construction. You can have the Tang tribe's people go there to work nearby. Help us build cities, reclaim land, dig rivers, build dams, fell trees, and build ships. There's plenty of work for you. The Han tribe would pay for the labor with coins. This way, once the Tang tribe had money, they could buy whatever they wanted from the Han tribe. This was just on an individual level. Regarding the Tang tribe's leadership, Han Feng also offered suitable trade projects. The Han tribe would provide sweet sorghum and cotton seeds, and the Tang tribe's higher-ups would step forward to encourage their people to plant them. After the harvest, the Tang tribe would purchase them uniformly and sell them to the Han tribe. These agricultural resources were also resources. After the Han tribe collected these raw materials, they could use their superior technology to process them into cotton cloth and sugar, and then turn around and sell them for a high price. They didn't have to worry about losing money at all. And the Tang tribe could also use these trades to let their farmers get rich first. When everyone had savings, they could buy some livestock from the Han tribe to raise. In the future, they wouldn't lack meat or animal power anymore. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Although at first glance, it seemed like the Han tribe was being stingy, in reality, it established a powerful, fair, and just image in the hearts of the Tang tribe's commoners. Here in the Han tribe, as long as you are willing to sweat and work, you can absolutely trade for what you want and achieve a higher quality of life. Lazy people deserve to be poor, but that has nothing to do with the Han tribe. It's your own fault. This way, even when the Tang tribe is fully absorbed in the future, they won't have much rebellious psychology. There was another point Han Feng didn't mention, which was to strengthen the intermarriage between the Han and Tang tribes. When the time comes, you are in me, and I am in you. Once everyone has blood ties, the chances of peacefully subduing the Tang tribe will be even greater. As for the Xian tribe, Han Feng no longer held any illusions. If these people weren't truly beaten into submission, they would never honestly yield. After staying in the Han tribe for another week and finalizing the various cooperation terms between the Han and Tang tribes, Tang Yao set off to return to the Tang tribe. The delegation that came with her didn't all go back. Except for half of the people responsible for protecting her safety, the rest stayed behind. Han Feng intended to peacefully subdue the Tang tribe, and coupled with the fact that they now had a cooperative relationship, he didn't mind teaching the Tang tribe some technology first. So these people who stayed behind were assigned by him to the Han tribe's agricultural and pastoral labor. Animal husbandry was the main project the Tang tribe was introducing, but they knew absolutely nothing about it. So many people were assigned to work as interns in the official stables across the Han tribe. The Han tribe provided room and board, and they were responsible for learning and working. Another portion was assigned to learn the Han tribe's farming techniques. It wasn't long until spring now, less than a month away, so they would soon be put to use. Once the Tang tribe completely finalized this matter, Han Feng would send over the first round of technical assistance, as well as resources like livestock and seeds. First, they would popularize cotton and sorghum in the Tang tribe. In the last month of winter, various parts of the Han tribe also began to move frequently. Jin Dun had already started leading immigrants towards my county, where they would build a new city. Yunji of Weishan County also racked his brains and spent 2 months recruiting another 8,000 people. Then he led these people in a mighty procession to take up his post in Riyang County. 8,000 people wasn't a lot. If counted by families, it was actually only about 2,000 households. Coupled with a batch of newly minted adults from Ruyang County's original population, they could barely scrape together enough for 2 county towns, which could be considered completing the task Han Feng gave him to build 2 new county towns. More people were migrating towards the place Han Feng had previously surveyed with the higher-ups. That was the plain located in the south between Luoyang County and Ruyang County, where the winter hunt was held the month before last. This place had water, land, and forests, making it very suitable for human settlement. Transportation was also relatively convenient. Although there were no waterways, it was very easy to run horse-drawn carriages on the plain. A new county would also be established in this place, named Nanjiang County by Han Feng, meaning expanding towards the south. The position of county governor would temporarily be held by the promoted magistrate of Matian County. Half a month later, the long-awaited spring finally arrived. The first year of the Han tribe's Jianyuan era officially began. Everywhere was spent in intense massive construction and spring plowing. Han Feng also issued multiple orders urging officials at all levels below to organize and coordinate all matters related to spring plowing. Draft cattle, seeds, farm tools, clear ponds and ditches, and sufficient meat and salt. These were all indispensable things during heavy physical labor. The completion rate of spring plowing was directly factored into their political achievements. If they couldn't even do this well, they shouldn't even think about getting promoted in the future. At the same time, along with the return of the warm and humid spring currents, patches of green also appeared on the southern grasslands. The nomadic tribes that had been holing up for the winter in various places finally began to migrate back to their spring pastures. However, some people brought not only their tribesmen and livestock, but also bows, arrows, and spears. Their eyes gleamed with greedy light as they rode over, their killing intent boiling. At the lakeside dock of Kaiyuan County, several large ships arriving from Weishan County were moored. The people on board were using the cranes on the masts to unload the newly arrived cannons. On the adjacent ships, people were also continuously carrying down cast iron cannonballs and gunpowder boxes. There were also quite a few fixed gun carriages and mobile field artillery carts. Accompanying them were over 100 artillery instructors, 2 for each cannon, responsible for training the garrison soldiers here to form an artillery battalion. The road from the dock to the military camp's drill ground was under full martial law. Except for the soldiers left to guard the camp and the city defenses, everyone else was lined up on both sides of the road. Many residents and craftsmen from the inner city, as well as the herdsmen from the outer city who joined last year, had all run to the roadside to watch. This was their first time seeing such a large-scale military alert mission, and they were inevitably curious about what was being transported. Chai Duo, the commander of the Qinyo Guard, Shuetu, the commander of the Huban Guard, Yu Ji, the commander of the Jinwu Guard in charge of intelligence, and Ing Rue, the governor of Kaiyuan County. These 4 big shots of Kaiyuan County were all standing on the dock, taking inventory of the military supplies that had arrived this time. Good heavens, such big iron contraptions, but they look just like iron buckets. Are these things really powerful weapons? I think they'd be suitable for leaving on the city walls to smash people with, but they're so heavy that even several people couldn't lift one. This was Shuetu's first time seeing a cannon. He had heard before that this was a powerful new weapon created by the chief, but he hadn't yet seen exactly how powerful it was. Ha 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 ha. Commander 2 is joking. With so much good iron. No, so much good steel. How could the chief bear to let you use them to smash people? But Commander 2 actually guessed half right. They are indeed used to smash people, but not with the cannon itself, rather with those round cannonballs. Ing Rue had previously followed De Li and Shu De to Xing'an County and witnessed the power of this thing. He had also personally escorted the cannons here this time, so he was the person in all of Kaiyuan County most familiar with cannons. It really is for smashing people? Smashing with what? With this iron ball? It's quite heavy, probably weighs 10 caddies. How far can this thing be thrown? Shuetu scooped up a round iron ball from a nearby cart and weighed it in his hand. He found it quite heavy, but he was skeptical about its range. In a situation where the range of a bow and arrow could easily exceed 100 meters, how useful could a heavy weapon that throws an iron ball 30 meters be? It would be completely useless. But if someone said this iron ball could shoot further than a bow and arrow, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. Ing Rue didn't answer directly. Instead, he shook his head with a smile on his lips, then held up 3 fingers to Shuetu. 300 meters? Shuetu questioned in utter disbelief. Ing Rue continued to shake his head. Did I guess too high? Shuetu asked tentatively again. Too low. Further, Ing Rue prompted. Are you serious? Further than 300 meters, and it has a 3 in it. Could it be 3 li? Shuetu was startled by the number he himself had just said, then immediately retorted. You've got to be kidding me. Old Ing, are you trying to fool me with this? Ing Rue still smiled and didn't retort, merely saying lightly. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. You'll know once we test it in a bit. This is truly the most powerful weapon the chief has invented, bar none. With this item and a small number of soldiers, we can easily fend off tens of thousands of troops. In an instant, we can let the enemy taste the power of heaven's punishment, turning hundreds of soldiers into dust in a single breath. The scalps of the few people beside him went numb at his words. If it was really that powerful, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? It was just that they hadn't seen the scene of a cannon firing with their own eyes, so it was hard for them to refute. After spending half a day, with the joint efforts of the crew and the garrison soldiers, all the weapons were finally unloaded. In fact, this shipment didn't just include these dozens of cannons, but also a large amount of iron armor and cold weapons, all prepared for the herdsmen who had joined the Han tribe. If these natural nomadic cavalrymen were organized according to the Han tribe's military system, there would also be a considerable armed force, enough to let the small Kaiyuan County dominate the entire grassland. After transporting these weapons to the main camp's drill ground, the several big shots gathered together again. Before anyone else could speak, Yuji spoke up first. How long will it take to train with these new weapons? Can they be put to use within a week? The two commanders and Governor Ing Rue looked over simultaneously. Ing Rue asked, "What? Is a war about to start?" "Yeah, probably very soon. I've received definitive intelligence that Maden's main camp has moved and is migrating towards the spring pastures. Moreover, since winter, he has been in frequent contact with the higher-ups of the Ecchi tribe, acquiring a lot of bronze weapons, white salt, and other highly sought-after supplies. Maden also used these supplies to ally with the Ecchi tribe and persuade the Snow Wolf tribe. He promised that if they defeat us, he would give them 30% of the spoils and carve out a pasture for the Snow Wolf tribe to settle down in a place with lush water and grass by the lake. The place where the Snow Wolf tribe stays is a plateau, and the environment is already poor. They've long wanted to come and graze on the shores of the Great Lake, but they've always suffered from being too weak and lacking sufficient resources and weapons. This time, with the support of the Ecchi tribe and Maden, plus the temptation of dividing the spoils and land, and the fact that they already have a grudge against our Han tribe, they agreed directly. Hearing Yuji's intelligence, the others frowned in silence. It sounded like there were a lot of people. It seemed the scale of this battle was going to be quite large. Can we determine exactly how many people the enemy has? Chai Duo wasn't afraid. Kaiyuan County currently had 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers just from the two guards, plus the new army formed by the herdsmen who had defected. The total number was no less than 20,000. Moreover, the Han tribe had the advantage in equipment and terrain. After all, they were fighting on their own turf. Calculating it all together, as long as the enemy's numbers didn't exceed 40,000, he wouldn't be intimidated at all. Probably around 50 to 60,000, Yuji said. As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of the others changed simultaneously, all shocked by this number. Shuetu, who had a fiery temper, was the most agitated and immediately asked, "Where did they get so many people?" According to the information I know, the Ecchi tribe put a lot of effort into this. This time, they not only provided weapons and white salt, but even copied a lot of horse gear and armor. Yes, you don't need to be so surprised, it's bamboo armor. They probably copied it based on the iron lamellar armor they snatched from us. First, they cut the bamboo into large pieces, drill holes, and thread them together with rope, making armor like our tribe's bamboo cooling mats. It shouldn't be a problem for defending against ordinary bows and arrows. As for troops, the Ecchi tribe helped Maden gather a lot of people using resources, and there are also those Maden actively attacked and conquered himself. In addition, it's said that the Ecchi tribe itself will also send 2,000 to 3,000 people this time. These 50,000 to 60,000 people are actually a coalition army. If my guess is correct, they probably want to wipe our Han tribe off the grassland in one go and completely eliminate the Han tribe's influence on the grassland. That's why they are so aggressive, Yuji explained again. This damn Ecchi tribe. Next time, I must lead troops to Bamboo Island and wipe them out. Shuetu smashed his fist into his palm, cursing through gritted teeth. None today. Going to write the new book. The massive disparity in troop strength, 20,000 against 60,000, left the big shots present feeling oppressed. Nomadic peoples inherently held an advantage in numbers, even if the total populations of both sides were similar, because their system was one where every citizen was a soldier. Their military strength would naturally be several times that of an agrarian society. This was something agrarian peoples could never compare to, no matter what. However, Ing Rue, who had received personal guidance from Han Feng, wasn't too worried because he knew the power of the cannons. Everyone, there's no need to be overly pessimistic. In fact, our chances of winning this battle are even greater. Oh, what makes Governor Ing say that? Chai Duo asked in confusion. First, we hold the geographical advantage. We can wait at our ease for the exhausted enemy. Our military equipment, rations, and ammunition are plentiful, and our logistics are highly guaranteed. In contrast, the enemy is marching 1,000 miles to attack. Their men and horses are exhausted. Spring is also the season for livestock to mate and breed, and the spring grass isn't lush yet. No matter which aspect you look at, they are at a disadvantage. Furthermore, we can fight with our backs to the city walls. If we truly cannot match them, we can simply abandon the outside of the city and retreat inside to defend. With the dock and support from the rear, our rations and troop sources are plentiful, and the enemy won't be able to do anything to us. As time drags on, the enemy will naturally retreat without a fight. Of course, that is the worst-case scenario. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Rue paused and continued. In terms of equipment, the enemy is entirely armed with bamboo arrows, bamboo bows, bamboo armor, and leather armor. They might have some bronze spears, but compared to our all-steel equipment, they are still at a massive disadvantage. Moreover, our Kaiyuan County has ample military supplies. Just for feathered arrows alone, we've restocked 4 or 5 times. We can easily bring out 1,000,000 arrows. Everyone nodded again. Hearing about the reserve of 1,000,000 arrows boosted their confidence even more. But the most important point, of course, is the dozens of cannons the chief approved for us. With these cannons, it's enough to rival an army of hundreds of thousands. Even with the enemy's force of 60,000, under the offensive of the cannons, they'll probably be scared out of their wits. Rue once again touted the new weapon. Everyone had strange expressions. Were these cannons really that powerful? Dozens of cannons rivaling an army of hundreds of thousands? You've got to be kidding me. Governor Ng, since we're already at the military camp anyway, and there are no outsiders around, why don't you just give us the bottom line? Is this thing called a cannon really that powerful? Shuetu still felt uncertain, so he asked again. Rue smiled and asked a question in return. Do you all remember the chief's method of splitting mountains and cracking rocks to extract salt, and the technique of tearing the earth and turning the soil to open canals? Of course I remember. I had already joined the Han tribe by then. I heard about the mountain splitting, but I didn't see it with my own eyes. However, I personally participated in using explosives to tear the earth and open canals later on. Shuetu immediately recalled, and then his eyes widened as soon as he finished speaking. Governor Ng, are you saying that this new weapon uses the same method? Pretty much. Since we're already at the military camp, we might as well demonstrate it directly for everyone, so you can all put your minds at ease. Rue nodded in confirmation. Then he gave a few instructions to the minor officials beside him, telling them to notify the herdsmen not to bring their livestock over here to graze. Soon, there would be a thunderous noise erupting from the flat ground near the military camp, and they shouldn't let the herds get spooked. After arranging these peripheral matters, Rue also had the accompanying artillery instructors assemble the field artillery carts. The long, refined steel barrels were fixed onto the two-wheeled carts. The lids of the fixed-charge gunpowder boxes nearby had already been opened, and the cannonballs were piled up like a small mountain to the side. The instructors also attached all the aiming and ignition accessories to the cannon bodies, aiming at the cluster of straw targets the cavalry usually used for training. To better demonstrate the cannon's killing method and power, the target distance set this time wasn't far, only 200 meters, which was also the range of an ordinary bow and arrow. Everyone, let me first show you the killing effect of the cannon. Actually, if we're just talking about maximum range, this weapon invented by the chief can shoot a 10 iron ball over 6 li away. But if it's too far, we won't be able to see the killing effect. This time, we'll shoot a close one for you to see. Rue introduced to the crowd. What the? It can shoot this iron ball 6 li away? Are you dreaming? Shuetu almost dropped his jaw when he heard this, questioning in disbelief. Don't be anxious, everyone. You'll know once you see it. Rue didn't argue back. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the instructors to start loading. This was the first time the various big shots of Kaiyuan County had seen how this weapon was used. Their first impression was that it was troublesome. Loading and firing once was too slow. But considering this was a heavy weapon with massive destructive power, this cumbersome operational process and firing frequency weren't unacceptable. Wasn't firing a bed ballista also very slow? As long as the power justified the time consumed, it was nothing. Adjust the horizontal field of fire to 0. Aim the trajectory baseline. Insert the elevation angle measuring instrument into the muzzle. Set the elevation angle to 5 degrees. Drop the trail spade. and begin cleaning the bore. Various dry and wet tools, with brushes and felt cloths, were all run through the bore once. Finally, a pre-packaged paper cartridge of gunpowder weighing as much as the projectile was stuffed into the barrel, tamped down with a wooden mallet, and then a round cannonball was loaded inside. The main gunner poured loose gunpowder into the priming pan at the touch hole at the rear of the cannon, reset the flintlock mechanism, and attached the lanyard. The preparations were complete. "It's ready just like that?" Chai Duo asked, puzzled. "That's right. Please step back a few paces and observe carefully. But it's best to cover your ears first. There will be a loud bang shortly, so please don't be afraid or worried," Ing Rue kindly reminded. What a joke. Shuetu was just about to brag and say he wouldn't be scared, but recalling the rumors about the chief splitting mountains, he chose not to say it. He silently covered his ears, his eyes fixed intently on the cannon that was about to fire. "Ready. Fire the cannon." Seeing that everyone was prepared, Ing Rue immediately gave the order. "Yes, firing." Boom. 10 caddies of gunpowder exploded with a deafening roar right in front of everyone. The muzzle violently spewed out a blast of scorching white smoke and a towering flash of fire. A pitch-black cannonball also suddenly shot out from the flames, heading straight for the cluster of straw targets in the distance. Affected by the recoil, the cannon violently jerked back several meters. Even though the big shots were prepared, they were still dumbfounded by the terrifying display. Never mind the power, just the commotion was too intense. Even if that iron ball couldn't cause casualties to the enemy, just dragging this thing to the front lines and letting the enemy hear the noise would probably scare them into bowing down on the spot, shouting 3 times that a heavenly god had descended. Meanwhile, in the distant cluster of straw targets, the area directly in front of the muzzle had been completely pierced through by the iron ball, and not even a shadow of the iron ball could be found. The group searched around and finally found the cannonball that had smashed into the grass, leaving a large crater in the ground, at a distance of 1,800 meters. This is truly miraculous. It can really shoot this far. How on earth did the chief come up with such an idea? More to come. The power of the cannon, an epic-making thermal weapon, left a profound impression on everyone, making them all feel that this weapon was incredible. After demonstrating a shot with a standard solid round, Ing Rue had his men fire once each with chain shot and grape shot. Although the linear killing range of these 2 shots wasn't as far, their coverage area was much broader. Especially the killing area of the chain shot and grape shot, it made the military big shots stare wide-eyed. They all sighed in their hearts. Good heavens, such a ruthless thing. If we fire a shot like this at a crowd or a cavalry formation, a whole swath of them would die instantly. Shuetu immediately became a die-hard fan of the cannon, pestering several instructors to explain the principles of the cannon and the techniques of firing it. The group of big shots finally believed Ing Rue's words. With this thing, they could indeed crush the enemy. Over the next few days, the over 100 instructors brought along were divided into pairs for each cannon. They also drafted personnel from the craftsmen and garrison soldiers in the city to form temporary artillery squads, beginning intense training and frequent test firing. The enemy was getting closer and closer, and Kaiyuan County didn't have much time left. Meanwhile, the various big shots of Kaiyuan County gathered together to discuss specific tactics. Defense was definitely necessary, but defense could be divided into active and passive. Some suggested that since the city had ample rations and now possessed weapons like cannons, they should directly defend from within the city. When the time came, just firing a few shots would absolutely scare the enemy away. This sounded good, and if they really did that, the enemy would definitely be scared away. But what about next time? What if the enemy came again? So this was a passive defense strategy. I think we should go out of the city to fight. Let's not even mention that our outer city has no walls at all, so we couldn't defend it even if we wanted to. If we defend the city, we can only rely on the inner city walls. Are we just going to abandon our outer city? Everyone worked so hard to build that. Secondly, since last year, the chief has been vigorously pushing for the reorganization of the cavalry forces, providing massive resources to let us train and reorganize into an all-cavalry army. Now that we've finally trained them to a decent level, you want us to dismount and climb the walls. Then what was the point of training cavalry? Thirdly, it's about the objective of this battle. I think we should actively defend, or even fight a defensive counterattack. We have a massive weapon advantage, so why should we cower in the city to fight? If we can not only beat the enemy back this time, but even cripple them or wipe them out, why shouldn't we choose to settle this once and for all? Besides, it's not like we don't have the capability. Hearing someone suggest defending the city, Xuetu was the first to object, immediately raising various points to refute it. Xuetu's radical remarks also immediately drew opposing views. Someone immediately retorted, "What we need now is stability and development, not just knowing how to fight, fight, fight." Bullshit. Do you think if we scare the enemy away this time, they won't come back next time? That kind of stability is only temporary. Beating them into total submission is the most effective way to maintain stability. Chai Duo, commander of the Chinyo Guard, immediately stood on Xuetu's side, sharing his bitter hatred of the enemy. All right, stop arguing. I will now announce the chief's intentions. Actually, the chief already made his stance clear last year. If we must fight, then we must cripple and wipe out the enemy in one go, absolutely giving them no chance to jump around again. These are the chief's exact words. Therefore, I now announce that we will fully cooperate with the garrison's active defense strategy. When necessary, we can send troops to pursue and expand our gains. According to the chief's requirements, we must completely cripple the enemy. We must make them pay a heavy price, making them fear our Han tribe from the bottom of their hearts, so they never dare to jump around in front of us again. Seeing that the situation was about to devolve into an argument, Ing Rue immediately slapped the table and brought out the strategic guidelines Han Feng had formulated last year. Seeing that the people in the tent no longer had any objections, Ing Rue spoke again. The strategy is set. Now let's discuss tactics. Active defense is a given, but we still need to be cautious about exactly how to fight. Because once the main army leaves the city, if the enemy besieges us and then splits their forces to attack the city, our Kaiyuan County will be in danger. That is a loss we cannot afford. The crowd fell silent for a while before Xuetu spoke again. I've spent the past few days learning in detail about the usage of cannons and logistical support issues. After analysis, I believe we should push the main camp 3 kilometers outside the city. Let me explain the reasons for this decision. The maximum range of the cannon is 3 kilometers. At this position, we can fully deploy our army to face the enemy head-on. With the cannons and the wagon logger, we don't have to worry at all about the enemy breaking through our frontline defenses. Moreover, on such an open battlefield, it's more conducive to maximizing the cannon's advantage. If the enemy besieges us without attacking, that's also impossible, because we have the range advantage of the cannons. Whether we fight or not isn't up to the enemy, it's up to us. If they dare to surround us and not move, they'll just be sitting ducks for our artillery battalion. If the enemy chooses to split their forces to pin us down and sends the other half to attack the city, we can also use the cannons for long-range support. As long as the enemy dares to bypass us to attack the city, their backs will be exposed to our muzzles. If they really do that, we might even be able to pull off a counter-encirclement, trapping at least half of the enemy under the city walls and completely wiping out that portion. Xuetu's tactics immediately won the unanimous approval of everyone, even those who had just opposed going out of the city to fight. Because with no other choice, Xuetu's tactics were almost the safest. Both the front lines and the city walls in the rear would be within range, allowing them to use their artillery advantage to completely defeat the enemy. Ing Rue also thought highly of this plan. He nodded and asked again, "Does anyone else have anything to add?" Chai Duo thought for a moment and said, "I think we should immediately increase the training volume for the cannons. Not just for the people, but our warhorses also need training. They haven't had much exposure to cannons yet, and they'll be closer to the cannons than the enemy. We don't want to end up spooking our own horses before we even scare the enemy. That would be a net loss. The rest of the plan is fine, but we need to think of these details in advance so we don't cause irreversible consequences due to mistakes when the time comes. There's one more thing, and that's the issue of communication between the main army and the inner city. The two places are 6 li apart, so we definitely won't be able to see each other with our eyes. How will we determine if the enemy is attacking the city? If they split their forces to attack, how will the defenders in the city ask us for help? These are all important detailed issues. That's right, this is indeed necessary. So what should we use for communication? Can the sound of drums travel that far? How about we leave a few cannons on the city walls and fire them as a signal? Firing cannons is too extravagant. Gunpowder isn't cheap. I think it's better to use traditional methods. Lighting fires and sending up smoke signals would be good. Actually, with the Han tribe's current technological level, the fastest method for real-time information transmission should be lighthouses. By simply adding a flashing light function to the existing lighthouses, they could transmit Morse code over dozens of miles. However, the drawbacks of this were also obvious. First, the construction and maintenance costs were exorbitant. Second, it was completely useless during the day. No matter how bright your light was, it couldn't be seen in daylight. Moreover, lighthouses weren't suitable for the current tactical situation. So, after discussion, the big shots ultimately decided to use wolf smoke to transmit information. Smoke signals during the day, fire beacons at night. With both tactics and strategy finalized, what followed was intense camp relocation and training. The main army outside the city broke camp and re-established it 3 kilometers due west of Kaiyuan City. The camp used wooden palisades for defense, with several layers of abatis set up to defend against enemy cavalry night raids. Several artillery positions were also prepared in advance around the perimeter. No matter which direction the enemy came from, the Han tribe could quickly maneuver and provide fire support. The commoners in the outer city were also urgently relocated to the inner city, taking everything they could. Fortunately, those herdsmen had only joined recently and didn't have much to take. The houses couldn't be moved. If they were destroyed by the enemy, they would just have to be rebuilt. In the army camp outside the city, scout cavalry were sent out daily to patrol the surrounding areas to prevent sudden enemy attacks. The drill grounds inside the camp were also filled every day with the booming of cannons and the shouts of soldiers and neighing of horses during training. It was also during this time that Ing Rue and Yu Ji each wrote a letter to report the situation to Han Feng. Ing Rue mainly introduced the tactical plans and defensive preparations in Kaiyuan County, while Yu Ji reported the intelligence gathered from the enemy. Combining the two, Han Feng finally understood the situation on the grassland. A war was truly about to break out. However, he wasn't afraid. To be honest, the Han tribe had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Whether it was weapons and equipment or strategy and tactics, they could form an epic-making crush on the enemy. If they still lost like this, it would be too embarrassing for a transmigrator. 20,000 against 60,000. Han Feng wasn't very worried about this. Even if the Han tribe lost, the worst they would do is retreat to the inner city to defend. The worst-case scenario wasn't too tragic, and he could completely afford this loss. So he didn't plan to go to the front lines to command this battle. First, there definitely wasn't enough time. Second, he could use this opportunity to properly train the soldiers and generals below, letting them mature quickly. If he had to personally oversee everything, what was the point of having them? As the Han tribe grew stronger in the future, was he supposed to work himself to death? However, what the landscape of the entire grassland would look like after this battle was what Han Feng cared about the most. When fighting nomadic tribes, total annihilation was impossible. They were the people who best understood how to preserve their strength. If they could win, they would swarm up to rob. If they couldn't win, they ran faster than rabbits, making it strenuous just to catch up to them. But Han Feng didn't want to give them the chance to keep jumping around. Since they were fighting, it was better to beat them into total submission. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately set off for Weishan County to inspect the outfitting progress of the gunboat. If it could make it in time, he absolutely had to make sure Modern had no home to return to. Ever since appointing Shu De to be in charge of the gunboat, it had been moved to Weishan County for outfitting. Because the demand for carpentry in the later stages wasn't high, the Weishan County dock, which was closer to Lake Island and Xing'an County, was more suitable. After spending a day to reach Weishan County, Han Feng immediately went to the large ship and summoned Shu De, asking him to detail the outfitting situation on board. Chief, the command communication pipes on the ship have all been installed now. Every deck has speaking tubes and horns, with the other end converging at the command platform on the top deck of the stern castle. By speaking into a few copper horns, the commanders and gunners on all the lower decks can hear. In terms of waterproofing, due to the abundance of materials, the progress is much faster than our previous shipbuilding speed. This asphalt is truly good stuff. Aside from smelling a bit bad, it's much better than fish maw in other aspects. The key is that there's plenty of it. I didn't expect we could extract such a treasure from the coal mines. Han Feng nodded faintly, having no thoughts about this subtle flattery. Extracting asphalt from coal tar wasn't that difficult to begin with, and wasn't an achievement worth boasting about. Producing it and putting it to use was what mattered. How is the decoration in other aspects? I just want to know when this warship can be taken out to fight. Rest assured, Chief. The artillery decks on all levels have been completely decorated. The fixed tracks and cannons have all been installed in place. Right now, The gunners are training on how to quickly load ammunition on the ship. However, Chief, I've been watching their artillery training here for a while, and I found that the cannons on the ship aren't as convenient to use as the artillery carts on land. It's still due to the small space and high density. So I think there should still be room for improvement with these cannons, Shuda said after a slight hesitation. How to improve? Hanfeng looked at him with a half-smile, wanting to test Shuda's insight. I think it would be better to change the naval guns to load gunpowder and cannonballs from the rear. This would not only save operational space, but also increase the rate of fire. It would definitely make this new weapon even more powerful. With the current speed of the crew, loading one round in 40 breaths is considered fast. It severely reduces the terrifying power the cannons should have. You're right. I thought about breech-loading cannons at the very beginning too. But with our Han tribe's current level, it's still too difficult to make usable ones. Let's just use this kind for now. It doesn't matter if it's a bit slow. Anyway, we're the only ones hitting others, and they have no way to fight back. Just this advantage alone is enough for us to crush all the tribes near the water, Han Feng explained. The chief is right, Shuda gave a dry laugh and continued to show Han Feng around the ship. There were 6 levels of cabins below the main deck. The bottom 3 levels were all storerooms. The bottom level was for various food reserves, the second level was for various cannonballs, and the third level was for gunpowder. The 4th to 6th levels were the 3 artillery decks above the waterline, which simultaneously served combat and accommodation needs. The cannons were all installed along the broadsides, and the middle area was designed by Han Feng into 3-tiered sleeper berths common on trains, used for the crew to rest. The first floor of the stern castle above the main deck was the kitchen and dining room. Placing it on top was mainly considering fire safety and the need for smoke exhaust to avoid causing a magazine explosion due to a fire. In addition, a small space was carved out next to the dining room to place a set of blacksmithing equipment used to repair various iron tools on the ship. Finally, they arrived at the combat command room on the 2nd floor of the stern castle. The interior decoration was also extremely complete, with a long conference table, maps, and a sand table all available. A row of gleaming golden speaking tubes was installed on the high command platform, marked with corresponding areas to facilitate the commander-in-chief in shouting orders to various places. A circle of transparent glass windows around the command platform also allowed the commander-in-chief to have an unobstructed view of the surrounding situation, with visibility second only to the crow's nest at the top of the mast. At the same time, for the need of rat prevention, several tabby cats were specially kept on the ship. It could be said that preparations were fully adequate. Finally, he went to the main deck to inspect the sails and rigging. After confirming everything was fine, Han Feng ordered the soldiers to assemble, ready to set off for battle. Before leaving, Han Feng personally took a brush and bestowed a name upon the ship, the Fubo artillery warship. He had people make a flag to hang at the top of the mast and painted the name Fubo on both sides of the bow and the stern. More to come. 3 days passed in a flash, and the atmosphere in Kaiyuan County gradually became tense and oppressive. Although the herdsmen were still persisting in grazing, their hearts were overgrown with weeds. They were suspicious all day long, and at the slightest rustle of leaves in the wind, they wished they could grow wings and fly into the city. On the early morning of the 12th day of the 1st month in the 2nd year of the Han tribe's Jianyuan era, a long-awaited rainstorm finally broke the peace of this grassland. A squad of Han tribe scout cavalry on the outer perimeter was on routine patrol when they suddenly spotted a rolling cloud of dust in the southwest. The apocalyptic sight struck fear into their hearts. However, to obtain more accurate intelligence, this group of cavalry still risked their lives to close in and scout. But before they could get close to the enemy's main force, they were discovered by the enemy's outer scouts. Both sides' cavalry showed off their skills, and a small-scale skirmish of several hundred riders quickly erupted on this grassland. On the Han tribe's side, some covered the rear, while other scouts spurred their horses back. As they ran towards the main camp, they vigorously blew the ox-horn bugles hanging on their chests. The woo-woo-woo sound of the bugles carried a desolate and oppressive tone, spreading all the way across the surrounding land. Hearing the warning, the herdsmen hurriedly cracked their long whips to drive their livestock, desperately running towards the city area with their herds. When they encountered other herdsmen, they didn't forget to pass on the warning. The outer perimeter of Kaiyuan City quickly fell into chaos. The rolling dust in the distance was still rapidly approaching. The Han tribe's cavalry fought a running battle, continuously shooting arrows at the pursuers behind them to shake off the enemy's pursuit. Those warriors who ran back first finally returned to the camp outside the city. But before they could report, they already saw tens of thousands of armored soldiers assembling in formation inside the camp. Report: Madan's army of tens of thousands is attacking and has reached less than 15 li to the southwest. The scout blew his bugle all the way. Whether due to nervousness, fear, or being out of breath from blowing, his face was flushed red. After galloping all the way to the main camp, he lifted his iron armor, dismounted, and holding the scout's command flag, cupped his hands to report to the several commanding officers. Someone, light the wolf smoke beacons to warn Kayuan City. Orders received. Hearing the scout's alarm, Chai Duoduo of the Chinyo Guard was the first to order a warning to the city, telling them to close the city gates first. Were you able to scout exactly how many troops the enemy has? Shuetu also stared at the scout and asked. Reporting to the commander, no. We only saw 10,000 horses galloping, their banners blocking out the sun. Most of them were Madan's yellow banners. Shuetu was a bit displeased, but this was just the first encounter. He couldn't expect them to gather more information. Seeing so many enemies for the first time, it was already good enough that they weren't scared to death on the spot. So he simply ordered them to scout again. The scouts quickly went out again. To obtain more intelligence, Shuetu and Chai Duoduo sent more scouts to investigate. Among them were quite a few incorporated herdsman cavalry. They were more familiar with the factions on the grassland and might be able to gather more information. At the Kayuan County main camp, Shuetu and Chai Duoduo also quickly led their troops out of the camp. Outside the camp palisades, they set up artillery positions and a wagon logger. The main army formed up behind the wagons, taking a posture to meet the attack. On the battlefield ahead, the cavalry of both sides were still locked in combat. They exchanged blows, arrows flying like a swarm of locusts, and from time to time, people were shot off their horses. The Han tribe was well equipped, with full sets of iron armor and standard composite bows, cast iron arrowheads, and solid wood shafts. Whether it was penetration, range, or the cavalry's defensive capabilities, Madan's army couldn't compare. But the cavalry Madan selected were undoubtedly the elite of the elite. Their equipment was also the most luxurious on their side. Double-layered protection of leather and bamboo armor, war horses equipped with double stirrups, superb horsemanship, and exquisite mounted archery. Although it was very difficult to shoot the Han tribe's cavalry dead on the spot, they managed to shoot down quite a few horses. The Han cavalry who lost their horses were eventually submerged under the enemy's hooves amidst the blood and tears of their comrades. However, overall, the casualty ratio still favored the Han tribe. While they couldn't claim one Han soldier was worth 5 barbarians, 2 or 3 was certainly accurate. As wave after wave of cavalry risked their lives to scout, the intelligence compiled at the rear main camp became increasingly complete. Report: Madan's coalition army of 60,000 is attacking. The army has hundreds of bamboo and wooden ladders, long enough to reach the top of the city walls. Report: the enemy's right wing has the animal skin banners of the Snow Wolf tribe, with a troop strength of about 5,000. Reporting to the commander, the enemy's left wing has 3,000 yellow-clothed bamboo-armored soldiers, flying the banners of the Ecchi tribe. Report: the enemy's supply train has about 1,000 wagons, carrying over 10,000 head of livestock. Report: the enemy has 30,000 light cavalry, 2 horses per man, strong bows, and ample arrows, mostly wearing leather armor. Reporting to the commander, the enemy has 10,000 heavy armored lancers, positioned in the center. Both men and horses are armored, mostly equipped with round shields. Under the Han tribe's central command banner, one scout after another continuously relayed intelligence, making the surrounding personal guards' hearts pound with fear. Good heavens, such luxurious equipment. It sounded like they weren't much weaker than the Han tribe. They were really putting their lives on the line. Shuetu and Chai Duoduo also had different expressions. Chai Duoduo kept a straight face without saying a word, while Shuetu was so excited his face was flushed red. Just then, 2 more scout riders returned together from outside the camp. As soon as they returned, they started shouting, "Bad news, bad news. That bastard Suritu has also attacked." Shuetu's face instantly darkened. Pointing at the cavalryman, he shouted furiously, spouting nonsense inside the main camp and confusing the military's morale. "Men, take this fellow down and behead him as a public warning." "Yes, sir." Several personal guards immediately rushed forward and pulled the man off his horse. Before he could even cry out his innocence a few times, with a squelch, his head was chopped off. You speak. What exactly is going on? If you dare to spout nonsense again, your fate will be the same as his. Shwetu looked at the other cavalryman and asked. Re-reporting to the commander, Suratu is leading 10,000 light cavalry from the north. They have now formed up 10 li in front of our lines and are observing. Did he say why he came? Chai Duo also pressed from the side. He said he came to assist us in battle, the scout said weakly. What a joke. Assist in battle? If he's assisting, why didn't he notify us in advance? If he's assisting, why didn't he come directly to my main camp to join forces with me? Shwetu laughed out of anger at this answer, unable to help but question repeatedly. I see this fellow as harboring ulterior motives and has no good intentions, but he probably doesn't dare to fight us. At most, he's just observing. He's another fence-sitter. If we lose this battle, he'll probably help Modern fight us. Chai Duo also cursed indignantly. First, send a squad of cavalry to warn him not to cause trouble, otherwise I'll fight him too. Keep a constant eye on his movements and report any situation. Yes, sir. Shwetu didn't take Surata seriously. Compared to Modern, this guy was even less of a man. At least Modern actually dared to fight the Han tribe. This fence-sitting Suratu was the most disgusting. If you came to show loyalty, then come over directly. Surata's uninvited arrival was completely unexpected by the Han tribe. Even Yu Ji, who was in charge of intelligence, hadn't caught wind of it beforehand. The pressure from Modern and the Exian tribe was too great, and Suratu had always been relatively well-behaved, so it was somewhat excusable that they hadn't paid attention to him. However, the big shots of Kaiyuan County weren't panicked, because just as they thought, Surata didn't have the guts to attack the Han tribe yet. He was different from Modern. Modern at least had the Exian tribe's cooperation, which could get him a lot of living supplies. Surata couldn't do that. He could only rely on the Han tribe. Once he fell out with the Han tribe and lost their support, Modern, backed by the Exian tribe, would definitely be the first to kill him. Of course, he had a second option, which was to willingly submit to Modern and become his underling. But that was impossible. Suratu was also an ambitious man. If he could be Modern's underling, he would have done so 2 years ago. There was no need to wait until the Han tribe had established a firm foothold on the grassland to do so. It didn't align with his interests. So Shwetu, Chai Duo, and the others weren't very worried. For now, they just needed to send people to keep an eye on Suratu. As long as their side didn't show obvious signs of defeat, he absolutely wouldn't dare to act rashly. If their side was about to win, he would even be the first to lead troops in pursuit to beat the drowning dog. There were many benefits to doing this. First, he could curry favor with the Han tribe and gain a favor for providing timely help. Second, he could eliminate Modern, not for the Han tribe, but for himself. Think about it. If Modern was gone, the only major nomadic power left on the entire grassland would be him, Suratu. In order to gain a greater voice in front of the Han tribe in the future, Suratu would also relentlessly pursue and attack Modern. Shwetu ignored him and instead focused on Modern's incoming army. Although Modern's side didn't have a strict military system like the Han tribe, they had their own methods. The Han tribe's regular army used the guard system, mobilizing according to organization, banners, and gongs and drums. The herdsmen who had joined the Han tribe used the garrison household system, organized into squads by household registration, and similarly obeyed the orders of gongs, drums, and banners. Mon was different. They had banners, horns, and copper gongs, all learned from the Han tribe, but no drums, because those were hard to make. The Exian tribe couldn't produce decent war drums yet. Moreover, his military system wasn't unified. It all operated on a tribal alliance combat model. Whether it was the tribes he had subdued or those that had voluntarily joined him, they were all organized according to their respective tribes. As a result, the strength of each tribe naturally varied, and Modern only needed to issue orders to the minor chiefs of each tribe. In fact, these were also his cannon fodder. His own main force of heavy armored lancers were all his own troops, stationed in the center. As for the 3,000 troops from the Exian tribe, they mostly provided technical support. For example, the carts, horses, and scaling ladders of Modern's coalition were provided and made by the Exian tribe. The use and maintenance of these items were also entirely handled by the Exian tribe's people. The Exian tribe and Modern had the same enemy, so there was the possibility of cooperation. Modern sent troops, and the Exian tribe provided logistical support. The two hit it off instantly. Even if Modern knew he was suspected of being used as a tool, he wouldn't give up this opportunity. According to Modern's thoughts, his full-scale mobilization this time was intended to crush the Han tribe's grassland branch in one blow. When the time came, the Ecchi tribe would be far away across mountains and rivers, and he would have no rivals on the grassland. Wouldn't he be able to use the legacy left by the Han tribe however he wanted? After digesting it for 2 years, he could completely shake off the Ecchi tribe's restraints, and completely ruling the grassland wouldn't be impossible. With the intelligence sent back by the scouts, the Han tribe had figured out Modern's troop deployment and weapons and equipment. Modern's side did the same. They also learned about the Han tribe's information through their own scouts. However, the Han tribe's response strategy clearly exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought the Han tribe's army would rely on the advantage of the city walls to hole up inside and defend to the death, using their superior equipment like iron armor and iron tools to fight a war of attrition with them. But the reality was not like that. When they heard that the Han tribe's 20,000-strong army had formed up far outside the city to meet the attack, the big shots in Modern's coalition were all very surprised. What did this mean? Did they not want the city anymore? They actually ran out to prepare for a decisive battle with him directly? Were they that confident? Daring to fight to the death against their 60,000 with just 20,000 armored soldiers? Modern was very wary of the Han tribe, but that didn't mean he was afraid of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly opposed them. Therefore, Modern first cautiously issued his first order. Pull the army to 1,000 meters opposite the Han army and observe first, put some pressure on them, and see the Han tribe's reaction. In Modern's view, 1,000 meters was already a very safe distance, about 4 bow shots away, that is, 4 times the range of a bow and arrow. Even if the Han tribe's bows and arrows were of the highest quality, it was impossible for them to shoot arrows into his army while standing still. For horses to accelerate from a standstill to full speed, they needed a distance of at least 200 to 300 meters. If the Han tribe launched a cavalry charge at this time, he would also have enough reaction time to mobilize his army, whether to charge head-on or bypass the Han army's main force. He would have time to act. However, with the Han tribe's cannons officially in service, he still miscalculated. Modern couldn't have dreamed that he had actually already entered the Han tribe's firing range. The rumbling sound of hooves was like rolling thunder on the horizon, and also like a strong earthquake. Tens of thousands of warhorses galloped over, stopping far away at 1,000 meters opposite the Han tribe's military formation. The two sides entered a standoff phase. Modern waited for the Han tribe's reaction. He even hoped the Han tribe would voluntarily surrender, or seeing their large numbers, voluntarily flee back into the city. That way, he would be more confident in dealing with the Han tribe slowly. Even fighting a slow siege would be fine. It could be seen from the hundreds of long ladders they brought that they were actually prepared to attack the city. Who knew the Han tribe would suddenly go crazy and run outside to block them, and at such a distance from the city? In Modern's eyes, this was simply stupid. When the time came, if the Han tribe showed the slightest sign of defeat, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape back into the city. With such a long distance, he could definitely intercept the Han tribe's routed troops before they returned to the city. By then, with even fewer troops in the city, they could forget about stopping his coalition's attack. Meanwhile, in the Han army's main camp, Shwetu, Chai Duo, Yuji, and others stood on the wooden command tower, having already seen the dense coalition army 1,000 meters away. Shwetu took out a wooden range-finding card specially for artillerymen. After gesturing with it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out exactly how far the enemy was from them. Anyway, since they could be seen with the naked eye, it had to be at least 700 or 800 meters away. This distance was completely within the attack range of the round shot. So, without another word, he ordered the artillerymen to start loading ammunition. The orders were quickly transmitted through flags and gongs and drums. The personal guards also ran to each artillery position to notify them one by one. Soon, the artillerymen received the news. According to the 5-degree firing angle, single charge, solid spherical iron shot loaded, the firing method was a volley. Because they had prepared in advance, the artillerymen methodically began loading the ammunition. The speed was very fast. After all, the basic calibration had long been done in advance. At the various artillery positions between the Han army's wagon laager, the artillerymen skillfully carried out a series of operations: aiming, swabbing the bore, loading the powder, loading the shot, and priming. Then, each gun captain raised the indicator flag. Reporting, Gun 1 is ready. Gun 2 is ready. Gun 6 is ready. Seeing the indicator flags raised for all the cannons being loaded, Shuetu unhesitatingly gave the order to fire. Fire. Seeing the main banner of the Central Army wave, the gun captains immediately waved down the firing command flags in their hands. The gunners also immediately pulled the hemp ropes on the flintlocks. Boom, 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 boom. For a time, a series of earth-shattering roars came from the Han army's front lines, like thunder exploding on flat ground. Flashes of fire connected, and gunpowder smoke formed clouds. Cannonballs whistled forward one after another, violently smashing into the enemy formation. Madan's coalition army was numerous, and their command wasn't as responsive as the Han tribes. His central army formed up and stopped first, followed closely by the coalition forces on both wings. Just as they had lined up, they heard a rumbling sound coming from the Han tribe's army. It sounded like thunder, and even from 1,000 meters away, it felt as if it was exploding right next to their ears. Madan was stunned for a moment, completely unable to understand what was going on. Could it be that the Han tribe had come up with some new type of war drum? To actually have such a terrifying sound. But this sound didn't seem like drums. No matter how powerful a drum was, it couldn't possibly produce such an earth-shattering roar, right? But with the Han tribe making such a huge commotion, could they be trying to launch a preemptive strike while his forces had marched 1,000 miles and hadn't yet established a firm foothold? Had they issued an order for a full-scale charge? But after the noise, he didn't see any movement from the Han army. Those people were still lined up in a row over there. What exactly is the Han tribe doing? Just as Madan widened his eyes and peered carefully towards the Han tribe, after the loud noise, he suddenly saw some black dots flying rapidly towards his side. Madan's heart instantly skipped a beat. He immediately realized this must be an attack from the Han tribe. Not good. Madan immediately shouted, but before he could react further, dozens of pitch-black iron balls had already flown into his military formation at an inconceivable speed. In an instant, the iron balls flew into the formation, carving out dozens of bloody paths through the tens of thousands of men and horses. Anything in the trajectory, whether man, horse, or vehicle, was completely smashed to pieces by the speeding iron balls. Flesh and blood instantly flew everywhere within Madan's army, and dozens of lines of blood were thrown into the sky. Only after the cannonballs flew past did the wails of the wounded and the terrified screams of others echo through the army. Those hit directly by the cannonballs were instantly blown to pieces by the massive kinetic energy. Limbs and flesh splattered in all directions. Before they could even let out a cry, they had already turned into a rain of blood, drenching the soldiers on both sides. The same went for those behind. Those hit died on the spot. Even if they were just grazed by a cannonball, if they didn't die, they would be severely injured and crippled. Some had their bodies directly blown apart, some had half their heads grazed off, and some were merely grazed on their limbs, yet their limbs detached from their bodies in the blink of an eye. The massive impact of the cannonballs swept through the coalition camp, forcefully carving out dozens of bloody paths. Finally, their kinetic energy depleted, they crashed into the ground, then bounced up again, continuing to kill the coalition forces behind. They bounced twice before completely embedding themselves in the ground. Due to the many obstacles, the number of times the cannonballs bounced was significantly reduced by 1 or 2 compared to test firing, and the final range was also greatly diminished. However, the battle results were still extremely impressive. After one volley of artillery fire, Madan's central army was already turned upside down. The coalition forces on the two wings, however, suffered weaker attacks. The outermost troops only heard a thunderous noise, and then a commotion broke out in the central army. They didn't even know exactly what had happened. Madan, located in the central army, looked at the tragic state of the army behind him, his face already pale with fright. The two sides were still so far apart. How exactly did the Han tribe attack them? And the power of this attack was actually so massive and cruel. A single strike caused death or severe injury, almost completely destroying his central army. Just from this one round of attacks, at least 6,000 or 7,000 people in his coalition army were instantly incapacitated. Even those who weren't dead now absolutely wouldn't last the time it takes to eat a meal. Not far from the battlefield, Suratu's scouts, who were observing the battle, stared blankly at this scene. They had actually been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Madan's army just arrive, they were terrified from the bottom of their hearts by Madan's massive numbers and strong forces. Then, a series of loud noises came from the Han tribe's side, followed by flashes of fire and white smoke. The other soldiers didn't make any moves, but Maden's side was already beaten into a bloody mess, with men and horses turned upside down. This bloody scene didn't make them feel stimulated. Instead, fear grew from the bottom of their hearts, because that was something they couldn't understand. Such heaven-shaking might and unrivaled effect would be more aptly called divine punishment or sorcery. Seeing the Han tribe unleash their ultimate move right at the start, Surata's scouts didn't even dare to keep watching. They hurriedly turned their horses around and ran for their lives, wanting to tell their chief exactly how powerful the Han tribe was as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on Maden's coalition side, the coalition army had. After the first volley, although Shuetu and his men couldn't clearly see the results, they were certain that all several dozen cannonballs had landed within the enemy formation. As long as they hit, they were bound to cause damage. Killing a few more now would give them a greater advantage in the hand-to-hand combat to come. With this in mind, Shuetu immediately ordered them to continue firing. At the same time, he had his soldiers mount their horses, preparing to launch their attack after 2 more volleys. The intense recoil had pushed each cannon back. To get them back into position faster, the gunners barely aimed. As long as the cannons were generally pointed at the enemy's formation, it was good enough. After all, with so many people packed together, an opportunity like this was rare. Once the enemy scattered, it would be much harder to inflict such heavy damage. The 2 instructors assigned to each cannon divided their labor strictly. One was responsible for correcting the aim and giving the order to fire, while the other cleaned the bore and loaded the ammunition, each leading a few soldiers in a tense flurry of activity. The second volley was quickly prepared. Upon receiving the command from the Central Army, they pulled the triggers on the flintlocks. With a sharp crack, the flint struck the frizzen, igniting the priming powder in the pan. A jet of fire and smoke hissed from the touch hole, followed by a deafening boom. Gunpowder and flame propelled the cannonball forward, and the entire gun carriage recoiled violently backward once more. This time, they didn't even bother to see if they had hit their targets. They immediately began the third cycle of repositioning, aiming, cleaning, and loading, pushing the speed of their artillery preparation to its absolute limit. Historically, elite French artillerists using muzzle-loading smoothbore Napoleon cannons could fire 3 rounds a minute. Han Feng's improved cast steel cannons, modeled after the Napoleon, could only manage 4 rounds in 3 minutes in the hands of his half-trained gunners. Their repositioning and reloading were much slower, but it was more than enough to deal with Maden's allied forces. Maden's army, having just endured 1 round of cannonballs, had already descended into chaos. Maden's personal command was now useless. The allied forces were terrified by the horrific bombardment and were scattering in all directions. But they were so crowded together that they couldn't go anywhere. Only the soldiers on the outermost flanks had any chance of escaping. However, the soldiers on the periphery hadn't been hit by the artillery. They only heard the thunderous booms from the Han tribe's side and saw the commotion in their own central army. They couldn't see what was actually happening. There were simply too many people, and Maden lacked a sophisticated command system. When things were going well, it wasn't a problem. But in the face of such a rout, even he couldn't command his own army. The second volley of cannonballs whizzed into the chaotic allied ranks. The iron balls, seared by high-pressure flames, tore through men and horses, carving bloody lanes through the army. Countless screams and panicked shouts echoed through Maden's forces. The dozens of cannonballs plowed through them once again. This time, due to the gunners' haste, some of the horizontal angles were off, and the cannonballs flew into the allied army diagonally. After entering from the front of the formation, they quickly exited from the side, cutting a slanted path of blood through the massive army. Now, the soldiers on the periphery finally understood what was happening. Looking down the bloody lane carved by the cannonballs, they could see all the way to the front ranks of the army. Along that path, all men, horses, and carts had been pulverized. The soldiers on the flanks were stunned. They finally knew what had happened. The thunderous noises from the Han tribe were attacks aimed at them. Seeing such a gruesome scene, the soldiers on the outer edge screamed in terror and spurred their horses to flee. They hadn't even seen the Han tribe's soldiers yet, but they were already being slaughtered so miserably. If they charged forward, wouldn't they die without even knowing how? Besides, many of them had been coerced by Maden into attacking the Han tribe's Kaiyuan commandery in the first place. They had thought that with their superior numbers, they wouldn't necessarily be the ones charging at the front. Once the Han tribe was defeated, they could loot some good things from Kaiyuan Commandery. Many had come with this idea in mind. But now, being so brutally beaten by the Han tribe, who would continue to harbor such unrealistic dreams? The sheer power of the cannons had shocked them awake, and they fled for their lives. As the outer formation broke, the central army, which had borne the brunt of the artillery, fled without a second thought. The rout was irreversible. Even the leaders of the smaller tribes couldn't stop it. If they rashly tried to block the path of the terrified soldiers, they might even be attacked by their own retreating troops. Several minor chieftains were killed by their own men while trying to issue orders. Seeing the enemy formation scattering more and more, the Han tribe's artillerymen redoubled their efforts, loading the cannons with all their might. To achieve greater killing power and longer range, all cannon crews now used double charges of powder with a standard solid iron shot for maximum destructive effect. The third volley was quickly prepared. Amidst a series of deafening booms, the enemy's formation completely disintegrated. Countless Allied soldiers were fleeing for their lives in every direction. But then the cannonballs struck again, flying into their ranks once more. Dozens of bloody lanes were carved anew through the fleeing army. Seeing that the Han tribe's attack wasn't over, the enemy soldiers thought their worst fears had come true. They were even more terrified to stay put, scrambling to escape to the rear or the flanks. The Han tribe's cannons finally fell silent. The moment the thunderous reports ended, Chai Duoduo was already leading his 2,000 heavy cavalry of the Qianyo Guard, along with more than 15,000 troops converted from herdsmen, charging toward Madan's routed army. Madan's allied forces were like drowning dogs. If not now, when was the time to strike? Xuetu didn't get the chance to rush to the front lines. He could only remain with his 2,000 Huban Guard in the central army to hold the line. Who else could do it, after he had commanded the artillery bombardment so well? His Huban Guard was also perfectly suited to protect the cannons and the gunners. Not far from the battlefield, Su Ritu had just received a report from his scouts. They said the Han tribe had deployed a mysterious and powerful secret weapon. Before the two sides had even officially clashed, Madan's forces were already in disarray, suffering heavy losses. It was as devastating as a punishment from the heavens. Su Ritu had always acknowledged that the Han tribe had superior equipment and advanced technology. He believed they had a good chance of winning. In his mind, the best outcome would have been for the Han tribe to use their superior strength to hold off Madan's human wave tactics for a while, suffer significant losses, and then retreat back into their city. That's when his opportunity would come. At that point, he could negotiate with both sides, whether it was joining Madan to attack Kaiyuan City or attacking Madan's battered army to rescue the Han tribe. He could play them off each other to maximize his own benefit. But now, his scouts were telling him that the Han tribe hadn't even started fighting yet, and they had already routed Madan's army with a few godlike super moves. Was this a joke? If this was true, how was he supposed to play this game? Unwilling to believe it, Su Ritu personally led several hundred of his personal guards to the front lines to scout the situation. When he arrived, he saw the Han tribe's third artillery volley strike. Madan's forces were indeed in complete disarray, scrambling to flee. And after their 3 volleys, the Han tribe had launched an all-out assault. Su Ritu was stunned by the Han tribe's strange attack. But seeing them launch a full-scale offensive while Madan's army was already broken filled him with anxiety. His previous plan was useless. His only chance to salvage the situation was to help the Han tribe chase down the drowning dog that was Madan. Only then could he explain why he had brought an army of over 10,000 men here. If he couldn't explain this properly, the Han tribe would surely hold a grudge against him. Whether he could buy more supplies from them in the future would become a huge question mark. So, Su Ritu immediately sent a messenger back to his main army, ordering them to advance with their respective tribes. The final battle had arrived. Since Madan was already defeated, he might as well finish him off completely. That way, besides the Han tribe, he would be the only other major power on the grasslands. Then he could negotiate for a better position with the Han tribe. This was the most beneficial outcome Su Ritu could imagine under the current circumstances. Nearly 20,000 Han tribe cavalry charged forward as one. The iron-shod hooves thundered across the grassland like rolling thunder. The tens of thousands of cavalrymen, with the force of an apocalypse, kicked up a massive cloud of dust as they bore down on Madan's fleeing army. A distance of 1,000 meters was perfect for a cavalry charge to build speed. Moreover, with almost the entire Han camp mobilized, the commotion was so great that Madan couldn't possibly miss it. His allied army had just been routed by those inexplicable artillery volleys, and now the Han tribe was charging. He had only two choices: flee or rally his troops and fight back. But his routed soldiers wouldn't listen to his commands. The Han tribe's massive offensive terrified them even more. They had completely forgotten that they still had the numerical advantage and were only running faster. A title for every man you kill. He who slays Modern will be promoted 3 ranks. Charge. At the forefront of the thundering cavalry, Chai Duo, commander of the Chinyo Guard, stood straight in his stirrups. He held the reins in one hand and a Tuzhonglong horse lance high in the other, roaring at the soldiers around him. Kill Modern, get 3 ranks. Charge. The thunder of hooves grew closer. Seeing that rallying his army was hopeless, Modern immediately turned and fled with his personal guards. Tens of thousands of men were chanting his name. He was so terrified he didn't dare linger for a second. He didn't need a translator to know that they weren't shouting anything pleasant. Chinyo Guard Heavy Cavalry, charge with me. Ili Division, flank left. Cut off Modern's escape. As the distance between the two forces closed, Chai Duo got a clear view of the situation and quickly made arrangements. The messenger beside him heard the order, immediately blew his military horn, and waved the command flag in his hand to direct the army. On the left flank, Qianyang, Ili, and the other tribes who had submitted to the Han heard the command. They immediately led their light armored cavalry to break away from the main force and circle around to cut off Modern's retreat. The next moment, when the two sides were less than 200 meters apart, Chai Duo was the first to pull out a black cloth from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, he covered his horse's face, blindfolding both its eyes. The war horse, deprived of its sight, was terrified and immediately went into a panicked state. It galloped forward frantically, instantly pushing its speed to the absolute maximum. The soldiers behind him followed his example, also blindfolding their horses. The speed of the entire army suddenly surged, and the momentum of their charge made the enemy scream in terror. Chai Duo released the hooks and ropes on his helmet. With a few clinks of armor plates rubbing together, the layers of lamellar armor folded over his forehead dropped down, protecting his entire face, leaving only his 2 eyes fixed on the enemy ahead. The next moment, the heavy cavalry of the Chinyo Guard plunged headfirst into Modern's routed army. The Han army is here. Run. R. Chai Duo led the charge with unstoppable momentum. The fleeing enemy soldiers shot more than a dozen arrows at him, but they were all deflected by his steel armor plates. Then, he leaned forward, half lying on his horse's back, tucking his horse lance under his arm and clamping down hard. His warhorse carried him forward, instantly skewering 5 or 6 enemies in front of him, knocking them all to the ground. Deep within the enemy ranks, Chai Duo had no chance to retrieve his long lance. He simply drew the long saber hanging from his saddle and charged forward again. His personal guards, fearing for their commander's safety, brandished their shorter cavalry lances and bravely followed close behind him. Blood-red war robes, gleaming iron armor, chillingly sharp steel sabers, and a forest of lances, several different colors wove together into a magnificent tapestry. They charged forward relentlessly, smashing into the already broken enemy formation. Countless steel sabers rose and fell, splashing blood everywhere, leaving a trail of rolling heads. Countless bodies were trampled into mincemeat under tens of thousands of iron hooves. The terrifying momentum scared the enemy so much that no one dared to stand in their way. They all spurred their mounts, fleeing for their lives. On the other side, Qianyang Ili's light armored cavalry had caught up with the fleeing Modern. The two forces rapidly closed the distance horizontally. The Han tribe's light cavalry had already raised their issued composite shortbows. Without any command from above, they began to continuously shoot arrows at the enemy whenever they had a clear shot. The next moment, the two groups clashed and began exchanging arrows. For a time, the battlefield was like a swarm of locusts passing through, with countless volleys of arrows flying between the two cavalry forces. However, since the Han tribe side was entirely clad in iron armor, their defense was better, and the quality of their bows and arrows was a notch above Modern's. The difference in casualties between the two sides quickly became apparent. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, just as Chai Duo and the Chinyo Guard had broken through the routed enemy formation, a thunderous roar of battle cries came from the northeast. Su Ritu had arrived, leading 10,000 cavalry into the fray. Su Ritu's 10,000-strong army had a distinctive look. They all wore hats made of fur, which served as their mark of identification. In terms of equipment, Su-Ritu's army was the worst of the three forces. The Han tribe was a sea of red robes and silver armor, and Madan's forces had plenty of bamboo and leather armor. In contrast, the best Su-Ritu's men had was leather armor. Bamboo and iron armor were an impossible luxury. Even Su-Ritu himself wore only a single layer of leather. Their weapons were stuck in the bone and stone age. Most of their arrows were tipped with wolf fangs, and their spears were fitted with sharpened stone or bone heads. Their primary short-range weapon was the stone axe. As for horsetack, it was a rare sight. However, despite their poor equipment, their fighting style was unique. Unlike the Han tribe's specialty in mass charges, they employed what could be considered guerrilla tactics. First, a squad of better-equipped warriors in leather armor would engage the enemy head-on. Once they drew the enemy's attention, they would retreat, allowing other units to encircle and cut off the enemy. Finally, they would use their numbers to overwhelm and eliminate a small enemy contingent. They would lure out a portion, devour it, and continuously chip away at the routed soldiers of Madan's allied army. A direct confrontation was out of the question. With their shabby equipment, they couldn't even stand up to Madan's forces, let alone the Han tribe's freakishly well-defended iron-armored army. After successfully engaging the enemy, Su-Ritu, protected by his personal guards, rode toward the Han army's command banner. But before he could get close, he was stopped by Chai Duodwa's personal guards. Su-Ritu had no choice but to shout from the perimeter. "Is that General Tu of the Han tribe ahead? I, Su-Ritu, have brought 10,000 men to aid you." Chai Duo frowned. The lamellar armor on his helmet covered his face completely, leaving only his eyes visible, so it was normal not to be recognized. But was the man blind? Couldn't he see the massive ox-head banner next to him? He probably had a half-baked understanding of the Han army's official ranks. Chai Duo didn't bother to argue with him. After a quick glance at the battlefield, he immediately gave an order. "The Chinyo Guard will charge the enemy formation with me. Su-Ritu will deal with the scattered enemies. The Han tribe will reward him handsomely afterward." A messenger quickly rode to the perimeter and relayed Chai Duodwa's order to Su-Ritu. Su-Ritu didn't waste any time and immediately turned back to command his troops. His purpose in coming here was simple. Limited by communication difficulties, he had come in person to let the Han army know he was here. He wanted them to be careful during the fight and not accidentally injure allied troops. Also, he wanted to make it clear that he had genuinely come to help, so they wouldn't turn their backs on him after the battle was over. In short, he was here for the rewards. How could Chai Duo not see through such a petty scheme? So he immediately issued an order that wasn't really an order, just to show the Han tribe's attitude. "Asterisk, you're here? Good. I know, asterisk." After that brief interlude, the three forces were in motion again. Chai Duo led the Chinyo Guard back into the routed ranks of Madan's army. With the Han tribe's cooperation, Su-Ritu's fight became much smoother. The Han tribe charged and broke up the enemy, and his forces surrounded and devoured them. Many of Madan's allied soldiers had already endured the artillery barrage and the charge of the Han tribe's heavy cavalry. Now, with another 10,000 of the Han tribe's thugs joining the fight, some of them, upon being surrounded by Su-Ritu's men and facing countless spears and arrows, simply surrendered on the spot. This made Su-Ritu very happy. This was a freebie. Although the Han tribe would surely come to him for the prisoners of war later, it didn't mean he couldn't hide a few. After all, he had brought 10,000 men. It was impossible not to suffer any losses. He could use these prisoners to make up for his casualties. As the battle continued, the resistance from Madan's allied army dwindled. Those who could escape had already fled. Those who couldn't had to face the threat of the cannons and the Han tribe's charges. Many soldiers simply dismounted and surrendered. They had no deep-seated hatred for the Han tribe. In fact, many had traded for good things in Kaiyuan City. They had been lured into fighting the Han tribe by Madan's promises of great rewards and a mix of threats and inducements. Continuing to fight now was a dead end. Seeing that other soldiers who surrendered to the Han tribe were not killed, they decided to surrender as well. Even if they were treated as slaves in the future, it was better than dying right now. Since the Han tribe had fewer men, they had to hand over the surrendered prisoners to the herdsman warriors who had joined them. They confiscated their weapons and horses and herded them all together. On the vast grassland, they couldn't escape. After all, a man on foot could never outrun a warhorse. In another small battlefield not far away, A force of over 1,000 men was still resisting in a circular formation. They had placed their carts on the outside to form a ring, and the herdsman cavalry who had joined the Han couldn't break through for the time being. Chai Duoduo led a few charges, and seeing that the overall situation was decided, he immediately rode his horse up a small grassy slope to observe the entire battlefield. He immediately spotted the circular wagon formation surrounded by Han troops. Inside, there were about 2,000 warriors in bamboo armor, holding bamboo spears and desperately resisting the Han army's attacks. These men were even equipped with many woven bamboo round shields to defend against the Han army's arrows. It didn't take a genius to guess that this must be the contingent sent by the Ecchi tribe. Chai Duoduo sneered and immediately sent a man back to the main camp to bring a cannon. Then, he led his personal guards toward the circular formation. The allied herdsmen surrounding the formation saw Chai Duoduo's command banner and immediately cleared a path for him to approach. Chai Duoduo rode his horse to the front of the formation. The Ecchi tribe warriors inside saw a high-ranking figure from the Han tribe arrive and immediately shot a volley of arrows at him. However, the bamboo arrows with bronze tips merely clinked against his fine fish-scale armor. Not a single arrow stuck. They all bounced off. Chai Duoduo paid them no mind and shouted into the formation. The heavenly army of the Han tribe has arrived. If you do not lay down your weapons and surrender now, are you waiting for heavenly punishment? Most of the Ecchi tribe warriors couldn't understand Chinese, but the leader of this contingent could. Ironically, the commander of the force sent by the Ecchi tribe this time was a former subordinate of Niu Wei. After Niu Wei was secretly arrested, his subordinates were also captured. Some chose to surrender to the faction of the tribal leader, betraying Niu Wei without hesitation. Others insisted on defending Niu Wei's interests, refusing to cooperate even under threat of death. These men were tribal elites who had once gone to the grasslands with Niu Wei and later lived in the Han tribe for over a year. Not only were they fluent in 3 languages, but they were also more familiar with the power dynamics of the grasslands and the situation of the Han tribe than others. Thus, they became the best candidates for commanders. When the leader heard Chai Duoduo mention the words heavenly army and heavenly punishment, he trembled with fear. He had seen the heavenly army before. Those warriors in iron armor with steel sabers were indeed invincible. But that wasn't what made them impossible to fight. What truly terrified them was the mysterious attack from earlier. Should he surrender? He himself wanted to. After all, he was a man without much backbone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sided with the Ecchi tribe's leader so readily. But he couldn't make the decision now. Even if he said he wanted to surrender, the 2,000 warriors around him wouldn't listen. Just look at the kind of people he was surrounded by. The men the Ecchi tribe's leader had assigned to him were all young warriors from the clans of the leader's faction of elders. They represented the interests of the Ecchi leader and several great elders. They were the hardliners most opposed to the Han tribe occupying Bamboo Island. They had come here to fight the Han tribe to the death. How could they possibly surrender now? Should we surrender? The leader, Niu Wei's former subordinate, tentatively asked a few of the clan elders. Surrender? Impossible. Don't you know what the Han tribe wants to do to us? If we were willing to surrender, why would we have come here? We could have just waited on Bamboo Island for the Han tribe to occupy it. A clan elder in his 30s shouted, immediately drawing a chorus of agreement from the young men of his clan. The leader, Niu Wei's former subordinate, had had enough. It was death either way, so he might as well go for broke. He retorted to the clan elders. Didn't you hear what that Han man just said? Didn't you see how powerful the Han tribe's iron-armored army is? Powerful. If they're so powerful, why can't they break through our wagon formation? The power you speak of is only because those grassland barbarians are too cowardly. They wasted so many of our Ecchi tribe's good resources and ran away without even fighting. They're all useless. Another clan elder cursed loudly. Niu Wei's subordinate was speechless, choked with anger. Are you stupid? Don't you know why those barbarians fled? Didn't you see how we lost 1,000 men just now? Do you want to suffer the Han tribe's heavenly punishment again? Can you withstand it? His angry tirade immediately silenced the clan elders. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it, the facts were clear. If it weren't for that inexplicable attack, their allied army would never have routed before the battle even began. While the Ecchi tribe's leaders were at a stalemate, the sound of horse hooves came from behind Chai Duoduo. Everyone turned to look. The cannon from the main camp had arrived. A field artillery piece was actually a 2-part unit, consisting of an ammunition caisson and the gun carriage itself, pulled by 6 horses in 3 pairs. It was accompanied by 7 or 8 mounted gunners, who galloped toward the Ecchian tribe's circular formation. Chai Duo immediately cleared a wide path for them, ordering them to bring the cannon right up to the front of the Ecchian tribe's formation. They immediately began to unhitch the gun, adjust its position, and load the ammunition. In the wagon formation, the people of the Ecchian tribe saw the Han tribe bring out such a massive contraption, and their faces all changed. Even if they didn't know what it was, they understood it was a weapon the Han tribe intended to use against them, probably to break their wagon formation. Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't for cooking them dinner. The gleaming silver barrel of the cannon shone brightly in the morning sun. Even a fool could tell what it was made of. It took 7 or 8 strong men to push it on its carriage. One could imagine its weight. They would never believe that a 1,000-gene iron monster like this wasn't a weapon. A clan elder couldn't help but curse with envy. Damn it, the Han tribe is so rich. To waste such good iron on making such a strange thing. However, the Han tribe gunners in front of the formation didn't care. Upon receiving their orders, they immediately unhitched the gun carriage and pushed it to a position 100 meters from the circular formation. Then they began to deftly clean the bore and load the fixed powder charge and cannonball. But as they were loading, Chai Duo stopped them. Wait! The gunners were stunned, not knowing what new orders Chai Duo had. That chain shot of yours, it can't shoot far, can it? Reporting to the commander, with a double charge, the chain shot can reach a range of 600 to 700 meters. The target is 100 meters away now, so we can definitely hit it. The instructor in charge of this cannon immediately replied. Good. Switch to chain shot. I've never seen what chain shot does to people, Chai Duo said, casually changing the order. The gunners were taken aback for a moment. Then a bloodthirsty glint appeared in their eyes. They had been firing cannons for so long, but had never actually fired at people. Even in the volleys just now, the distance was too great for them to see the actual casualties. Now, they finally had the chance. Fortunately, the cannonball hadn't been rammed in yet. Without any extra movements, the gunners simply inserted another fixed powder charge. Then, someone brought a 20-gene string of chain shot from the ammunition case on. 2 men worked together to ram the projectile into the cannon's bore. The Ecchian tribe members in the wagon formation were horrified. They had just seen a man stuff 2 large iron balls into that iron tube. Could it be that thing could throw iron balls at them? Was this the divine punishment weapon the Han tribe had used earlier? The cannon was loaded. The gunner poured loose powder into the priming pan of the flintlock, cocked the hammer, and set the trigger. Then he stood ready to fire. Chai Duo rode forward again, standing beside the cannon and shouting at the Ecchian tribe warriors in the wagon formation. I'll give you one last chance. Those who lay down their weapons and surrender will not be killed. Otherwise, you will taste the power of heavenly punishment. When this weapon sounds, you will be smashed to pieces, with no place for burial, turned to dust in an instant. Will you surrender or not? I surrender. I surrender. Are you all blind? That man said they're going to use the heavenly punishment again. Do you want to be turned into a pile of minced meat on the spot? If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you. Niuei's former subordinate immediately threw his weapon outside the wagon formation and shouted his surrender in Chinese. Seeing that the clan elders were still unmoved, he began to curse loudly. Just then, Su Ritu had more or less finished rounding up the surrendered soldiers. Seeing the Han tribe's command banner here, he quickly rode over and witnessed the scene. The 2,000 Ecchian tribe soldiers in the wagon formation were still refusing to surrender, and that Han general had brought a strange iron tube to aim at them. He didn't know what was going on. From under his faceplate, Chai Duo's eyes glanced at Su Ritu. He didn't stop him from approaching. He looked again at the Ecchian tribe warriors who were still refusing to surrender. He slowly raised his arm, then swung it down sharply, and roared, "Fire!" The next moment, a deafening boom shook the heavens, and the earth trembled. Su Ritu was completely stunned. He saw the large iron tube on the carriage next to Chai Duo suddenly spew a jet of fire and acrid white smoke. Then, something shot out of the large iron tube at an incredible speed, whistling toward the Ecchian tribe's wagon formation. In an instant, a terrifying sound of impact and screams erupted from within the formation. The 2 20-gene iron balls, connected by a chain, spun as they flew into the formation. The wooden carts on the outermost ring were instantly shattered into splinters, and countless wood fragments flew into the sky. As for the soldiers inside the formation, a large swath of them was instantly torn apart by a weapon that was invisible to the naked eye. Nay, The cannon let out a deafening roar, startling all the nearby horses that had never witnessed its power. Su-Ritu's warhorse was no exception. It reared up on its hind legs and let out a shrill whinny. Fortunately, his horsemanship was decent. He clamped his legs tightly around the horse's belly and desperately pulled on the reins, finally bringing the animal under control. He then looked at the cannon beside Chai Duo, a wave of fear washing over him. It was this strange thing. Its power was simply terrifying. In just an instant, the cannon had turned the enemy's wagon formation into a gruesome sight. Where the circle of wagons had once stood, the two carts directly in the cannon's path had been blasted into splinters. The soldiers behind those carts were gone, a clean line carved straight through them. By his estimation, that single shot had killed 200 or 300 men on the spot, including the few clan elders who had been standing at the very front. As for Nyowe's former subordinate, his cowardice had saved him. He had dropped to the ground just in time to avoid the fatal blow. The chain shot, spinning like a fan blade that had broken off its motor, whistled forward. It smashed through the front wagons, carved a path of flesh and blood, and then flew out through the wagons at the back. A single shot had completely pierced the circular formation. Its power was nothing short of terrifying. Many people on the scene were frozen in shock. Even the Han tribe's own soldiers, including the gunners, were witnessing the destructive power of the cannon up close for the first time. Invincible, the might of the Han army. After a deathly silence, Chai Duo suddenly raised his saber to the sky and roared. The surrounding Han soldiers snapped out of their daze. That's right, this weapon is ours. What's there to be afraid of? With this thing, the Han army truly is invincible. Chai Duo's slogan was immediately met with a thunderous response. Countless Han soldiers raised their weapons and roared along with their commander. Invincible, the might of the Han army. Those who challenge the mighty Han shall be punished, no matter how far. The blood-stained spears and steel sabers glittered under the morning sun like an ocean of steel. The countless shouts of the Han army merged into a single voice that echoed across the vast grasslands for a long, long time. Su-Ritu and his personal guards were completely stunned, not just by the shocking power of the cannon, but by the overwhelming aura of the Han army, an aura that declared they would bow to no one, that they dared to challenge any enemy in the world. Asterisk invincible, punished no matter how far. Asterisk it seemed these had truly become the watchwords of the Han tribe. A voice seemed to echo in Su-Ritu's mind, over and over. Give up your ambitions. The Han tribe cannot be defeated. Meanwhile, in the Xian tribe's position, surrounded by thousands of iron-armored cavalry, the courage of the remaining soldiers was finally broken by the Han army's momentum. The shock of the cannon's power, the deaths of countless friends and relatives, and the demise of the staunchly anti-Han clan elders, the remaining force of less than 2,000 soldiers finally found a common voice: surrender. The Xian tribe had sent about 3,000 men in total. 1,000 were wiped out in the first artillery volley. Just now, another blast from Chai Duo had hit them point blank. In the end, only a little over 1,600 able-bodied men surrendered. As for the seriously wounded who had lost limbs to shrapnel, they had virtually no chance of recovery. With the surrender of the Xian tribe contingent, the situation on the main battlefield was completely stabilized. Apart from the enemies who had escaped, the rest were either killed or had chosen to surrender to the Han tribe. Chai Duo immediately dispatched 5,000 of the allied herdsmen to round up the prisoners. He also had them send their own men to retrieve the livestock brought by Madan's allied army. There were tens of thousands of animals, after all, and these were all spoils of war. After assigning the tasks, Chai Duo led Su-Ritu to the Han army's main camp. As soon as he saw Shwetu, he said, "Commander Tu, my Chinyo guard has charged several times. The men and horses are exhausted. Why don't you let me stay behind to guard the city and the camp, while you take the Huban guard and the light cavalry to hunt down Madan? We can't let him escape again this time." Excellent. I couldn't ask for more. Shwetu was delighted. Although he had been in command at the camp, he had only fired a few cannons from a distance. It was a great contribution, but it wasn't the same as fighting on the battlefield with blade and spear. Now that he was being asked to hunt down Madan, he was 100% willing. However, seeing Su-Ritu who had come along, Shwetu's eyes darted around. He suddenly said, "Chief Su-Ritu, would you be willing to lead your troops and go with me?" "Ah, yes, of course. I'll go. Su-Ritu had been staring blankly at the dozens of cannons in front of the Han army camp. Startled by Shwetu's question, He snapped back to reality and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Are you kidding me? With dozens of cannons lined up here, who would dare say no? Didn't you see how miserably Maden's allied army had lost? If those things were aimed at his army for a few rounds, how many men would be left? The guards were changed. The Chinyo guard stayed behind to organize the cleanup. The 2,000 fresh Huban guard, along with 7,000 herdsman light cavalry, and Su Ritu's 10,000-strong army, once again set off in the direction of Maden's escape. To the south of the battlefield, Maden, having already fled for dozens of li, was sweating profusely. An arrow was stuck in his left arm as he spurred his horse onward, displaying his masterful riding skills. His personal guards flanked him, while 8,000 of the Han tribe's light cavalry pursued relentlessly, constantly firing arrows at his allied forces. Maden looked back with a face full of unwillingness. He had arrived with an army of 60,000, the most powerful force on the grasslands. But in the time it took to roast a leg of lamb, he had suffered a crushing defeat and was now fleeing in disgrace back to his main camp. Looking back, he could see at most 10,000 men who had escaped with him. He didn't even know how he would face the women of those tribes when he returned. The Han army behind him was relentless, with riders constantly surging forward to shoot a few arrows at his banner. The further Maden fled, the colder his heart grew. His adopted son, Dalantai, had luckily survived the cannonade and had protected him during the initial escape. But halfway through their flight, while shielding him from arrows, Dalantai had been shot and killed by a group of nameless Han soldiers, riddled with over a dozen arrows until he looked like a porcupine. What infuriated him the most was that the Han soldiers who killed him were all grassland herdsmen who had only joined the Han tribe last year. Maden couldn't understand it. They were all herdsmen of the grasslands. Why were these people so willing to die for the Han tribe? But just as he was thinking this, a cloud of dust rose again on the horizon behind him. Another large group of horsemen was in pursuit. So fast, Maden's heart sank. He didn't need to think to know it was the Han army. On the battlefield, his allied forces had been stunned by the Han tribe's mysterious attack, their fighting spirit shattered, their ranks in chaos. They were no match for the elite Han army, but he hadn't expected them to deal with the tens of thousands of men back there so quickly. One more chapter coming soon. Maden knew he absolutely could not stop now. If he did, he would surely be surrounded by the Han tribe's superior forces, and there would be no escape. But the few thousand Han light cavalry at his heels were so annoying, sticking to him relentlessly. It was infuriating. After a moment's thought, Maden quickly came up with a plan. He decided to split off 3,000 men to form a rear guard, holding back the pursuers while the rest of his battered army escaped. But he wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to send his own men to their deaths. He scanned his surroundings. The Xian tribe's contingent was completely gone, but many from the Snow Wolf tribe were still with him. More importantly, their chief was missing. Whether he was dead or had fled didn't matter. What mattered was that he could use them. With a plan in mind, Maden spoke a word to one of his personal guards. The guard immediately broke away from the group and rode toward the Snow Wolf tribe's contingent, shouting at them. Our chief is surrounded by the Han army. Everyone, follow me to rescue him. Warriors of the Snow Wolf tribe, with me. The surrounding Snow Wolf warriors were stunned. They immediately looked around for their chief, but after a full scan, he was indeed gone. A group of the chief's loyalists immediately answered the call. Following Maden's guard, they wheeled their horses around and charged straight back at the pursuing Han forces. The other Snow Wolf warriors saw some of their own turning back. They didn't understand what was happening, but seeing so many of their kinsmen riding back, they followed along, not wanting to be separated from the main group. In the fleeing main army ahead, the Snow Wolf chief, with an arrow sticking out of his back, saw his troops suddenly turn to block the Han pursuers. He heard his warriors shouting about rescuing their chief. He was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped onto his horse's back, unconscious. Before his eyes closed, he was still cursing, Maden has deceived me. Maden has deceived me. 3,000 Snow Wolf warriors were tricked by Maden's guard into staying behind to block the pursuers. Although they were less than half the number of the Han pursuers, they caused considerable trouble. The two sides fought for a while, and after losing 1,000 men, the remaining 2,000 allied soldiers were forced to surrender. This forced the Han pursuers to divert some of their forces to watch over the prisoners. By the time they were ready to resume the chase, there was no sign of Maden on the grassland. After chasing for dozens of li, the thousands of light cavalry were exhausted, their horses spent, and they had lost their target. Qianyang Ili had no choice but to order the army to rest, treat the wounded, and round up the prisoners and horses. About half an hour later, Shuetu arrived with nearly 20,000 men. The path was littered with the bodies of men and horses. They hadn't gone the wrong way, but when they caught up, there was no sign of Martin. Shuetu got a report on the situation and cursed in frustration, cracking his whip. In the end, he had no choice but to lead his troops back to camp. Without logistical support, it was unrealistic for the army to pursue Martin for hundreds of li. And so, the Huban Guard, along with the Han tribe's 10,000 light cavalry, the rounded-up prisoners, and Su Ritu's 10,000 men, nearly 30,000 in total, headed back, collecting weapons and bodies along the way. The surviving warhorses were also rounded up. These were all important spoils of war. It was afternoon by the time Shuetu led the army back to the camp. Meanwhile, the main battlefield at Kaiyuan Commandery had been cleared. After the weapons and warhorses were collected, the prisoners were used to move the bodies of men and horses. Without horses and weapons, the prisoners had no chance of escape. A few tried to run, but on the flat, open grassland, they couldn't get more than a few steps before being run down by Han cavalry. They were either shot dead or dragged back with lariats, then brutally whipped in front of the other prisoners as a warning about the consequences of escaping. The gates of Kaiyuan Commandery were reopened. The women, children, and common folk inside were all smiles. They had defeated a powerful enemy, and their homes were safe. The sacrifices were within an acceptable range. After the battle, when the casualties and spoils were tallied, the leaders of Kaiyuan Commandery were once again stunned by their gains. The Han tribe had killed 13,621 enemy soldiers in battle, taken 28,972 prisoners, and captured 76,854 warhorses, 837 two-wheeled carts, 18,561 head of cattle and sheep, and 18,349 bronze weapons, not including arrows. This didn't even count those who were trampled beyond recognition or blown to bits by the cannons. Much of the minced flesh was impossible to count. The battle tally only included relatively intact bodies. Even just a head was counted. In contrast, the Han tribe's own losses in a battle involving tens of thousands were less than 2,000. The Qianyo Guard had over 60 killed and about 300 wounded. The Huban Guard had 0 casualties. The rest were among the allied herdsmen, and even their death toll was low, with most suffering from non-serious arrow wounds that could be treated. They lost about 3,000 warhorses, but compared to the enormous spoils, this was nothing. The leaders looked at the final numbers, their faces beaming. Ha 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 ha, our losses are so low. It's all thanks to the armor our leader issued. Chai Duo laughed heartily. The newly issued weapons are also excellent. Those recurve composite bows completely outclass the enemy's bows in both power and range. That gave us a huge advantage, Qianyang Ili added with joyful praise. I think the greatest credit for this battle must go to the cannons, said Ing Rue, the commandery governor of Kaiyuan, who had come out from the city to join the discussion with the military leaders. When we were cleaning the battlefield, I saw at least 8,000 or 9,000 men who died under cannon fire. If not for the few volleys of cannon fire that inflicted huge losses on the enemy and broke their morale before we even engaged, it would have been very difficult for us to achieve such a result. Governor Ing is right. The cannons were indeed the key to this victory. No one can deny that. To put it bluntly, our leader is brilliant. He can sit in the rear, use his brain a little, and allow us to win a decisive victory 1,000 li away. If you ask me, the greatest credit belongs to the leader. Shuetu hadn't gotten to fight, but he had commanded the opening artillery volleys. Now that the cannons were being discussed, he naturally wanted to praise them a bit more. Otherwise, it would seem like he hadn't done anything, which was an uncomfortable feeling. Ha 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 ha, Commander 2 is right. It's all thanks to our leader's excellent leadership. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved such a result today. But I must remind you all, shouldn't we report this victory to the leader? He's probably still worried about the situation here. There's also the matter of compensation for the fallen soldiers and rewards for those who performed meritorious service. How should we deal with the tens of thousands of prisoners? And those tens of thousands of warhorses, that's no small number. We should ask the leader how to handle these spoils. Moreover, although the spoils of this battle are great, the most important target, Martin, escaped. How do we explain that to the leader? What should we do next? Rest and recuperate, or continue to hunt down Martin? I think we should jointly submit a petition to the leader for instructions, Ing Rue reminded everyone. Yes, a joint petition. I'll sign it too. Ha 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 sigh. I hope the leader will forgive us on account of the spoils. The victory report and the list of fallen soldiers were quickly sent to Hanyang City by Flying Eagle. The Eagle arrived in the middle of the second night. However, Han Feng had given prior instructions that any message sent by Flying Eagle must be brought to him immediately, no matter the time. After all, any situation requiring a Flying Eagle was usually happening far from the Han tribe's core territories. In the dead of night, a clerk carrying a carbide lamp made his way to Han Feng's home. The personal guard at the door informed a maidservant, who then woke Han Feng. Hearing it was the battle report from Kaiyuan Commandery, Han Feng rushed out in his underrobe. He quickly scanned the contents by the lamplight, then slammed his hand on the table in delight and roared at the clerk outside the door. Immediately copy this victory report and post it in every commandery, county, and village of the Han tribe. Yes, sir. The clerk, beaming with joy, took the report to the side to begin copying. Someone, reward the cannon foundry. Give every worker who cast a cannon an extra month's salary as a bonus. Tell them to keep up the good work and strive to make even better weapons in the future. Yes, leader. Rest assured. Another personal guard took the order and left. Han Feng was still too excited to sit still. He paced back and forth in the room a couple of times until Jianing came up behind him and draped a coat over his shoulders. Only then did he gradually calm down. He took the letter to his study to review it carefully. The immense victory brought a smile to Han Feng's face, but he wasn't swept away by this temporary success. The most important enemy, Modern, had escaped. Tens of thousands of prisoners awaited settlement. The fallen soldiers needed compensation, and the massive spoils of war were waiting for him to distribute. After careful consideration, Han Feng immediately picked up his brush and wrote a reply. The Han tribe had established several new commanderies this year. Labor was needed everywhere for construction, and people needed to be moved to settle the frontiers. Since the war on the grasslands had already begun, it couldn't just end anticlimactically. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. After some thought, Han Feng drafted a prisoner of war reformation program. Simply treating the 20,000-plus prisoners as slaves was not in the Han tribe's best interest. Han Feng wanted population, not a group of slaves. So, he decided to directly reorganize the prisoners into a temporary army. He would use these 20,000-plus prisoners to continue fighting Modern. That way, if they died in battle, he wouldn't have to pay compensation. It was a perfect solution that served two purposes. For the soldiers who had died in this battle, the tribe would cover all funeral expenses and compensate their families according to the previously established standards. The Han tribe would pay to raise the children of the martyrs to adulthood, and the children would have the right to inherit their father's title. If the father had no title, a two-rank title would be bestowed upon the orphan. This title could not be passed down further. Additionally, a batch of medicinal supplies and doctors would be sent to the front lines to treat the wounded soldiers. As for those who were seriously wounded and disabled, they would all be honorably discharged and sent home. The tribe would award them titles and assign them jobs based on their merits. Those willing to farm could continue to do so. Fallen herdsman warriors would also have titles bestowed upon their orphans. The Han tribe would cover funeral expenses, but there would be no long-term pension. However, they would receive a one-time compensation of a few head of cattle and sheep. They were captured spoils anyway, and if not given to them, there would be no one to raise them. At the same time, the families of the fallen herdsmen would receive a plot of pasture land officially designated by the Han tribe, which their orphans could use for their entire lives. However, after the children passed away, the Han tribe would have the right to reclaim the usage rights. If their children did not wish to be herders, they could choose to move to the interior. The Han tribe would provide compensation according to the same standards as for other farming clans. Then there was that fellow Suritu. He wasn't part of the Han tribe yet. Giving him a share of the spoils would be generous enough. On this matter, Han Feng gave specific instructions. The several hundred captured carts could all be given to him. Not a single captured bronze weapon was to be given, but the Han tribe could offer some iron pots and kitchen knives in exchange. The Han tribe certainly wouldn't give him livestock and horses, but they could agree to trade them for white salt. If Su Ritu proposed any other conditions, they were to be rejected outright. As for the 28,972 prisoners of war, they were to undergo ideological reform immediately. The facts were to be explained to them. The reason for today's outcome was entirely because Modern had deceived them. It was Modern who had led them to their deaths. In short, All the blame was to be pinned on Modern, and no refutation would be accepted. Those willing to accept reorganization could temporarily become soldiers of the Han tribe. The Han tribe promised to send troops with the best weapons to lead them to seek justice from Modern, to reclaim their own wives, children, and livestock. Then they could join the Han tribe and become good herdsmen under its rule. Or, if they wished to move to other Han tribe commanderies to farm, the Han tribe would also agree. The rest, those unwilling to accept reorganization, would be sent to build walls, repair roads, carry bricks, dig rivers, and mine coal. There was plenty of hard labor for them to do. They could undergo labor reform for a few years first. This way, some of the coal miners in Dongxing Commandery could be replaced. Those people who had done hard labor for over a year, some of them wanted to move to other commanderies to farm peacefully. The newly established commanderies also needed people to settle the frontiers, so the replaced population could be moved there directly. Of the tens of thousands of captured warhorses, besides replacing the lost ones, the rest were to be used to equip the reorganized surrendered soldiers. Seeking justice from Modern would definitely require a long-distance campaign. An army of 20,000 would need at least 2 horses per person, which meant 40,000 warhorses. It seemed like a lot had been captured, but it wasn't that many. The remaining horses were to be selected for superior breeds and kept in Kaiyuan Commandery for breeding. The rest would be transported to various Han tribe commanderies to support tribal construction. For example, the newly established Tahai Commandery was vast and sparsely populated, with expansive plains. Both transportation and agriculture required a lot of animal power to drive development. This batch of captured warhorses would be a key support for those new commanderies. After the prisoners of war were reorganized, the Huban Guard, with 10 cannons, would lead the allied herdsmen and the surrendered soldiers to continue the hunt for Modern. A message was to be sent to Modern. As long as he personally surrendered to the Han tribe, his life would be spared. Otherwise, he could expect to be hunted by the Han tribe indefinitely. After writing the reply, Han Feng had it sent back by Flying Eagle. Then he returned to his room, flipped through a calendar, and calculated the sailing date of the warship Fubo. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be arriving at their destination soon. He wondered how Shuda was doing. On the other side, thousands of li from Hanyang City, the massive warship Fubo cut through the sparkling waves, its 4 mainmasts at full sail, heading day and night toward the destination designated by the leader. Another morning dawned. Nearly 1,000 crew members awoke in their cabins and began their new daily training routine. On the 3-gun decks, countless gunners were practicing loading ammunition and repositioning the cannons. Shuda, munching on a flatbread rolled with bean sprouts, patrolled the deck. Just then, the lookout at the top of the mainmast suddenly reported. Reporting to the commander, "I see the destination. One more chapter to come." Hearing the lookout's report, Shuda immediately ran to the ship's rail and strained his eyes. Sure enough, he saw the edge of a continent on the distant horizon. He immediately shouted his orders. "Stop the ship! Stop the ship! Furl the sails and drop anchor! Halt right here!" The sailors on deck were all stunned, looking at him in confusion. The captain of the Fubo also hurried over and asked, "Commander Shu, why are we stopping now? If we continue at full sail, we can definitely reach our destination before noon." "What the hell do you know? Why the rush? We're here to fight a war, not to travel. Now is not the right time. To avoid revealing our position prematurely, I order you to stop the ship now. We will proceed again at dusk," Shu berated the captain. The captain, helpless, had no choice but to order the sailors to stop the ship. Since the Han tribe had no professional navy before, the captain of the Fubo was simply chosen from among the captains of the previous 3-masted transport ships. He was an excellent sailor, but he knew nothing about military warfare. Shuda, on the other hand, was a commandery governor of the Han tribe. He had participated in the battle against the cannibals and had once commanded the Han tribe's early professional army. He knew a thing or two about military strategy. However, when it came to long-distance sailing, he was still a novice. But since Han Feng had appointed him as the commander of the Fubo Guard, he had naturally considered this. So, even though the Fubo was the fleet's flagship, it still had its own captain. Shuda, as the overall commander of the entire fleet, could give orders to all the ship captains. However, this time, to save time for a surprise attack, the fleet consisted of only this one flagship. Meanwhile, the leaders in Kaiyuan City had sent the victory report back to Hanyang City. The round trip took 4 days. 4 days later, They finally received Han Feng's reply and immediately began to reorganize the surrendered soldiers and distribute the various captured supplies according to his orders. At the same time, they sent out scouts and mounted patrols to determine the current location of Maden's allied forces. Su Ritu was also summoned to Kaiyuan City to discuss the distribution of the spoils of war. He dared not raise any objections to the Han tribe's arrangements. After this battle, he had truly seen the hidden strength of the Han tribe. They were an existence he could not afford to provoke. In the face of such absolute military power, any talk of schemes and plots was just nonsense. Su Ritu had also suffered several hundred casualties in this battle, but he got no share of the prisoners. Population was a resource that belonged only to the Han tribe. However, the Han tribe did promise to give him more white salt as compensation. After settling the spoils, Rui, following Han Feng's reply, extended a new invitation to Su Ritu, asking him to join the Han tribe in continuing the hunt for Maden. He was promised a share of any good things they captured. He definitely wouldn't be left at a disadvantage. Su Ritu thought for a moment. Citing the need for his tribe to continue herding and living, he only agreed to send 3,000 troops. The rest of his men would escort this battle's spoils directly back to their tribe. Rui and the others were not surprised by this result. The operation to hunt down Maden required preparations for a long-term war. After all, the grasslands were vast, and a round trip would take a lot of time, not to mention the chase itself. Fortunately, the Han tribe had plenty of soldiers. For this operation, the Huban Guard had 2,000 men, the allied herdsmen could provide 8,000, and with the reorganized surrendered soldiers, they had at least 20,000. Adding Su Ritu's 3,000, the total army of 20 to 30,000 was more than enough to crush Maden's remnant forces. After agreeing on the plan of action, Kaiyuan Commandery began the intense work of screening the prisoners and conducting ideological reform. There was no need to reorganize the 1,000-plus prisoners from the Exine tribe. They were all sent by ship to Dongshin Commandery to mine coal. Among the other surrendered soldiers, through mutual identification and reporting, a number of high-ranking members of Maden's faction, the Snow Wolf tribe's leadership, and some chiefs of other small and medium-sized tribes and their confidants were screened out. These men were all designated as slaves and would soon be sent by ship to various construction sites throughout the Han tribe for labor reform. After the screening, only 20,000 ordinary herdsmen from the lower and middle classes of various tribes remained. These people had no conflict of interest or hatred with the Han tribe and were a class that could be safely reformed. After the Han tribe's blame-shifting campaign, which was delivered with both reason and emotion, these people finally realized who their real enemy was, who had led them to their deaths, and how the Han tribe was benefiting the herdsmen of the grasslands. Furthermore, they now had nothing. Because they had gone to war, their wives, children, and livestock were left in their original camps. Now Maden had abandoned them and seized their families and property. To get them back, they had to join the Han army to eliminate Maden. These surrendered herdsmen were quite willing to do so. On one hand, they genuinely missed their wives, children, and property. On the other hand, with a powerful army like the Han tribe on their side, along with that mysterious weapon as powerful as heavenly punishment, they were no longer afraid of Maden at all. They were full of confidence about reclaiming their families and livestock. Whether they would become independent in the future or join the Han tribe, their wives, children, and livestock were essential. This was a practical difficulty right in front of them. They had to fight for it, or they wouldn't be able to live. And by the lakeside grasslands further south, after 4 days of long-distance travel, Maden finally led his remnant army back to their spring and summer pasture. Counting the numbers again, the original 60,000-strong allied army was now less than 8,000. The losses were catastrophic, and the number of lost cattle, sheep, and horses was astronomical. However, even after returning to his home base, Maden dared not relax his guard. He was not a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to incite such a large force. So he knew very well that the Han tribe would definitely kick him while he was down. Taking advantage of his weakness and low morale after a recent defeat, they would surely lead a large army to encircle and annihilate him. His pasture was right here. Even if the Han tribe hadn't followed him all the way, they would learn the location of his main camp from the captured prisoners. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to move to other pastures as soon as possible. Fortunately, many tribes had fallen at the hands of the Han tribe this time. He could use their pastures as he pleased. With the 8,000 warriors he had, plus the men left to guard the main camp, he could scrape together another 10,000 troops. With these 10,000 men, as long as he could absorb the wives, children, and livestock left behind by those small and medium-sized tribes, it wouldn't be long before he, Modern, was once again a hegemon in the southern grasslands. What he didn't know was that the giant ship on the lake, armed with 120 cannons, had been watching him for a long time. With his defeated army back in camp, Modern quickly gave the order to pack up and prepare to move. However, relocating so many people and livestock was not something that could be done in a single day. Everyone had been fleeing for several days and needed to rest. Modern wasn't too concerned about this. In his view, the Han tribe would be busy enough just dealing with the prisoners and the spoils of war. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't possibly catch up within 2 days. And after 2 days, he would be long gone. In the main camp by the lake, some of the men who had returned were resting in their tents, while others went out to graze their herds. The women and children were packing up household goods in preparation for the move. The most miserable were the families whose men had died in battle. The women were all weeping, mourning their deceased husbands. But after crying their fill, they still had to pack or tend to the herds. Life had to go on. As evening fell, the herdsmen who had been out all day drove their cattle and sheep home, securing them in pens before returning to their tents to prepare food. They were set to depart tomorrow. This would be their last night here. However, at this very moment, the 5-masted cannon ship floating on the lake began to raise its sails once more. "Commander Shu, why didn't we move during the day? Why are we going at night?" the captain of the Fubo asked, still puzzled as he watched the sails being raised. "Are you an idiot?" Shooter retorted irritably. He really felt that the captain the leader had chosen for him wasn't very bright. "Let me ask you, what is our target this time? The herdsmen in Modern's main camp?" The captain wasn't angry about being scolded by Shuda. He had indeed been transferred from a transport ship and didn't know much about warfare. But now that the leader had made him the captain of a warship, he had better learn as much as he could, as quickly as possible. Otherwise, who knew when the leader might replace him? This was an opportunity. If he could seize it, with the experience of being the captain of the Han tribe's first naval flagship, a prosperous future would be within his grasp. So, as long as he could learn something valuable, he didn't mind being cursed at a little. "Then let me ask you again, do herdsmen stay at home during the day?" Shuda shot back. "Oh, I understand. Commander, you mean that the herdsmen are out grazing their flocks during the day, so if we went then, we would only expose our position prematurely. That's why we have to wait until night, when the cattle and sheep are in their pens and the people are home. Then we can sneak over and catch them all in one fell swoop." "Commander, you are truly brilliant," the captain exclaimed in sudden realization. "All right, enough with the flattery. Get your men ready now. We need to measure the water depth near the shore. This time, we need to get as close to the shore as possible without running the ship aground. That's the only way to maximize the advantage of our cannon's range and inflict the greatest possible damage. Do a good job, and you'll get your share of the credit," Shudo instructed again. "Yes, Commander. Rest assured, I will complete the mission." The Fubo sailed swiftly across the lake, from dusk until sunset. By the time the sky was completely dark, it was around 7 or 8 in the evening. The great ship stopped a few kilometers from the shore and launched several small boats. The sailors rowed them carefully toward the bank. Under the cover of the reeds and the shallows, the small boats quietly approached the shore. Sailors then dropped lead weights, measuring the depth bit by bit. Once they had mapped out an area deep enough for the large ship, they planted bamboo poles along the edge of the shallows, tied ropes between them, and finally hung a few carbide lamps on the ropes as reference points to prevent the ship from getting too close and running aground. The line of markers for the deep water was a full 300 meters from the shore. The herdsmen's tents couldn't be right on the water's edge, so it was impossible for them to spot the lights with the naked eye. But they couldn't fool the sheepdogs that were constantly guarding the pens. Not long after the carbide lamps were hung, some sheepdogs ran to the shore, sniffing around and barking a few times at the lake, though this didn't attract the herdsmen's attention. The small boats, having just finished measuring the depth, quickly rowed back toward the anchored ship. However, they didn't board. Instead, they held up their lamps from below to guide the large ship toward the shore. With its sails not fully unfurled, the great ship moved forward slowly, found the right angle, turned, and finally positioned itself parallel to the shore, gradually approaching the lamps hanging over the water. In the pitch-black night, a behemoth suddenly drew near Modern's main camp. The sheepdogs, already on edge, began to bark furiously at the lake. The herdsmen in the camp were finally alerted. They grabbed their bows and spears and emerged from their tents. After fleeing for several days, they were terrified that the Han tribe would launch another surprise attack. However, when they saw the direction the sheepdogs were barking, they frowned. The lake? What was on the lake? But those herdsmen who had previously experienced the Han tribe's amphibious assault immediately panicked. Some ran through the camp with torches, shouting warnings. Others even blew the oxhorn bugles used for wartime alarms. In an instant, the entire camp was thrown into chaos. Trouble! The Han army is coming from the lake. Whoa! Modern was jolted awake. He quickly grabbed a captured steel saber from his side, threw open the flap of his tent, and demanded loudly, "What's happening? Has the Han tribe attacked?" "Chief, run. The Han tribe is attacking from the water." "What did you say? Did you see their ship?" No, I didn't see it." "Then what are you shouting for?" Modern kicked the man irritably. "That's what everyone is saying," the man said, feeling wronged after being kicked to the ground. Modern ignored him. He quickly put on his clothes, grabbed his weapon, and had someone bring him his horse. Then he sent his trusted men to check the situation at the shore. On the lake, the Fubo was shrouded in darkness. They hadn't lit any lamps, fearing they would be discovered by the herdsmen on shore. But they had underestimated the loyal sheepdogs. While still far from the shore, Shuda had already noticed the chaos erupting on land. He knew their position had been compromised. He decided not to hide any longer. He immediately ordered the lamps to be lit. The ship turned its bow to the south and began to move slowly, parallel to the shore. At the same time, all the gun ports on the starboard side were opened, and all 60 cannons were pushed into firing position. The ammunition had been loaded in advance, precisely so they could unleash maximum firepower the moment they arrived, inflicting the greatest possible damage before the enemy could react. The next moment, following Shu Da's order from the command platform on the stern castle, the 3-gun decks below erupted in a continuous roar as one cannon after another fired. Modin's trusted subordinate had just reached the lake's edge when he saw a blaze of lights suddenly flare up on the water a few hundred meters away. The lights seemed very high, like the tall buildings in Kaiyuan City at night. The thought alone sent a chill down his spine. How could there be a tall building in the lake? Even the Han tribe's great ships weren't that tall, were they? But the next moment, he saw bursts of fire erupt from that distant, tall building, followed by the rolling thunder of explosions from across the lake. The sound was like the roar of the god of death. On that morning a few days ago, it was a weapon that made this very sound that had so easily defeated their 60,000-strong allied army. There was no time to react. The moment he heard the roar, the whistling cannonball had already shattered his body. Flesh and blood rained down, but it couldn't stop the speeding projectile. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. The massive cannons roared incessantly. The density of fire from 60 cannons firing simultaneously was beyond imagination. What was even more despairing was that, since this was a ship-to-shore attack, Han Feng had specifically instructed Shu De to use double charges to achieve the greatest possible effect. He wanted the cannons to have an extremely long range, even when firing from the lake, to create a deep zone of destruction and inflict as much damage as possible on Modin's main camp. Judging by the results, it was working exactly as planned. A standard round shot with a double charge could travel up to 3,000 meters. The whistling cannonballs slammed into the herdsmen and their livestock on the shore, tore through the herds, and continued flying toward the tents further inland, only stopping after traveling more than 2,000 meters. At that range, it was enough to pierce Modin's camp from one side to the other. Countless tents were blown over by the cannonballs. The felt coverings caught fire from the campfires, instantly turning into huge fireballs. Many herdsmen were still sleeping in their tents and were trapped and burned alive by the raging flames. The livestock near the shore suffered catastrophic casualties. At night, the animals, having been out all day, were pinned up in high concentrations. Every cannonball that flew into such a dense herd caused massive death and injury. The animals that were lucky enough to survive were terrified by the horrific attack and the thunderous explosions from the distance. They all panicked uncontrollably. The frightened horses, cattle, and sheep leaped about, frantically trying to escape their enclosures, adding even more chaos to the already tumultuous camp. Meanwhile, Modin was so scared his blood ran cold. He had never imagined the Han tribe would mount that demonic weapon on a ship to launch a surprise attack on his camp. A single strike had caused him irreparable losses. How many men had the Han tribe brought? When would they land? Modern didn't know, and he didn't want to know. The moment he heard the cannon fire, his first thought was to escape. The power of that thing was simply not something a human could withstand. If he didn't run now, was he going to wait until he was turned into a pile of flesh and blood? The next moment, without even trying to assemble his army, Modern mounted his horse and fled with a few of his personal guards. He had more than one base anyway. This was just the largest one. Once he reached another encampment and got his hands on the supplies he had extorted from the Exine tribe, he could easily gather another group of warriors willing to follow him. But his flight was a disaster for the herdsmen in the encampment. Most of them were seeing a cannon for the first time and had no idea how to avoid it. They couldn't even see how the enemy was attacking. They only saw the cattle, sheep, and horses around them instantly turn into mangled corpses. The herdsmen were on the verge of tears. Unlike farming tribes who lived off the land, their entire families depended on those cattle and sheep for their livelihood. Now, with the livestock dead or scattered, how were they supposed to live? The camp on the shore was in utter chaos. Many of the warriors who had come out early weren't killed by the Han tribe's cannonballs, but were instead trampled to death by the stampeding cattle and horses. Faced with an attack they couldn't even see, their only option was to flee. Just as the herdsmen steeled themselves to abandon everything and escape with their lives, the second round of cannon fire roared from the lake. As the Fubo moved slowly forward, the angle of the incoming cannonballs changed, making it impossible for the herdsmen to defend against. Many of the fleeing livestock were hit again, suffering heavy casualties. Some of the more timid herdsmen prostrated themselves on the ground, begging the gods for forgiveness, and miraculously avoided the cannonballs whistling through the air. But just as they were celebrating their luck, the next moment, huge herds of livestock stampeded over them, and they were trampled to death by the panicked animals in an instant. The cannon fire continued unabated. After 5 volleys, Shuda finally ordered a ceasefire. Looking at the shore, all he could see were burning tents and shattered bodies. The animals that could run had mostly fled. The people who hadn't died had also mostly escaped. The occasional survivor stood amidst the carnage, staring blankly at the devastation and wailing at the sky. "Commander, what do we do now? Should we land?" The captain of the Fubo asked Shuda excitedly. "Land? Why would we land? The leader didn't order us to attack on land. We just need to harass them from the water. But all those cattle and sheep on the shore, it's a shame to just leave them. How about this? Organize 200 sailors to go ashore and drag some cattle and sheep back for us to eat. We can improve the crew's meals. We'll be dealing with them for a long time to come. Remember, tell the sailors who go ashore not to wander far. They are only allowed to operate within the cannon's range. And don't be greedy. Just get enough meat to last us a while." "All right, I'll see to it right away," the captain replied. He immediately ordered the ship to stop and drop anchor. Then he had the sailors lower the landing boats and organized 200 men to go ashore to collect the carcasses of the cattle and sheep. The surviving herdsmen on the shore seemed blind to the sailors landing, their faces pale, as if they were all scared witless. They worked until the middle of the night. When the ship's food stores were once again filled with beef and mutton, the Fubo departed without a second thought, heading for its next target. As for the wreckage on the shore, they couldn't be bothered to clean it up. "Commander, where are we going next?" Shuda, flushed with his first victory, was roasting a leg of lamb. He declared with great bravado, "To Maden's next base, of course. The mission the leader gave us is to patrol the southern shore of the grassland lake. Any base of Maden's we see, we hit. We'll hit him until his losses are catastrophic. We'll hit him until he no longer dares to graze his horses and sheep by the lake. We'll make him so scared of our ship that he runs at the sound of our cannons. We'll hit him until he comes crawling to the Han tribe and calls us Daddy." The Fubo quickly set off again. Since their position had been exposed, Shuda believed that as long as Maden wasn't a fool, he would definitely strengthen his watch over the lake at his new bases. Surprise attacks would be much more difficult in the future. With this in mind, Shuda ordered full speed ahead. This time, he abandoned the previous stealthy approach and instead used the convenience of water transport and the speed of the sailing ship to play a game of time against Maden. Just as Maden arrived at his second base, the Fubo simultaneously appeared on the lake beside it. Another long-range artillery barrage followed. Maden was so terrified that he didn't even enter the encampment and fled directly into the depths of the grasslands. After 2 consecutive surprise attacks, Maden had figured out the Han tribe's plan. They intended to use the advantage of their ship and weapons to destroy his bases one by one. Once he understood this, Modern stopped going to his other bases altogether. Instead, he sent out his personal guards to his other encampments to evacuate the herdsmen and livestock, while he himself hid deep in the grasslands, avoiding the Han tribe's attacks. Meanwhile, 3 days after Maden's main camp was attacked, Shuetu led the Han tribe's 10,000 elite cavalry, the 20,000 newly turned herdsman cavalry, and Su Ritu's 3,000 cavalry, a total of 33,000 troops, on a grand march toward Maden's old base. However, before they even reached their destination, they encountered many of Maden's routed soldiers along the way. Shuetu barely had to lift a finger. Many of the routed soldiers chose to surrender the moment they saw the Han tribe's massive army. Some, holding on to a sliver of hope, tried to flee, but after being surrounded by the Han cavalry, they still chose to surrender. Shuetu continued to gather up surrendered soldiers as he advanced, finally arriving at Maden's main camp. But all that greeted him was a scene of devastation. Most of the warriors and herdsmen were gone, with only a few herdsmen still living there. The place had just been bombarded by the Han tribe. Everything that could be destroyed had been destroyed. The herdsmen felt that the Han tribe was unlikely to return so soon, so they simply didn't move and continued to live among the ruins. But when they saw the Han tribe's tens of thousands of cavalry approaching again, they were numb and did not flee or resist. In fact, from the moment they chose to stay, they considered themselves to have no connection with Maden anymore. Even if the Han tribe came, there was no reason to attack them again. If the Han tribe insisted on taking them away, that was fine too. They had always heard that life in the Han tribe was good. If joining the Han tribe could bring them a stable life for the rest of their days, they wouldn't mind. They only hoped that there would be no more war and killing, that their relatives would no longer die in vain, and that their cattle and sheep could graze peacefully by the lake. Such a life was enough. Shuetu was naturally happy to accept such peace-loving herdsmen who were content with their lives. What frustrated him was that he learned from the herdsmen about the Han tribe's great ship attacking them a few days ago. He had led such a large force out here and hadn't gotten to fight a single proper battle. He had just been picking up people along the way, which was incredibly frustrating. Fortunately, the gains from this trip were not small. He had acquired a lot of people and livestock for free, as well as an endless supply of beef, mutton, leather, and other materials. After inquiring about the movements of Maden and the Han tribe's ship, Shuetu had a rough idea of the leaders and Maden's respective plans. If he wasn't mistaken, Maden's other bases had surely suffered the same attack. With this in mind, Shuetu immediately sent out a large number of scouts to reconnoiter Maden's other bases. He himself led the main army, gathering surrendered soldiers as they went, heading southwest across the grasslands to intercept Maden's fleeing routed army. Thanks to the cooperation of the surrendered soldiers, Shuetu easily obtained information about Maden's various bases and was able to deploy his troops in advance to set up ambushes. And so, Maden's several bases, under the pincer attack of the cannon ship and the Han army, engaged in a few battles with Shuetu's day. But each time, as soon as the 10 field cannons were brought up and fired a few shots, the enemy would rout without a fight. What followed was an easy harvest of spoils. In less than a month, Maden's entire force and a large number of people and supplies were wiped out by the Han tribe. Maden himself, however, vanished as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Even the Jinwu guard spies that Yu Ji had planted by Maden's side had all lost contact. There was no trace of Maden to be found anywhere on the grasslands. But when this news reached Han Feng, he refused to believe that Maden was dead. That man's character was one of extreme endurance, a diehard who would never admit defeat. To think he could be dealt with so easily was far too naive. Han Feng immediately had Kaiyuan commandery spread the news. Anyone who could kill Maden, whether they brought back a living person or a corpse, would receive a handsome reward and a title from the Han tribe, ensuring their family a life of wealth and honor. The herdsmen of the grasslands were naturally interested, but their numbers were limited. Searching the entire world for Maden was like finding a needle in a haystack. This high-stakes bounty could only be claimed by luck. The month-long war finally came to an end. The Han tribe had expended a large amount of ammunition and suffered very few casualties to achieve victory. Maden's whereabouts were unknown, but that could not stop the Han tribe's development. In this war, the Han tribe had acquired about 60,000 people. 10,000 were immediately designated as slaves, 30,000 were able-bodied young men, and the remaining 20,000 were women and children. This human resource was of great use in Han Feng's hands. The first thing that needed to be done was to consolidate the strategic gains of this war, which meant firmly controlling the population and land just seized from Modern to prevent him from making a comeback. After some thought, Han Feng decided to establish 2 more commanderies on the grasslands. One would be located at Modern's former main camp, and the other at another of Modern's important bases. That location was near the southern coast of the continent, between the Bamboo Island Strait and the Great Grassland Lake. There was a not-too-high mountain range nearby, with abundant water and lush vegetation, making it extremely suitable for farming, fishing, and herding. Having determined the development strategy, Han Feng issued a series of transfer orders and appointments. He transferred Chai Duo with the Qinyo Guard to garrison Modern's main camp, leading 10,000 households of herdsmen, and established Zhongwu Commandery, meaning to display the military might of the Han tribe. He was to build a city there with 20 cannons. The Huban Guard was split in 2, becoming the Jinghai Guard and the original Huban Guard. Each guard was allocated 1,000 men, with the vacancies to be filled by the allied herdsmen who had performed meritorious service in this war. The original Huban Guard's military adjutant, Xue Dongliang, was temporarily appointed as the commander of the Jinghai Guard. He was to lead the Jinghai Guard with 20 cannons to another of Modern's important bases, establish Binhai Commandery, build a city, and likewise lead 10,000 households of herdsmen. For better management and division, Han Feng also officially named the Great Grassland Lake Honghu Lake. The 3 grassland commanderies, Kaiyuan, Zhongwu, and Binhai, were all built along the lake and could be collectively called the 3 Honghu Commanderies. Their main transportation would be connected by the Honghu Waterway. All 3 commanderies would have docks to provide a foundation for future shipping of goods. Xue Tu remained the commander of the Huban Guard, but Han Feng ordered him to reorganize the Huban Guard and then immediately lead 10,000 households of herdsmen to Tuahai Commandery. He was to temporarily garrison Tuahai Commandery and waste no time in training a new army of 10,000 men. Han Feng didn't state the purpose, but with minds like Xue Tu's and Deshu's, it didn't take much thought to guess. Placing a force of 12,000 in Tuahai Commandery either meant preparing to attack the Tang tribe, or using the convenience of the sea access to use Tuahai Commandery as a springboard to attack Bamboo Island. But it was more likely that they were placed there to intimidate the Tang tribe, while the real intention was to attack Bamboo Island. This was most in line with the Han tribe's interests. After distributing the population and livestock, the remaining slaves were sent directly back to the Han tribe's main camp and assigned to various construction sites. This also freed up a number of miners from Dongxing Commandery, who could then be relocated to the newly established commanderies to farm. By the end of the 2nd month of the 2nd year of the Jianyuan era, after all the new commanderies were established and the population relocated, Han Feng ordered a comprehensive census. The results showed that the Han tribe now had a registered population of 327,963 and 14,376 slaves. And the registered population was still growing rapidly, mainly concentrated in 4 areas. The mountain people recruited in Tuahai Commandery, the herdsmen recruited in the 3 Honghu Commanderies, the immigrants recruited by Yu Yi in the northern temporary camp, and the wild people recruited by Jing Yin in Dongxing Commandery. These 4 places were the Han tribe's current main sources of population. But as the Han tribe's territory expanded and more resources were developed, new sources of population would surely emerge in the future. At the same time, to further stimulate population growth, Han Feng issued an important decree in the 3rd month of the 2nd year of the Jianyuan era. He reduced the Han tribe's agricultural tax from 4/10 to 2/10, cutting it in half. With more grain in their homes, the people would naturally dare to have more children. In this way, in just 2 or 3 years, the Han tribe's population could easily exceed 1 million. It was at this time that another very important matter was put on Han Feng's agenda. Where should the capital of the Han tribe be built? As the population grew, if Han Feng wanted to better manage his territory, establishing a state and proclaiming himself emperor was a must. But establishing a state was not that simple. If he didn't even have a capital and a decent imperial palace, and rashly put on the yellow robe, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Although it was still a bit early to proclaim himself emperor and establish a state, he could certainly start selecting a site for the capital and building the imperial palace now. A capital of such a massive scale could not be completed in just a year or 2. And since it was the capital, all aspects of its construction had to be top-notch. Han Feng had even planned to build an underground network for the capital, like the German sewer system, to solve the city's drainage problems. This was not to be underestimated. The historical Han capital of Chang'an had to be rebuilt because its water source was polluted. To build a great metropolis, one must first consider water, food, transportation, and fuel. These are essential for human survival, and for a metropolis, they must be abundant, because the population of a capital would certainly not be small. In addition, to consolidate the capital's ruling position and for future development, some important mineral resources were also necessary, especially various metal ores. After much thought, Han Feng finally decided to place the capital to the west of Tuahai Commandery. It was a vast alluvial plain, bordered by the Luyang River system to the east. Through the tributaries of the Luyang River, one could travel north to old commanderies like Hanyang, and south directly to the sea. To the west, it was close to the Honghu Lake system, which, with a little modification, could provide direct access to the three grassland commanderies. The area had abundant freshwater resources, fertile land, dense forests, and a warm, humid climate. Crops could be grown year-round, so food, clothing, and shelter were not a problem. In terms of mineral resources, since the Tang tribe could produce their own ironware, there must be iron ore there, though the size of the deposits was unknown. Building the capital there had its pros and cons. The advantage was greater potential for future development. The disadvantage was that it was far from the Han tribe's current central region. After the capital was built, it would be too far from the old commanderies. But one couldn't just focus on the immediate benefits. The current geographical layout of Ruyang, Hanyang, and Luyang was too small. When the Han tribe's population reached 1 million, it would definitely become overcrowded, and they would have to move elsewhere anyway. Instead of that, it was better to get it right in one step from the beginning. Of course, building a capital was not that easy. Just preparing the various building materials and the initial development of the land would take a long time. It also required sufficient labor. Just like when Europeans built castles, there was always a small town formed by workers around the construction site to provide for the craftsmen's daily needs. The Han tribe's capital would be the same. However, to undertake such a massive project as building a capital, it would require the full support of at least 2 commanderies. So, the most urgent need right now was not the capital itself, but the commandery that would be used to prepare for its construction. Tuahai Commandery was relatively close and could be won, but another one needed to be built to the west of Tuahai. They would dig the sewer system on site, use the excavated earth to make bricks or lay foundations, quarry stone to make cement, and fell giant trees for beams. In any case, it would take 2 or 3 years for these large logs to be completely air-dried after being cut down. By the time the timber was ready, the other building materials and the city's underground water system would probably be more or less done. Then they could just transport the materials over to build the above-ground parts. With this in mind, Han Feng immediately gave another order to Xue Tu and to Shu, telling them to survey the geography and resources near the proposed capital site in advance and draw up a detailed map. This would allow him to create the design drawings based on the terrain ahead of time. Planning the capital was also a challenge. Fortunately, Han Feng already had a lot of experience in urban planning. The capital could be designed according to the layout of a commandery city, with just a few additional facilities. The Imperial Palace, the Central Administrative Center, the Royal Bank, the Royal Mint, the Imperial Guard Barracks, the Imperial University City, and so on, were not things that an ordinary commandery city possessed. At the end of the second month of the second year of the Han tribe's Jinyuan era, while the Han tribe was waging war across the grasslands, Tang Yao finally returned to the Tang tribe by boat. Tang Ji personally came to the shore to welcome her. When she saw the smile on Tang Yao's face, she smiled as well. There was no need to ask. Her niece must have successfully negotiated the cooperation, or she wouldn't be smiling so happily. The two made their way to Tang Yao's small garden, where Tang Yao said cheerfully, "Aunt Ji, the Han tribe has agreed to provide us with those seeds, livestock, and technology." "Oh, and how did you negotiate with that Han leader? Tell me all about it," Tang Ji asked with a cooperative smile. At the mention of this, Tang Yao's lips puckered in a pout. She said pitifully, "I had originally planned to use my medical skills and medicinal herbs as a condition to trade for those things. But I never expected the Han tribe's medical skills to be so advanced. No, they're even better than mine. So that plan didn't work. But the Han tribe is also in short supply of medicinal herbs. They're currently developing some kind of medical inheritance system and want me to participate, so our two tribes can learn and research together and share the results." For that, the Han tribe's leader agreed to provide us with seeds, livestock, and technology. But it's not for free. They will sell them in Tuahai Commandery through trade. If we want them, we have to exchange things of equal value. So, I guess that counts as an agreement. After saying this, Tang Yao stuck out her tongue and looked at Tang Ji cautiously, afraid that her aunt would be dissatisfied with the result. Tang Ji didn't show whether she was satisfied or not, but the word shocked was written all over her face. The Han tribe's medical skills are better than yours. And they invited you to research medicine with them. And you just agreed. Yeah, their medical skills have many amazing aspects. If I learn them, I can better treat our own people. And it's not just medicine. I also learned a lot about managing a tribe from the Han leader this time. He's so brilliant. I never thought that management systems could be used to treat illnesses. As she spoke about her conversation with Han Feng, Tang Yao's eyes sparkled. She looked every bit the adoring fan. Ways of managing a tribe can also treat illnesses. Tang Ji looked skeptical. She suddenly felt that her naive niece, who had never left the tribe before, had been duped by the Han tribe. Yeah, it's true. Seeing her aunt's disbelief, Tang Yao recounted her conversation with Han Feng, especially the various data the Han tribe had compiled through their household registration system, and how Han Feng used institutional methods to reduce infant mortality and childbirth complications. She also talked about how Han Feng used welfare policies to encourage the entire tribe to contribute medicinal herbs, and the medical academy and medical inheritance system he personally established. Finally, she outlined the general direction of the 7 medical books Han Feng had proposed. After hearing Tang Yao's personal account, Tang Ji was equally astonished. These things were definitely unique to the Han tribe. Her foolish niece hadn't lied to her. Otherwise, she could never have explained these things about tribal management systems on her own. After carefully considering the systems Tang Yao described, the direction of medical research proposed by the Han leader, and the Han tribe's unique advanced medical skills, Tang Ji finally decided to let Tang Yao participate. In her view, the most important thing was not just learning medical skills from the Han tribe. More importantly, Tang Yao had learned methods of managing a tribe that were more complete and advanced than her own. Since Tang Yao was her designated successor as the leader of the Tang tribe, learning these things would be of immense benefit to both Tang Yao herself and the future of the Tang tribe. Furthermore, the Han tribe had specifically stated that Tang Yao's participation in medical research was a prerequisite for cooperation between the two tribes. If she didn't agree to let Tang Yao go, there would be no deal on the seeds, livestock, and technology. For this reason alone, it was necessary for Tang Yao to participate. Afterward, the two discussed the methods of trade and what the Tang tribe would use to pay for the goods. After all, the Han tribe was so much more advanced than the Tang tribe that they really didn't have much that the Han tribe would want. Regarding this issue, Tang Yao also shared the advice Han Feng had given them. The Han tribe could provide them with some seeds and planting techniques in advance. Once they could grow the crops, they could use the goods to repay the debt. With the remaining surplus, they could then buy other things they needed. Tang Ji was very interested in this method, feeling it was well suited to the current situation of the two tribes. So, the next day, she took Tang Yao to Tuahai Commandery to request crop seeds and planting techniques. The first batch of seeds the Han tribe provided were corn, cotton, and sweet sorghum, along with several types of vegetables. Cotton was a textile raw material. Sweet sorghum could not only be used to make wine but also to extract sugar, making it a very important raw material for the food industry. These were all things the Han tribe urgently needed. No matter how much they grew, the Han tribe could absorb it all, making them a kind of hard currency, perfect for trade. Tang Yao had specifically requested the corn. If the Tang tribe were to use a large area of their wheat fields to grow sorghum and cotton, they would definitely face a food crisis. To solve this problem, Tang Yao requested the higher yield corn as a supplementary food crop. She had mentioned this to Han Feng before, and he had agreed. It wasn't that he was being overly generous, but that Tuahai Commandery was already growing corn on a large scale. The two tribes were separated only by a river and had frequent contact. If the Tang tribe was determined, they could easily find a way to obtain corn seeds from Tuahai Commandery. It was impossible to prevent. Therefore, rather than letting them try to steal or buy it, which would only earn the Han tribe a reputation for being stingy, it was better to be generous and give it to them directly. At the very least, he would earn a favor. De Shu, the governor of Tuahai Commandery, had been informed of Han Feng's thoughts and instructions in advance, so he was very cooperative. Seeing Tang Ji and Tang Yao arrive together, He immediately had someone bring out the seeds, and then selected some experienced old farmers to go and guide the planting. During the period of instruction, the Tang tribe would provide for all their living needs. Tang Ji was extremely focused on this, and Tang Yao also had some knowledge of plant cultivation, so they both attached great importance to the economic crops introduced from the Han tribe this time. The cloth produced by the Tang tribe was all coarse linen. They had never seen the fine cloth made from cotton before. However, when Tang Yao returned from the Han tribe this time, Xiao Dai, as a representative of the Han tribe, had given her several rolls of printed cotton cloth. Now, seeing the raw material for cotton cloth taking root in their own tribe, the two of them were overjoyed. The tall sweet sorghum plant was even more unfamiliar to the Tang tribe. Before Tuahai Commandery started planting corn, they had never seen such a tall grain crop. They had thought that all grains in the world should look more or less like wheat. The appearance of the Han tribe's corn, sorghum, and giant rice instantly changed their worldview. Looking at the few farming experts in front of them introducing the seeds, Tang Ji immediately asked curiously, what could this sorghum be used for? Did the Han tribe really need this stuff? Of course, Chief Tang, you shouldn't underestimate this thing. This isn't ordinary sorghum, it's sweet sorghum. It has many uses. The sorghum grains can be eaten as food or used to make wine. Wine can not only be drunk, but also used for medicinal purposes. It can be used to reduce fever or disinfect external wounds. Oh, right, and for bruises and sprains, rubbing the injured area with wine can help with recovery. The stalk of the sweet sorghum is also very useful. Its juice is very sweet and can be used to make brown sugar, which is an important seasoning in the homes of our Han tribe people. Of course, you can also call it a supplementary food. Finally, the sorghum tassels that are left over can be used to make brooms for sweeping. Nothing is wasted. After hearing this introduction and seeing the various derivative products laid out before them, Tang Ji's eyes widened. She could never have imagined that the Han tribe could get so many uses out of a single sweet sorghum plant. This was probably the most efficiently utilized economic crop there was. Learning about the many uses of sorghum, Tang Ji ordered her people to study the planting techniques carefully, hoping that in the future, they too could process sorghum themselves. As for cotton, the Han tribe's cotton was a vine plant, so it didn't need to occupy farmland. It could be planted along the edges of fields, in courtyards at home. Any patch of land would do. However, a trellis needed to be set up first. Fortunately, the Tang tribe had bamboo forests nearby, so they didn't lack materials for building trellises. Also, it was best to plant them somewhat concentrated, which would make harvesting more convenient. For a while after that, Tang Ji and Tang Yao eagerly awaited the growth of these crops, hoping to trade for some good things from the Han tribe soon. However, before the sorghum had even grown past their knees, Tuahai Commandery made a big move. It turned out that Xue Tu had finally finished reorganizing the Huban Guard's army and had brought 10,000 households of herdsmen to Tuahai Commandery. The warriors of the Huban Guard and the 10,000 households of herdsmen all came by boat. The massive force of tens of thousands of people used dozens of three-masted sailing ships, almost completely depleting the Han tribe's entire transport capacity at once. Between Tuahai Commandery and the Tang tribe, the sails of dozens of large ships covered the river. Countless herdsmen leaned against the ship rails, looking out at both sides. After sailing for half a month, they had finally arrived at the place where they would live in the future. On both banks of the river, the people of the Tang tribe and Tuahai Commandery were discussing excitedly. Although they had seen ships before, they were all small two-masted boats, and at most, they would see 4 or 5 at a time. This time, the Han tribe had dispatched dozens of larger three-masted sailing ships at once, a truly rare sight. Many people who were not very familiar with the Han tribe now realized just how powerful they were. The large ships were bustling with voices and the neighing of horses. After more than 10,000 people had disembarked from the docks, the horse transport ships, converted from sunken-hulled sand barges, slowly approached the pier. This time, they were transporting not just herdsmen, but even more livestock, especially since this 10,000 herdsmen were intended for combat. War horses were naturally indispensable. With them this time came no less than 20,000 horses. And in a while, another batch of war horses would be transported overland, which would also serve to scout the wild land where the capital was planned to be built. If it were just a lot of people in Tuahai Commandery, that would be one thing. The Tang tribe had plenty of people themselves, nothing to see. But so many large ships, plus 20,000 war horses, this firmly captured the attention of both banks. Neither the Tang tribe nor the newly recruited people of Tuahai Commandery had ever seen such a large herd of horses. Even Tang Yao, who had been to the Han tribe once, was no exception. However, Tang Ji saw something more in this. Among the people the Han tribe had sent over, basically everyone had a weapon, a saber, a spear, or a shield and bow. This was clearly a massive army. And with so many horses, if they were to gallop on the plains, what could possibly stop them? What was the Han tribe planning? Hadn't they agreed to cooperate? And the cooperation had already begun. What was their intention in suddenly transferring so many warriors here? Tang Ji began to get nervous. But until the fleet left Tuahai Commandery 2 days later, those warriors made no move. They just had large groups of horses running along the riverbank from time to time. They heard it was called training. Tang Ji didn't know what training was. She only knew that the Han tribe wouldn't move so many warriors to this remote place for no reason. So, she and Tang Yao, under the pretext of buying horses, made multiple inquiries into Tuahai Commandery, asking about the Han tribe's true purpose. However, Han Feng had no intention of moving against the Tang tribe at the moment. Placing the men here was just a springboard for attacking Bamboo Island. As for threatening the Tang tribe, that was just a side effect. Because Han Feng's attitude was very clear, Deshu and Xue Tu didn't hide anything from the Tang tribe. They directly recounted the war that had recently taken place on the grasslands, where the Han tribe, with 20,000 armored soldiers, had defeated an allied army of 60,000 cavalry. They had captured about 60,000 people alone, and countless cattle, horses, and sheep. The 10,000 households of herdsmen transported this time were the prisoners who had surrendered to the Han tribe in that war. They had been sent by Han Feng to help with the construction of Tuahai Commandery and to train here in preparation for an attack on Bamboo Island. At the same time, Tang Ji also heard them say that the Han tribe had established 2 new large commanderies on the grasslands, both in places with lush water and grass, making it even more convenient to raise livestock in the future. Tang Ji expressed great envy, but this was something the Han tribe had won through war. If she had to lead the Tang tribe against 60,000 mounted warriors, she would definitely turn and run in fear, let alone fight them. Hearing the Han tribe's explanation, Tang Ji relaxed a little. Although the Han tribe said they weren't meant to be used against them, their strength was undeniable. They had defeated an enemy of 60,000. What was her Tang tribe in the eyes of these warriors? So she still didn't dare to let her guard down and kept a close watch on the movements on the opposite bank every day. But then, the ship sent by the Han tribe to pick up Tang Yao arrived. Along with it came the Fubo warship that Tang Yao had seen before, the Han tribe's largest vessel. Tang Yao was quite surprised. The last time she saw this ship at the docks in Luoyang Commandery, there were still many craftsmen doing renovations on it. Now, seeing it again, the ship had already sailed all the way to Tuahai Commandery. The warship Fubo had completed its mission of coordinating with the army to capture Madan's territory. There was nothing left for it to do on the grasslands of Honghu Lake. Han Feng simply ordered Xu De to proceed to Tuahai Commandery, wait at the river mouth for other ships to form the Fubo fleet, and then take the entire fleet out to sea for coastal training. This would include adapting to the marine climate and conducting strategic reconnaissance and deterrence exercises, such as circumnavigating the island. They needed to get a clear understanding of the hydrographic conditions around Bamboo Island first, which would help in completing the plan against the Ecchi tribe. Of course, the Tang tribe was unaware of this. They couldn't figure out what the Han tribe intended to do by bringing such a large ship to Tuahai Commandery. Tang Yao didn't stay in the Tang tribe for long. After personally seeing the sorghum, corn, and cotton sprout in the Tang tribe's fields, she prepared to depart for the Han tribe. This time, the preparations were even more thorough than the last. Han Feng had sent a dedicated ship and a large number of personnel, specifically instructing Tang Yao to bring all the medicinal herbs she could use, as well as the tools for processing them, to the Han tribe by ship. This would allow her to begin her research work as soon as possible. For this purpose, the Han tribe had brought some large flower pots. They dug up many of the medicinal herbs from Tang Yao's garden, and also moved all her various jars and pots for making medicine onto the ship. With all preparations complete, Tang Yao finally set sail, ready to begin her journey of learning in the Han tribe. A month passed in a flash. Tang Yao soon arrived at the shore of Luoyang Commandery again. From there, she traveled by carriage to Hanyang City. The new medical academy had not yet been built, so she couldn't start her work right away. Thus, The medicinal herbs Tang Yao brought were temporarily transplanted into the small garden of Han Feng's home. Hanyang City was relatively small, and there was no empty land within the city for her to plant medicinal herbs. The nearby land outside the city was all privately owned farmland, and any further out would be inconvenient for daily management. Therefore, for the time being, they could only be placed in Han Feng's garden. The medical research couldn't begin immediately, but Tang Yao couldn't be idle. So, Han Feng first arranged for her to attend school in Hanyang City as an exchange student. She needed to learn the Han tribe's writing and language first. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to help with compiling medical books in the future. To take care of the medicinal herbs, and also for the convenience of attending school, and considering that Tang Yao was a young woman from an outside tribe, for various reasons, Tang Yao ended up living in a separate courtyard of Han Feng's home. That courtyard was originally prepared for his children, but Han Feng's 2 children were still young and couldn't live independently yet, so the house was temporarily empty. It was more than enough to accommodate Tang Yao and her few servants. This was the first time Tang Yao had lived in such a luxurious residence. Bright glass windows, a tiled building that could shelter from wind and rain, waxed wooden floors, snow-white plastered walls, various solid wood furniture, and many fabric-covered soft stools and bedding. It was countless times better than her small hut in the Tang tribe. However, all these arrangements were remotely controlled by Han Feng. He himself was not at home, not even in Hanyang City. He didn't even show up when Tang Yao arrived in Luoyang Commandery. Since the end of the war on the grasslands, the Han tribe had been engaged in large-scale construction. Several new commanderies had been established, the population had surged, and large-scale trade with the Tang tribe was about to begin. The original mint's output was becoming insufficient. For this reason, Han Feng made a special trip to the new mint on Lake Hard Island to oversee the development of several second-generation coin-pressing production lines. Thanks to the establishment of the coking plant and new steel commandery, the Han tribe had obtained a large amount of steel. Therefore, the new assembly line equipment also used a large number of steel-structured machines. However, the primary power source was still wind and water power. Even so, the efficiency of coin production had more than doubled. He had been on Lake Hard Island for nearly 2 months just for the research and development of this new assembly line. Of course, Han Feng didn't have to do this kind of work himself. He mostly just drew blueprints and stepped in to solve problems when the workers couldn't handle them. The rest of the time, he was busy with other things in the research institute. This was the Han tribe's technology research and development center, gathering the top craftsmen and the best students. At the same time, it was also responsible for manufacturing some special instruments. For example, the core lighting equipment in several lighthouses was completed here. Other projects under development included silver-plated glass mirrors, telescopes, microscopes, astronomical telescopes, and so on, but no major breakthroughs had been made in the short term. Han Feng wasn't in a hurry and let them study slowly. The rubber research team had also taken on new research tasks: 3 new rubber products, valve cores, inflatable bladders for balls, and pneumatic tires. That's right, Han Feng had set his sights on the bicycle. In the main hall of the Research Institute, several self-propelled vehicles were already parked. Among them were 3 sizes of all-wood bicycles, 3 sizes of bicycles made of a combination of bamboo and wood, and 3 models of pedal-powered tricycles. The appearance of these new types of vehicles made the jaws of the Research Institute's staff drop. When it came to invention and creation, they could honestly say that they admired no one but their own leader. The leader's mind was as if it had been opened up. All sorts of brilliant ideas came to him effortlessly, leaving them no choice but to be impressed. Although these pedal-powered vehicles were made of wood and bamboo and had poor practical performance, they could indeed be ridden. This showed that there was nothing wrong with Han Feng's idea. The only problem was the unsuitable materials. As long as they could find the right materials and manufacturing process, was there any doubt that these things could be popularized? Take the chain and gear transmission parts, for example. The researchers all praised Han Feng as a genius for coming up with such a strange, yet exceptionally practical transmission structure. After a while, the bicycle Han Feng wanted hadn't been assembled, but the researchers had used his design of large and small gears and chains to create some small things. For example, a foot-powered grinding wheel driven by a chain and gears was incredibly convenient for sharpening knives or polishing things. Another person used Han Feng's system of large and small gears and chains to create a small, foot-powered table saw. The large gear drove the small gear on the circular saw blade, making the saw blade spin at high speed. It could handle some wooden parts without any pressure and could be called a woodworking artifact. The most crucial thing was that this device was relatively small and could be easily disassembled and assembled. It was not limited by natural conditions like wind and water power and could be quickly assembled and used anywhere. This was indeed very important for processing small wooden products. Although the bicycle hadn't been made yet, Han Feng was very happy to see that someone had used his design ideas to create other very practical tools. Of course, the bicycle still had to be built. The Research Institute had many blacksmiths and casters, all top-notch in the Han tribe. They were also the only group of craftsmen in the Han tribe who had mastered gas welding technology. However, in the Research Institute, they were all classified as the metal processing group. According to Han Feng's requirements, they first cast and polished several solid steel rods of different diameters to be used as mandrels during forging, which is to say, core materials for shaping. After that, they used hand-forging methods to hammer out some steel tubes of different diameters. Finally, after cutting and bending, they were welded together with gas welding according to Han Feng's requirements. A rough bicycle frame was thus made. The production of the steel chain could also be done by hand. The only thing to pay attention to was the size of each part. Handmade products were not precise and not interchangeable, which was always the case. In order to mass-produce bicycles in the future, Han Feng simply created a chain stamping machine, completely solving the problem of parts interchangeability for standard chains. With the frame, chain, gears, and pedals all ready, Han Feng had someone try to make the wheel rims out of thin steel plates. The connection between the rim and the axle was also fixed with dense steel spokes. This was not a simple task. Installing the spokes required pre-drilling spoke holes and valve holes in the rim. Drilling was relatively easy. They just needed to use the quenching method to make some tool steel drill bits with a hardness exceeding that of ordinary steel. The difficult part was the threads used to fix the steel spokes. This was the first time the Han tribe had attempted to use a threaded structure on metal connecting parts. Fortunately, the Han tribe had accumulated several years of experience and technology in metal processing. With Han Feng's guidance, although it was a bit difficult, they finally succeeded. The spokes were made by drawing steel billets with a drawing machine. After being made, they were still very long. They were then placed on a super small hand-cranked lathe similar to a key cutting machine, and an external thread was cut with a quenched high-hardness tool bit. The nuts were first stamped out of tempered steel plates in large quantities, then fixed on a vise, and tapped manually with a tap to drill an internal thread on the inner wall of the nut. After the threads on the spokes and nuts were done, they were reheated to a red-hot state and quenched to restore the hardness of the threads, which would also increase their service life and wear resistance. After all this was done, only the core components remained, the inflatable inner tube and the outer tire. The most critical technology here was actually the valve core. However, with an understanding of its principle, the manufacturing method of the valve core was not difficult. It was nothing more than a large screw fitting over a small screw, with a hollow needle for air intake installed in the middle, and then a section of rubber tube fitted onto the hollow needle. In his previous life, Han Feng had messed with these things a lot as a child. The rubber tube on the valve core was the best material for making slingshots, a favorite of many boys. And then there were chain guns. In that era, known as the Bicycle Kingdom, people really had a lot of fun with bicycles. The valve core was quickly trial-produced, all made on miniature manual machine tools or hand-filed by fitters. The research and development process for the Yukamiya rubber tires was rather tedious. The process of extracting the gum from Yukamiya with lye was already very proficient. The key was the processing of the raw rubber particles after they were obtained. The rubber particles needed to be continuously pressed and mixed on heated steel rollers, while also adding some anti-aging agents and pigments. The Han tribe's chemical industry was not prominent, and Han Feng had very few things at his disposal. For rubber anti-aging agents, he only had phenol, which he was preparing to use to make picric acid explosives to serve the purpose. This stuff was extracted from the coal tar of the coking plant. Although its production was troublesome, a long-term supply was definitely not a problem. As for the pigment for the rubber, he chose a small amount of coal tar and graphite powder. The rubber after mixing and rolling would be pure black. Both the inner and outer tires were black because Han Feng didn't have many suitable rubber pigments on hand. After this step was completed, the Yukamiya rubber became a large black rubbery mass, looking like black plasticine. Then, the plasticine was cut and weighed to the required amount, placed in a mold, and pressed into the shape of a tire. Then it was placed in a vulcanization chamber for vulcanization treatment. The higher the degree of vulcanization of the rubber, the softer and more elastic it becomes. A low degree of vulcanization results in low elasticity and a harder texture. The difference between inner and outer tires also lies in this. The Han tribe had no high-tech testing equipment and had no way of knowing the degree of vulcanization. They could only judge it based on the amount of chemicals used and the steaming time during vulcanization. Finally, they numbered the experimental products and compared them one by one, using the most foolish method of elimination to find the most suitable vulcanized tires. There was no other way but to experiment one by one. This was the spirit of science. In addition, the cost of the experiments was huge. After all, so much chemical, manpower, and precious raw materials were invested, only to get a large pile of mostly useless data just to find the two needed ones. Scientific research was just like that, so frustrating. Only a national-level organization like the Han tribe could afford such experimental expenses. After half a month of continuous experimentation, Han Feng finally found the inflatable inner tube and anti-slip outer tire he wanted from over 5,000 experimental samples. The outer tire was a semi-open tire body, essentially a circular tube with the inner side cut away. The inner tube was different. As a sealed rubber tube for inflation, the manufacturing requirements were stricter. However, Han Feng couldn't come up with any good manufacturing process for the time being that could produce the inner tube in one go. So, the method he adopted was still relatively primitive. He used an extruder to squeeze the rubbery mass into a cylindrical rubber tube, then cut it into sections, and finally used glue and hot melt methods to stick the two ends together, thus creating a completely sealed inflatable inner tube. Although it was a stupid method, it worked. When a bicycle tire gets a flat, doesn't it need to be patched and glued? Since a patched tire could be used, a tire that Han Feng directly glued together should theoretically also be usable. With suitable samples and molds, the first batch of 50 tires was produced. Following Han Feng's command and guidance, the craftsmen of the Research Institute quickly understood how to play with this thing. They happily installed it on the wheel rim, and then used a pump to start inflating the tire. Watching the tire gradually swell up, the group of craftsmen at the Research Institute were like children. It was the first time they knew that air could also be used as a wheel to bear heavy loads. With the frame, chain, gears, pedals, and tires all installed, the main body of the bicycle was essentially complete. However, to ride it normally, a seat and handbrake still needed to be installed. Without these two things, it was still impossible to ride. The Han tribe's leather-making craft had long since developed, so making a leather seat was naturally not a problem. The shock-absorbing springs under the seat were a bit more troublesome. After arranging for the blacksmiths to forge the springs, Han Feng also drew up the blueprints for the seat. At the very bottom was a steel tube for connecting to the frame. Above that was the spring bracket, then the springs, then a triangular thin iron plate, followed by a layer of soft cork for shock absorption, and finally, the whole thing was wrapped in a layer of leather. The basket in front of the handlebars was, of course, also essential. But for the sake of popularization, the cost naturally had to be reduced. Wherever savings could be made, they should be. Lowering the price would increase purchasing power. So, Han Feng chose baskets woven from rattan or bamboo, or simply didn't add a basket at all, letting the people weave their own and tie it on, which wasn't a problem. The final brake system was slightly more troublesome. Modern bicycle brakes all use cables, which are thin ropes twisted from fine steel wires, wrapped in a layer of rubber tubing with a gap inside, looking like electrical wires. However, at the Han tribe's current level, making them would be quite difficult. So, Han Feng designed two types of brake systems. One was a cable and rubber block caliper brake, and the other was like old-fashioned bicycles, using a rigid iron rod for brake transmission. The iron rod transmission was undoubtedly cheaper, but for now, it could only be used to brake the front wheel, making it less safe. In contrast, the cable could be used for the rear wheel as well, allowing for both front and rear brakes, but the manufacturing cost would certainly skyrocket. Of course, this was still in the handmade trial production phase. If the difficulties of mass production could be solved in the future, then the cable system would be safer and more practical. It took another week, until mid-April of the second year of the Jianyuan era, when early summer arrived, for the brakes, basket, front and rear seats, and other components to be completed. Finally, with the addition of a single-leg kickstand, the entire bicycle was finished. During the time these parts were being made, The craftsmen at the Research Institute had also used the surplus materials to assemble more than a dozen additional bicycles. The first batch totaled 20 bicycles. 12 of them were men's bicycles with 28-inch wheels. 6 of these had a single large crossbar, while the other 6 had 2 parallel diagonal bars. The bikes came in 2 colors, black and green. The black ones were painted with black, white, and red, with black as the main color and white and red as accents. The green ones were dark green with accents of the original silver-white color of the steel. The remaining 8 were women's bicycles with 26-inch wheels. They had 2 parallel curved bars in the front, making it easier to get on and off. The entire frame was welded from steel tubes, so there was no need to worry about its sturdiness. The women's bicycles came in more colors: sky blue, grass green, duck egg yellow, and bright red, with 2 of each color, 1 with each type of brake. Paired with a natural wood-colored basket, a new era of pastoral charm was born. Looking at the 20 neatly arranged bicycles before them, the craftsmen of the Research Institute were filled with pride, all of them incredibly excited. "Leader, please try out the bike. See how it feels to ride this pedal-powered vehicle. None of us know how to ride yet. Please ride a couple of laps for us to see." "All right, I'll give it a try." As soon as the 20 bikes were finished, many people urged Han Feng to test one. Han Feng himself was also very excited. Having inexplicably transmigrated to a barbaric other world, under his leadership and with the efforts of his people, he had finally created something close to modern civilization. The bicycle, such a familiar mode of transport. Now he had the chance to ride one again. He chose a 28-inch diagonal bar men's bicycle, held the handlebars, skillfully kicked up the kickstand, and swung a long leg over to sit on the seat. The knee-length robe he was wearing was a bit cumbersome. He gathered the front and back hems of the robe and tucked them into his belt, revealing his 2 long legs underneath. Only then did he start to pedal. The moment Han Feng's feet left the ground and he was riding normally, the craftsmen of the Research Institute burst into cheers. They danced with joy, shouting excitedly. But Han Feng, who was riding the bike, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The bike's shortcomings were quite obvious. The first thing he felt was that it was too heavy. He had to use a lot of force to pedal. However, Han Feng quickly understood that this was not just a problem with the steel tube material, but also had a lot to do with the road surface. The area around the Research Institute on Lake Hart Island was just simple, flattened, and compacted dirt ground. Riding on it was relatively comfortable, but if it were on the brick and stone roads of a city, the ride would surely be much smoother. Another issue was that the seat was not very comfortable. It was a bit hard on the buttocks. This was because modern bicycle seats are mostly filled with elastic foam, making them softer to ride on. But this seat, made of iron plate and wood wrapped in leather, was not very comfortable. Fortunately, it had springs underneath. Otherwise, riding a few kilometers on a mountain path would surely have been a jarring experience. But this wasn't a major flaw. At worst, whoever rode it could sew a cotton cushion on top. Anyone who could afford a bicycle probably wouldn't mind the cost of a cushion. The brakes were fine. The one Han Feng was riding had dual cable brakes, and both the front and rear brakes were very responsive, with significant stopping power. Overall, although there were still many shortcomings, at least the problem of having one or not had been solved. Only by having a bicycle first could they talk about improvements later. They needed to discover problems through daily use, and then find ways to solve them. However, Han Feng also thought about the target audience for this bicycle. He estimated that not many people would be willing to ride one. Wouldn't it be more comfortable and prestigious for the wealthy, entitled to ride horses? Why would they ride such a bicycle and make themselves uncomfortable? As for the common people, who had no daily transportation needs and basically never left their villages or cities, a bicycle would be of little use to them. This thing was actually most suitable for the craftsmen of various workshops. They had a need to commute to and from work. If their workplace was a bit far from home, it was possible they would get a bicycle to ride. And they had stable wages, so they could afford one if they saved up. But for the farmers, who rarely had a chance to go out all year, the probability of them buying a bicycle was basically zero. However, for this group of farmers, the tricycle would be a huge hit. Farming often required carrying manure, fetching water, and carrying tools. During the harvest, they had to transport grain and straw back home. In such situations, having a vehicle would be a great help. In fact, if a family had a vehicle pulled by a draft animal, it was basically equivalent to driving a Maserati in modern times. If someone could afford to ride in a box-type horse-drawn carriage, it was like having a Rolls-Royce. It wasn't that the flatbed cart itself was expensive, but the cost of raising a large animal was staggering. When not pulling a cart, feeding it some straw was acceptable. But if it did heavy work, it needed to be fed with fine fodder like beans, barley, and alfalfa. The cost of feeding one large animal was enough to feed 5 grown men. What ordinary family could afford such an expense? But the tricycle was different. It had almost no running costs, just simple daily maintenance. Most importantly, it didn't need an animal. You could just sit on it and pedal. If the price could be kept low, it would definitely sell like hotcakes in the Han tribe, much better than the bicycle. But since the bicycle had been made, it had to be used. Han Feng planned to first set up a postal system in the Han tribe for ordinary people to send letters to each other, which would also facilitate official information transmission. Then, he would first equip the official postmen with bicycles, letting them ride through the streets and alleys, gradually introducing the bicycle to the public eye. In the future, as the technology improved and production scaled up, the bicycle could probably be popularized. Han Feng thought about these things as he rode, the cheers of the craftsmen ringing in his ears. Seeing the leader riding around freely in the open space, other boulder craftsmen also pushed a bike over and started trying to ride, but balance was still difficult to master. And they treasured these bicycles so much. They would rather use their own bodies as cushions than let the bicycle fall. But even just sitting on it and pushing off the ground with their feet, they were still very happy. To better promote these pedal-powered vehicles, Han Feng stayed at the Research Institute for another week. After watching the craftsmen make 5 more tricycles, he returned to Hanyang City with these freshly made vehicles. A sailboat carrying Han Feng, 16 bicycles, and 4 tricycles arrived at the docks of Luoyang Commandery. The remaining few were left by Han Feng at the Research Institute on Lake Hard Island for them to use and try to improve. They could modify them however they wanted. The craftsmen were deeply moved by this. Each of these pedal-powered vehicles was priceless, as the initial research and development costs had to be factored into these few bikes. The leader's willingness to leave a few for them to use and improve showed how much importance he placed on the bicycle. This would be an invention no less significant than the horse-drawn carriage. And so it was. When the sailboat carrying the pedal-powered vehicles arrived at Luoyang Commandery, the common folk stared with wide, curious eyes at their leader approaching from the docks, pedaling a 2-wheeled vehicle they had never seen before. My heavens, what kind of cart is that? Can the wheels of a 2-wheeled cart be arranged vertically, one behind the other? Do you even need to ask? The leader came from Lake Hard Island. It must be a new invention from the Research Institute. The Research Institute is amazing. I wonder when they'll be recruiting again. It's a shame I wasn't selected last time. If I could participate in these inventions, I could brag about it for the rest of my life. You should just go to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams. The Research Institute is under the direct jurisdiction of the leader. They only want the best craftsmen in every field. Are you the best? The common folk discussed among themselves as they saw the leader ride by on the 2-wheeled vehicle. Most were amazed at the creativity of the person who invented such a vehicle, but they had no impulse to buy one. But when they saw the 4 tricycles lined up behind, they immediately got excited. Look, what's that cart? The one with only 3 wheels. It looks similar to the one the leader is riding. You sit on it and pedal with your feet. No, I mean look at the cargo bed on the back of that tricycle. The man stared intently at the tricycle driving past the docks, then waved to the people around him and said, "Come on, let's go take a look." With that, he led his neighbors and acquaintances and ran toward the procession of pedal-powered vehicles. The tricycle was developed for farmers, so the goal was strong all-terrain capability, which was why it used large 28-inch tires. Another goal was a strong loading capacity, so the rear cargo bed was relatively long. To reduce costs, besides the main frame being welded from steel tubes, the rear cargo bed and other parts were made of bamboo, wood, or woven rattan panels. By reducing the amount of iron used, the cost and the vehicle's own weight were controlled. The common folk all jogged alongside the procession, looking at the tricycles and bicycles and discussing them. Look at this cart. I wonder how much it can carry. The most important thing is, you can pedal it yourself. If I had a cart like this, I wouldn't need to raise an animal. Haha, then I think we should call this cart an iron donkey. Look, it's all made of iron. Some bolder ones ran up to Han Feng and asked him directly, "Leader, is this a new invention of yours? What's this cart called? Why can it move with 2 wheels arranged vertically? Won't it fall over?" "Ha ha ha ha. This is called a zixink or a jiatake. 2 wheels do fall over easily. You need a lot of practice to ride like me. Han Feng rode very slowly, explaining to the common folk around him as he went. This was exactly what he wanted, to attract their attention, to let them know that such a vehicle existed. Otherwise, how could he promote it? Leader, will this pedal-powered vehicle be sold in the tribe? Is the price very expensive? It will be sold. But this vehicle has just been developed, and production capacity is limited. Even if the price isn't high, the supply will be limited. So, it's a case of having a price but no stock. But it's definitely not as expensive as buying a large animal, Han Feng explained again. Leader, will that three-wheeled pedal-powered vehicle be sold? How much can that thing carry? Is it easy to ride? Does it also require a lot of practice? We're not as smart as you, leader. What if we can't learn to ride it? A farmer carrying a hoe immediately caught up to Han Feng and asked. Han Feng squeezed the brakes and stopped. Looking at the people gathered around him, he said loudly, My dear elders and fellow villagers, I know that farming is hard work, and you often have to transport fertilizer and grain. Every one of your households, it can be said, needs a vehicle. But most of you only have small wheelbarrows, right? Those things are tiring to push, and more importantly, they can't carry much. So I often think, if only every household in our Han tribe could afford to raise a large animal, that would be great. Unfortunately, I can't make that happen because we simply don't have that many animals. But you have a need, and as your leader, I cannot leave it unresolved. So, I specially created this three-wheeled vehicle that doesn't need an animal, doesn't need to be pushed, and you can just sit on it and pedal. It's easier to ride than the two-wheeled bicycle. You can basically learn it without any practice. In terms of loading capacity, it can carry 4 or 5 people at once without any problem. If you use it to carry grain, it can carry about 600 jin at a time on the city's brick and stone roads, and 400 or 500 jin on the dirt roads outside the city. Although it's still not as much as an ox cart or a horse cart can pull, for a human-powered vehicle, this loading capacity should be enough for your daily use, right? I happen to be here today. Does anyone want to get on and give it a try? At the chief's introduction, the surrounding farmers erupted with excitement. A carrying capacity of 400 to 600 jin, with room for 4 or 5 people at a time, it was more than enough for their daily needs. Most importantly, the chief had said this tricycle was easy to learn. Many were instantly eager to give it a try. Han Feng casually selected a few people for a test ride, and they began pedaling around the open space in front of the docks. Tricycles were actually quite easy to ride. With 3 points of contact, it was nearly impossible to flip one over unless you tried to make an absurdly sharp turn. Still, in his past life, Han Feng had met plenty of people who claimed tricycles were difficult. They'd get on and find themselves uncontrollably veering to one side, unable to ride in a straight line. This phenomenon had little to do with the tricycle itself. Based on his own observations, he'd concluded that people who learned to ride a tricycle first had no problem later learning a bicycle. However, those who learned to ride a bicycle first often struggled with tricycles, unable to keep them straight. He never understood the principle behind it, but the rule seemed to apply to most people. The people of the Han tribe, of course, had never seen a pedal-powered vehicle before. They had no trouble with the tricycles, hopping on and pedaling away. Steering by turning the handlebars was even easier than directing a draft animal. The lever and rod handbrake on the main beam was responsive and effective. All in all, it was a vehicle you could use just by looking at it. No lessons required. It was even simpler than pushing a wheelbarrow. A few curious onlookers decided to test its load capacity. Several men piled into the rear cargo bed. The rider found it more strenuous, but he could still pedal across the flat ground. As each feature was successfully demonstrated, the crowd cheered with delight. They immediately began asking about the price, their minds racing to calculate their family savings and how long it would take to afford such a vehicle. Han Feng couldn't give them a firm price just yet. These were handmade prototypes, and their cost was certainly higher than mass-produced models would be. However, he made a promise. The tricycle would definitely be cheaper than a draft animal. That was good enough for them. For those who dreamed of owning a beast of burden but lacked the funds, the tricycle was the perfect alternative. After bidding farewell to the farmers, Han Feng continued toward his home in Hanyang City. He had already distributed the tricycles he'd brought, leaving one each in Luoyang, Weishan, Ruyang, and Hanyang counties. They were to be kept at the government offices for logistical and procurement use, ensuring they would frequently be seen by the public, a bit of pre-production advertising. He did the same with the bicycles, giving a few to the junior officials in the government offices. They often had to travel to various places to handle affairs or collect data, and a bicycle was the perfect tool for the job, certainly more economical than a horse. Han Feng himself, with a squad of personal guards, brought the remaining bicycles home. As he stepped through the gate, he saw Xiao Dai and Zhaning playing with the two children in the courtyard. Nearby, Tang Yao, back from her lessons, sat in the pavilion practicing her calligraphy. Xiao Dai occasionally offered her a pointer, and it seemed they were all getting along harmoniously. Pushing a bicycle, Han Feng entered the courtyard and took in the scene. He flicked the bell on the handlebars, and a crisp dingling echoed through the yard. Little Luo Cheng, wearing a small black gauze cap and split pants, was squatting on the ground, engrossed in something. The clear sound of the bell made him look up. Seeing it was Han Feng, he clapped his chubby little hands and staggered toward him, throwing his arms around Han Feng's leg. He looked up and cried, "Daddy! Hey, my good boy, did you miss me?" Han Feng scooped him up with one arm, holding him by his little bottom. Luo Cheng instinctively wrapped an arm around his father's neck and mumbled a reply. "I missed you. Daddy, I want to play with that." He gave Han Feng a perfunctory kiss on the cheek while pointing a small finger at the bell he had just rung. "You little rascal. You didn't miss me, you missed the toys I bring you, didn't you?" Han Feng feigned annoyance and gave his bottom a light smack, feeling the soft flesh under his palm. "It's true. I miss Daddy, that's true. And the toy is true, too," Luo Cheng replied earnestly, adjusting the cap on his head. "Yeah, you're an honest one." Han Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Mommy said we have to be honest. Daddy, can I play with that?" "Ha ha ha. Since you're so obedient, I'll let you play for a little while." Han Feng laughed, holding him up so he could reach the bell on the handlebars. The little guy giggled as he fiddled with the bell, calling out for everyone to come and see. "Mommy, sister, look, I made it ring." Little Luo Lan, who had been on the swing with Zhan Ying, struggled to get down and come over. Soon, the whole group had gathered around. Han Feng used his other arm to hold his daughter, enjoying the blissful feeling of having a child in each arm and his family at his side. "My husband, is this a new vehicle you've made? Why does it look so strange?" Xiao Dai came over with a smile, standing beside Han Feng and examining the bicycle. "Yes, with its two wheels lined up one behind the other. Can it even stand up?" Zhaning asked, steadying little Luo Cheng as he played with the bell. "Greetings, Chief Han." Tang Yao, who had been doing her homework, also came over and performed a proper curtsy, having learned the Han tribe's etiquette quite well. I'm glad to see you're all well. I've been busy with the mince production line and managed to whip up a few of these vehicles. It's called a bicycle or a foot pedal vehicle. Don't let its strange appearance fool you. It has great advantages. It's a mode of transport you can ride without any animals, and it's faster and less tiring than walking. You'll see," Han Feng said, greeting them all and introducing the bicycle. "This vehicle, you ride it?" Xiao Dai's eyes widened in astonishment. She had seen carts that were pulled and carts that were pushed, but a vehicle you could ride without an animal pulling it? This was a first. She had never seen such a thing, nor could she have even imagined it. She had heard of riding horses, oxen, donkeys, deer, and even elephants, but those were all living creatures. How could one ride a lifeless vehicle? Did you have to whip it? Hee. Never seen one before, have you? Today, your husband will show you what a bicycle is. He had Xiao Dai and Zhaning watch the children while he hopped on the bike and started pedaling around the courtyard, drawing gasps of amazement from his family. Two wheels in a line, yet it didn't fall over. Turning the handlebars controlled the front wheel's direction, and power came from the two pedals. It looked just like the foot-powered spinning Jinny Han Feng had invented. Her husband had truly mastered the use of pedal-driven mechanisms. To think such a structure could even power a vehicle. "Daddy, I want to ride." Little Luo Cheng watched his father zip around, the whole family laughing with delight. It was as if Han Feng had gotten himself a giant new toy. How could he not get a ride on something so fun? He began to squirm in Xiao Dai's arms. Without a word, Han Feng rode over to Xiao Dai, ringing the bell. He squeezed the brake, and the bike came to an instant stop. "Here, give me our son. You sit on the back," Han Feng said, taking his son and pointing to the rear seat of the bicycle. "Someone can sit back there too?" Xiao Dai was shocked. The rear seat was directly over the back wheel, a simple frame of bent iron bars. It looked like you'd be riding right on the wheel itself. But Xiao Dai, ever daring, didn't refuse. With Han Feng in front, she wasn't afraid. She smoothed her long skirt and sat sideways on the rear rack, naturally wrapping her arms around Han Feng's waist. Han Feng held their son with one hand and steered with the other, once again riding around the courtyard. After a couple of laps and a wave to Zhang Ing and the others, he rode straight out of the gate. On the brick-paved avenues of Hanyang City, Han Feng happily rode with his wife and son. Little Luo Cheng's excited shouts drew the gazes of many passers-by. People fetching water from the alley wells stared in astonishment at the strange vehicle. The young, recently married couples were especially envious, seeing their chief, who was about their age, riding with his wife and child. With Han Feng as the poster boy, the bicycle, this miraculous device that moved without an animal, became deeply ingrained in the minds of the youth. Young people always accepted new things more quickly. As for the middle-aged and elderly of the Han tribe, after years of Han Feng's relentless technological advancements, they had grown accustomed to their chief constantly introducing something new. Whatever the chief came up with, it was bound to be good. My husband, this bicycle is truly wonderful. To think 2 thin wheels can carry 3 people. Can women ride it too? Xiao Dai's long hair fluttered in the breeze as she held onto Han Feng's waist, her voice full of happiness. Of course, I've designed a women's model. It's a bit smaller than this one and easier to get on and off. But you have to wear pants to ride a bicycle. A skirt isn't very convenient. I brought a few back this time. You, Zhaning, and Mother can each have one. There are 4 colors. You can pick them out later, Han Feng replied with a smile. Thank you, my husband, Xiao Dai said, turning to playfully tease their son, whose head was resting on Han Feng's shoulder. The family of 3 rode a full circle around Hanyang City's Ring Road before returning home. Han Feng had the other women's bicycles brought into the house, and the 2 women and their children gathered around to look and choose. The curved main beam beautifully expressed a feminine grace. Most importantly, it was easy to mount. You could simply step through the front, unlike Han Feng's model, which required lifting a leg over the back. Even the riding posture would appear elegant and dignified. Xiao Dai chose the bright red one. Zhan Ing, remembering her waterside romance with Han Feng and the fact that her daughter was named Luo Lan, chose the light blue bicycle, representing the sky and water. Finally, Xiao Dai picked out another bright red one with curved handlebars and an iron rod handbrake, intending to give it to her mother. Tang Yao watched from the side, her heart filled with envy. Everything about the Han tribe was enough to make her marvel. But learning that this beautiful and fun vehicle was something the chief had just invented filled her with even greater longing. This was a wonderful thing that the other commoners of the Han tribe didn't have yet, just like the glass windows in Han Feng's home. For now, besides a few high-ranking nobles and some public buildings, almost no one used glass for windows. As if sensing the eagerness in Tang Yao's eyes, Xiao Dai suddenly glided over to Han Feng on her new bike. My husband, she suggested, Sister Tang Yao is living with us, and we have so many extra bikes here. She also provided our Han tribe with such useful medicinal herbs. Why don't we give one to her as well? As a token of our gratitude to the Tang tribe. Tang Yao gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She couldn't believe Xiao Dai would be so generous, offering such a lavish gift so casually. Never mind the advanced design and excellent function of the bike. Just the materials used to make it must be incredibly valuable. There wasn't a single component on it that the Tang tribe could produce. Han Feng's mouth twitched. Gratitude, my ass, he thought. The Han tribe and the Tang tribe have a fair trade relationship. No, actually, the Tang tribe has taken quite a bit of advantage of us. Besides, in terms of medical technology, our 2 tribes have been learning from each other and progressing together. It's not a matter of who helped whom. Letting Tang Yao live here and eat for free is already generous enough. Now you want me to give her a bike? This wife of mine must be foolishly generous. What a spendthrift. Tang Yao seemed to notice Han Feng's hesitation. Although she desperately wanted the bike, for the sake of the relationship between their tribes, she quickly stepped forward and refused in her still unpracticed Han language. Sister Xiao Dai is too kind. This gift is too precious. Tang Yao cannot accept it. I am already very grateful to be able to stay in your esteemed home and learn. I truly cannot accept this bicycle. Her words put Han Feng in a tight spot. If he didn't agree now, he would look less generous than a woman. He had no choice but to feign magnanimity and consent. Tang Yao was overjoyed. After some polite back and forth, she chose a grass-green women's bicycle and curtsied to Han Feng several times in thanks, her face blushing. With her back to Tang Yao, Xiao Dai secretly winked at Han Feng, her expression clearly saying, Asterisk, see what I did? Aren't you going to praise me? Asterisk. Han Feng was speechless. What was wrong with this woman today? what wire had gotten crossed. He then saw Xiao Dai walk over and whisper to him, "My husband, that fellow Shu Da has 7 wives and over a dozen children. Even that quiet Shu has 4 wives and 9 children. You are the chief of the Han tribe. How can you have less than your own subordinates?" Dark lines appeared on Han Feng's face. "What are you trying to say?" he asked, exasperated. Xiao Dai subtly jutted her chin in Tang Yao's direction. "My husband, I've already spoken with Sister Yao. The Tang tribe has tens of thousands of people, and she is their next chief." The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Han Feng could no longer play dumb. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Dai seriously. "Aren't you afraid she'll steal your position as the #1 wife? You said it yourself. She's the next chief of the Tang tribe. Her tribe has tens of thousands of people. With such a powerful backing, aren't you afraid she'll bully you in the future?" Xiao Dai smiled sweetly, her face radiating happiness. She looked back at him, confident and earnest. "You brought me home on the back of a deer. We lived in a grass hut together. I gave you a son. You won't let me be bullied, right?" TCH, women and their loaded questions. It must be a natural talent. A political marriage was something Han Feng hadn't really considered. It wasn't that he was particularly noble or that he disliked Tang Yao, but rather that he believed the Han tribe was strong enough to conquer the Tang tribe on its own merits. There was no need to resort to such a base political maneuver. To be honest, in this primitive era filled with ignorance and backwardness, Tang Yao's looks, her current Han tribe attire, her knowledge, and her kindness were enough to classify her as well above average. It would be a lie to say Han Feng hadn't been moved at all, but to deliberately get close to her just to take over the Tang tribe? That was completely unnecessary. What he wanted was a love born of mutual affection, not coercion and conspiracy. If Tang Yao liked him and the Han tribe, Han Feng wouldn't mind accepting her. But that had nothing to do with his plans to subdue the Tang tribe. Having made his stance clear, Xiao Dai didn't press the matter further. Han Feng didn't make any particular moves either, so his relationship with Tang Yao was left to develop naturally. Han Feng had many things to attend to. For the time being, he really couldn't be bothered with matters of the heart. For days after Han Feng's return to Hanyang City, a small, 2-masted sailboat suddenly arrived from the north. It didn't take the day's waterway from the upper reaches of the Luyang River, but instead came from the upper Ruyang River, docking directly at Hanyang City's port. As soon as the ship docked, someone went into the city to report to Han Feng. By the time he arrived at the port on his bicycle, he learned the purpose of the vessel. It was a sailboat from Yu Ye's frontline base. Last year, not long after Yu Ye had left, Han Feng had ordered them to bring back more crystals when Yu Ye passed by the crystal mine on his way back. But that fellow had been busy trying to gather a population all last year, and having accomplished nothing, he was too ashamed to return. The matter of the crystal mine had thus been delayed. However, after Han Feng sent more personnel and supplies as support before last winter, Yi finally remembered this unfinished task. So, as soon as the ice and snow melted in the spring, he sent people to mine a boatload of crystals and had them delivered specially. As for himself, he still didn't dare to come back. It was hard to say if he was genuinely busy or deliberately avoiding Han Feng. He was probably afraid to face him after delaying his task. Looking at the boat full of crystals, Han Feng didn't make things difficult for the crew. They weren't the decision makers. Hassling them would be pointless. The most important thing was to quickly turn these crystals into useful tools. Although the Han tribe could already produce various glass products, glass made from quartz sand was still inferior to crystal glass in certain properties. This wasn't a matter of craftsmanship, but of the material's inherent nature. Han Feng had been holding off on trying to make telescopes precisely because he was waiting for the shipment of ore. Without a doubt, for a tool like a telescope that required extremely high light transmittance, ordinary glass just wouldn't do. But crystal ore was different. Its composition was pure enough, 99.999% silicon dioxide, ensuring the absolute clarity of crystal glass. In terms of both light transmission and heat resistance, crystal glass was superior. Furthermore, besides being used for optical instruments, the heat-resistant properties of crystal glass made it an excellent material for chemical laboratory glassware. Beakers and test tubes that needed to be heated required high heat resistance, and the 500 to 600 degree melting point of ordinary quartz glass was clearly inadequate. This was why he had specifically instructed Yu Yi to bring back some crystals last year. With the development of the Han tribe's shipbuilding and maritime navigation, the demand for telescopes was becoming increasingly urgent. Now that the materials were here, this great weapon, known as the 1,000-mile eye, could finally be put on the agenda. However, when it came to the technology of telescopes, Han Feng couldn't remember much useful knowledge. He remembered a lot about chemistry, but he had forgotten almost everything about lenses from his middle school physics classes. The only thing he could recall was that telescopes seemed to be made from a combination of convex and concave lenses. A convex-convex combination would probably result in a microscope. He also vaguely remembered that a straight tube telescope used something like a convex-convex-concave or convex-concave-convex combination, but he wasn't sure. Military binoculars, because the eyepieces were closer together than the objective lenses, required an additional refraction, which meant adding a prism. It didn't matter that he couldn't remember clearly. Fortunately, the Han Tribe's Research Institute now had some research and development capabilities. Science was never about the result, but about the process of seeking truth through constant verification. So, at worst, they would just have to run a few more experiments to find the most suitable combination and data. Thus, Han Feng immediately wrote down some concepts and basic theories about telescopes, along with a general direction for experimentation. He then dispatched his personal guards to deliver these important documents and the boatload of crystals directly to the Research Institute on the island in the lake. The first step in the R&D process wasn't to find the right lens combination, but to first use these crystals to produce a batch of convex and concave lenses with various focal lengths. Only with these components and equipment could they proceed to the next stage of experimental verification. When the top artisans of the Han tribe at the Research Institute received this information, they were overjoyed. They hadn't expected the chief's imagination to explode again, coming up with the idea of using glass to create an artificial 1,000-mile eye. And apparently, it was actually possible. A few people in the institute had participated in the creation of convex lenses before. That was when Han Feng had specifically commissioned magnifying glasses for carving currency molds. At the time, those craftsmen were also amazed by this special kind of lens. Based on the information provided by Han Feng and their own understanding, the principle was probably to use the special effect of a magnifying glass to infinitely enlarge a small, distant scene, allowing people to see things clearly from a great distance. Theoretically, it seemed feasible. Having reached this conclusion, the group of researchers was filled with motivation. That very day, they established a special research group for telescopes and began by using molds to cast a batch of lenses of various models. Han Feng's notes also included a special tip. For lenses of the same diameter, a difference in the thickness of the center would cause a change in the focal length, which in turn would change the magnification power. This magical theory left the researchers utterly captivated. They didn't care about money or honor. They lacked neither, as the chief had already given them everything he could. The reason these researchers loved their work here was that at the institute, they could often come into contact with the latest technology mastered by the chief. This greatly satisfied their curiosity about the various rules and laws of the world. Humans, after all, have an innate desire for knowledge. It's just that the direction of their inquiry differs. After delegating this research plan, Han Feng temporarily set it aside. After several months of construction, the Han tribe's new university town was nearing completion and would soon be operational. He had already laid out a complete development plan for the medical college, but he had yet to plan for the other disciplines. It was now time to establish this more advanced educational system. Literary creation was a different matter. It required the passage of time to develop slowly. But in terms of various administrative needs, the Han tribe was desperate for talent. An agricultural college was essential, as were architecture and water conservancy. For future development in shipping and ocean navigation, a naval or ship administration college was also necessary. In addition, a college of science and engineering for the pursuit of truth, and a political science and law major for maintaining social order. These were all indispensable specialties. Many of the better-performing students from the Han tribe's previous schools had already taken up positions in the tribe. Some became junior officials, some became craftsmen, and some went directly to the Research Institute as calculators, where talent in mathematics was extremely scarce. Many students joined the institute and continued their studies while participating in the work. Now, for the sake of better future development, these disciplines had to be systematically organized. Han Feng hoped to disseminate as much of the Han tribe's education and his own knowledge as possible within his lifetime. The new campus, or university town, though it wasn't a full-fledged university yet, as future universities would all be built in the Han tribe's capital, was essentially a collection of secondary schools. Han Feng had arranged for it to be located in a new county under the jurisdiction of Riyang County. Initially, Han Feng had considered building these schools in the newly established Nanjing County. But on second thought, he placed them under Riyang County. A city centered around schools would naturally benefit from being close to a strong supporter. Having a well-developed county seat backing it was far better than placing it in a barren, newly established county. This turned out to be a boon for Yunji. Han Feng had originally tasked him with building 2 new county towns, and now this university town directly fulfilled one of those quotas. The newly built city was named Shuefu County. It was located north of Riyang County and east of Hanyang County, not far from the opposite bank of the river from Hanyang City. Although it was a county-level unit, its scale was no less than that of any county seat. After all, it housed several schools, and it was inevitable that residential and living areas of a normal county town would be added. As a result, the city naturally grew larger. However, being close to 2 large counties, the construction of the new city received a great deal of help. Coupled with the large number of slaves captured in the recent war, the speed of construction was not slow. The medical college, having a clear development direction, was given its own campus and named the Northern Medical College of the Han tribe. It included a teaching building, a dormitory building, a laboratory building, an anatomy center, an experimental medicinal herb garden, an experimental animal breeding center, and an ice cellar for storing human specimens. In addition, the medical college had an affiliated hospital open to the public, which treated various patients. After all, medicine couldn't be learned from books alone. Clinical verification was key. The hospital and the college were connected. The school's teachers took turns seeing patients, and students took turns as interns. Although it wasn't very large, it was fully equipped. It had an inpatient department that could accommodate 100 people, an outpatient building, a parking lot, a large pharmacy, and a cafeteria. Many functional buildings were shared with the college, but as the Han tribe's first formal hospital, it was quite complete. More importantly, the hospital was still in its trial phase. Consultations were free, but medicine was sold at cost. The concept of payment had to be cultivated from the beginning to prevent the populace from developing a habit of getting everything for free. For surgical treatments such as wound debridement and suturing or setting broken bones, the hospital would adopt a policy of treat first, pay later. If the patient was cured, they would be charged. If not, the hospital would cover the funeral expenses. There was no other way. Medicine was just beginning to be studied, and no one could guarantee a cure. There was also a dedicated obstetrics and gynecology department for families who wished to give birth in the hospital. The hospital would charge a certain fee to provide a series of services, including delivery and postpartum care. The purpose of building this hospital was, of course, to allow the teachers and students of the school to gain experience. Its significance was paramount. The other disciplines, such as science and engineering, literature, political science and law, architecture, art, and agriculture, did not have a systematic development direction yet, so they were still experimental in nature. The schools were not large, so they were all placed on one large campus, forming a joint Northern Advanced Comprehensive College, with several subdepartments within it. As for the other important Naval Administration College, Han Feng placed it directly in Luoyang County. It was located by the Great River, and the shipyard was already there. For any knowledge related to ships, it was far more convenient to learn there than in Riyang County. In early May of summer, the campus in Shuefu County was finally completed. Although the residential and living areas for the common people were still under construction, the schools could now officially begin operations. However, apart from the medical college, the other comprehensive college would have to wait until autumn, when the students from the original primary schools graduated, before it could enroll students and start classes. But Tang Yao, who had been living in Han Feng's house for several months, couldn't wait any longer. She proposed transplanting the medicinal herbs temporarily planted in the courtyard to the medical college's herb garden. Han Feng happened to want to see the school's construction as well, so he decided to take the whole family with him. Since there was hardly anyone at the school yet, it would be like a little trip. The 2 little children were thrilled to hear they were going out to play. But as they were packing, Xiao Dai complained to Han Feng, "My husband, you've built so many specialized schools, even one for pottery and painting called the College of Art. Why is there no college for the textile industry? Are you looking down on us weavers?" Han Feng, sitting on a bicycle with a top tube, had little Luo Cheng placed in a woven rattan child seat in front of him. He helplessly spread his hands at Xiao Dai. "Our tribe's textile industry has basically reached the limit of manual weaving. there's really nothing more to teach. The next step up would be full automation, where one person could operate dozens or even hundreds of looms simultaneously without getting tired, with much higher efficiency. But by then, the female workers in the current textile factories would surely be impacted. They would lose their jobs. Without people? Then never mind. So many families in our tribe depend on that work to support themselves, Xiao Dai exclaimed in surprise. Daddy go, son. Seeing Han Feng and Xiao Dai talking endlessly, little Luo Cheng, sitting on the bicycle's top tube, grew impatient. He tugged at the black gauze cap on his head and urged them loudly. The convoy of bicycles crossed the wooden bridge. After about an hour's ride, the family arrived at Xuefu County in Riyang. The medical college was mostly complete. The medicinal herbs from Han Feng's home had been transported to the plantation ahead of time, and by the time they arrived, the transplanting was nearly finished. Transplanting had to be done on an overcast day, but unfortunately, the weather had been sunny for days, and according to the Kinyanjian's forecast, it would remain so. There was no other choice. To get the herbs transplanted as quickly as possible, Han Feng had the work done at night to prevent them from being scorched by the sun during transport. Besides the dozen or so types of medicinal herbs Tang Yao had brought, the plantation also housed many herbs collected by the Han tribe over the years, most of which had been contributed by the former snake tribe. There was a ginger-like herb for external injuries. When dried and ground into a powder, it could be applied directly to wounds to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. Similarly, there was the tree with red sap that Deshu had mentioned, which could be used to clean and disinfect wounds and also had some anti-inflammatory properties, though it did little to stop bleeding. Other plants included the highly poisonous thorn vine and the stinky grass, which had reviving and emetic properties. The juice of this plant was said to have a reviving and vomit-inducing effect, and its function was quite literal. If an unconscious person smelled the juice, they would be immediately jolted awake by the stench. If a conscious person smelled it, they would be nauseated to the point of vomiting. It was terrifying, but everything has its use. The stinky grass was an invaluable medicine for first aid and detoxification. However, this peculiar remedy had to be picked and used fresh. Perhaps because its odor was so intense, it evaporated too quickly, losing its effect within minutes. The juice also evaporated rapidly when exposed to air, greatly limiting its application. Han Feng's suggestion was to process it into an ointment similar to essential oils and store it in small bottles to be used like snuff. After all, it was meant to be smelled. He only provided the direction for development and wouldn't be directly involved in the research. That was the medical college's job. So, not only would the stinky grass be cultivated here, but experiments on drug preparation would also be conducted. Moving from the primitive method of grabbing a handful of grass and eating it raw to processing it into traditional Chinese patent medicine to improve its shelf life and range of use was one of the research directions of the medical college. There were many similar drugs with all sorts of strange effects, most of which were ancestral folk knowledge from small tribes, just like how the previous chief had proactively found dandelions for Han Feng to treat his wounds. Although most tribes had no written tradition, their ancestral life skills, passed down orally from generation to generation, contained a wealth of knowledge about medicinal herbs. Even a wildcat, when sick, would go into the mountains to find herbs to eat. It was natural that a highly intelligent animal like a human wouldn't be dumber than a cat. Over decades, centuries, or even millennia, every tribe had a few medicinal herbs that could cure illnesses. It was just that most of them were redundant. After touring the plantation, Han Feng led the group to the Animal Husbandry Center. The animals used for medical experiments in the Han tribe were mostly rabbits and dogs. Both species were inexpensive and prolific, making them ideal for experiments. As for the white mice he often heard about in his past life, he had yet to see any in this world. In addition, the Animal Husbandry Center also raised many animals for medicinal materials. Things like venomous snakes, snake sloughs, cicada sloughs, toad skins, sheep horns, turtle shells, deer antlers, donkey hide gelatin, and poisonous insects were all very useful medicinal ingredients. Seeing the venomous snakes in their cages, little Luo Cheng screamed in terror, but he couldn't resist inching closer for a look. This contradictory mix of fear and curiosity in a child not yet 2 years old was strangely adorable. After leaving the Animal Husbandry Center, the group went to see the teaching and dormitory buildings. They were similar to those in other schools, but the glass windows installed in these buildings were widely praised. They were the recent work of the glass workshop on the island in the lake. The hospital outside the campus was still under construction. Fortunately, the medical college had not yet officially enrolled students, so it didn't matter that the hospital wasn't open for business yet. After the tour, Han Feng took his wife and children for a picnic in the school's garden, played with a leather ball with the two kids for a while, and then headed home. Since Shuefu County was not far from Hanyang City, only an hour's ride by bicycle, Tang Yao continued to live at Han Feng's house. Once the school officially started, she would have to commute back and forth every day. It was May. The Han tribe had gradually digested the gains from the recent war. But for the losing side, Mao Dun and the Exine tribe, the outcome was the most difficult to accept. In a small mountain tribe on the southern shore of the grassland Honghu Lake, Mao Dun lay in a daze inside a tent. His left arm was wrapped in clean linen, but it was soaked through with red blood and yellow pus. A foul, rotten smell filled the tent. During the initial battle of Kaiyuan City, Mao Dun had been shot in the left arm with an arrow while fleeing. Due to the Han tribe's continuous attacks that followed, the wound had never been properly treated. Later, with successive surprise attacks, the huge losses inflicted by the Han tribe, and the large number of captured herdsmen, the proud Mao Dun began to lose heart. As the weather grew hotter, the arrow wound on his left arm finally began to worsen. His few hundred remaining blood relatives and personal guards escorted him to a forested valley southeast of Binheiwai. There, they found a small tribe of savages who lived by hunting, gathering, and fishing. Their population was also only 500 or 600, but they were easily defeated by Mao Dun's guards. After all, no matter how weakened they were still the finest cavalry on the grasslands. Conquering such a small tribe was a piece of cake. The small tribe's chief and other leaders were quickly slaughtered. The remaining women were taken by Mao Dun's kin, and the men were enslaved to herd their remaining 1,000 or so livestock. But Mao Dun's injury grew more and more severe. The wound became inflamed and swollen. After several attempts at debridement, detoxification, and cleaning the wound, his condition did not improve but worsened. Without proper medicine for external injuries, he had fallen into a continuous fever. His arm was ruined. Even if the wound could heal, he would forever lose the ability to draw a bow and shoot arrows. But it was unlikely to heal. With a prolonged high fever, Mao Dun had been unconscious for several days. Perhaps tonight, he would finally grow cold. On the other side of the strait, the atmosphere among the Exine tribe's leadership was equally oppressive. They had invested too much in the Battle of Kaiyuan City. Large quantities of sea salt, bamboo arrows, bronze spears, and bamboo armor. Of course, those were nothing. The most important loss was the young, able-bodied men from the clans of the ruling Grand Elders. It was an army composed entirely of their own people. 3,000 young men was no small number. Yet, since they were sent out, they had never returned. This was undoubtedly a huge loss. Even for the Han tribe, such a loss would be enormous. Although a Han tribe county town might have a population of several thousand to nearly 10,000, that included the old, weak, women, and children. If counted only by able-bodied men, even the largest Han tribe county town could not produce 3,000 men at once. What's more, these men were the main force of the Exine tribe's ruling faction. Now they were all gone. On the appointed day, the army did not return. The Exine chieftain anxiously waited at the head of the hidden bridge. He watched the tide fall and rise. When the sea once again submerged the bridge, there was still no sign of the army. Not even a messenger from Mao Dun. The Exine chieftain was no fool. He quickly realized something was wrong, which led him to speculate about the outcome of the battle. War had only two outcomes, victory or defeat. But in this situation, the possibilities were limited. Either Mao Dun's coalition army was utterly defeated, and his 3,000 men were all killed in action. The Han tribe then pursued Mao Dun, who had fled to some remote corner. However, the Exine chieftain didn't think this was likely. He knew how many men Mao Dun had. The coalition army was so large. Even if the Han tribe was incredibly skilled at fighting, 1 man against 10, how many people could Kaiyuan City have? Even if the Han tribe performed exceptionally well, the most they could do was fight Mao Dun to a draw, with neither side able to defeat the other. Yet now, not only were his 3,000 men gone, but Mao Dun hadn't even sent a messenger. This was not normal at all. The other possibility was that Mao Dun had successfully defeated the Han tribe and occupied Kaiyuan City. Then, he had violated their previous agreement, monopolized Kaiyuan City, and detained his 3,000 men. Given Maudawin's previous record of obstructing the cart trade between the Han and Xian tribes and seizing large quantities of goods, it was highly possible he would do such a thing. If that were the case, the Xian tribe would have suffered a massive loss. The thought that his huge investment might have yielded such a result made him want to vomit 3 liters of blood. The impatient Xian chieftain immediately decided to dispatch several hundred men, divided into dozens of teams, to cross the 20-kilometer-wide strait on bamboo rafts and canoes to scout the situation on the grasslands. The scouts set out quickly. A small number of teams successfully landed on the grassland continent. They then used the white salt they carried to rent or buy some horses from nearby herdsmen. Then, in groups of 2 or 3, they went to various parts of the grasslands to find news of the battle between Maudun and the Han tribe. Some first went to Maudawin's former territories to see if his people had returned. But when they arrived at one territory, all they saw were the dilapidated frames of tents. The felt on them had long been burned to ashes, and there wasn't even a foul smell, indicating that these traces were from a long time ago. Several Xian tribe scouts dismounted to investigate and found signs of battle everywhere. There were also many rotten animal hides and livestock skeletons in the camp. When they overturned a collapsed tent, several red and black foxes suddenly darted out, snarling at them before disappearing. Upon closer inspection, the scouts also found several human skeletons under the tent. It was clear that these were the remains of people who had been eaten by wild animals after death. What had happened? Who had attacked this place? Why had no one collected the bodies or occupied the camp after the attack? Hadn't they fought so hard to take this place just to occupy and manage it themselves? They didn't get any useful information, but it was clear that Maudawin's rear camps had been attacked by an unknown force and had not yet recovered. This was already bad news. They investigated 2 more of Maudawin's camps and found them in the same state. The repeated discoveries proved that Maudun had likely suffered a major defeat, even losing his own base. This undoubtedly explained a lot. They arrived outside another of Maudawin's strongholds. They were more familiar with this one. It was one of Maudawin's larger bases, where many of the important supplies the Xian tribe had sent were stored. They were eager to enter the camp and question Maudun. They immediately rode forward. From a distance, they saw many herdsmen grazing their livestock. The scouts' hearts immediately relaxed. Thank goodness, they finally saw living people. The presence of herdsmen and livestock meant that this place had not yet been attacked by the enemy. So they immediately rode towards the herds and the herdsmen. However, before they could even speak to the herdsmen, a strong reflection from a small hill in the distance flashed in their eyes. Shielding their eyes with their hands, they saw a troop of more than 30 cavalrymen in red robes and silver armor. Their leader held a black and red Han tribe banner, clearly a squadron commander, officer unique to the Han tribe. In an instant, countless questions flooded their minds. Isn't this Maudawin's territory? Why are there Han tribe cavalry here? Why aren't the herdsmen fleeing? What happened here? There was no time to think. The Han tribe cavalry over there had already whipped their horses and started to accelerate. It was clear they weren't there to welcome them. The scouts were so scared they fled on the spot, but they didn't go far. After dark, they snuck back, hoping to gather some useful intelligence under the cover of night. Their horses were hidden in a nearby forest. 2 scouts carefully crawled through the grass, finally reaching the outskirts of the camp. By the light of countless bonfires and carbide lamps, a wall more than a man's height was faintly visible in the distance. Outside the wall were numerous tents and livestock pens, indicating the size of the population living there. On the outskirts of the camp, the military barracks flying the Han tribe's banner was particularly eye-catching. Further away, by the lake, a brick and stone dock was gradually extending into the water. Without a doubt, this camp of Maudawin's had been permanently occupied by the Han tribe. They had even built a dock for ships and a defensive wall. This made it almost certain that Maudawin's coalition army had been defeated and had fled. Otherwise, how could his territory be occupied by the Han tribe? The 2 scouts exchanged a look and quietly crawled back towards the forest. They prepared to send this news back to Bamboo Island as quickly as possible. More than half a month later, when the various scout teams returned to Bamboo Island, the Xian tribe's leadership, after compiling the intelligence, finally understood the truth. Maudawin's coalition army was finished, and their 3,000 young men were all gone. On the very night the Xian chieftain and several grand elders were discussing this matter, several Jinwei spies lurking near the grand elders also delivered this news to the imprisoned Niu Wei. Niu Wei, who had been imprisoned for nearly half a year, looked haggard. But upon hearing this news, his eyes lit up uncontrollably. He knew his chance to get out had come. I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. My apologies, everyone. I'll try my best to manage my time better in the future. QEQ. In fact, as the conflict between Maodun, the Ecchian tribe, and the Han tribe intensified, intelligence and information exchange between the two sides had been cut off for a long time, especially for the Jinwei intelligence officers embedded within the Ecchian tribe's upper echelons. Being under the watchful eyes of the Ecchian tribe's leadership, they couldn't use Azuka giant eagles to transmit messages. It was far too conspicuous. Contact with these high-level intelligence officers had always been handled through a chain of human couriers. But as the Ecchian tribe grew more vigilant against the Han tribe, the previous method of using merchant envoys for contact had to be suspended. Therefore, Niuwei had also been without news from the Han tribe for a long time. During the winter, he had heard about the Ecchian chieftain's plan to ally with Maodun to attack the Han tribe's Kaiyuan County. Later, information gathered by several intelligence officers confirmed this. The Ecchian tribe continuously transported supplies from Bamboo Island to Maodun via the hidden bridge, and even mobilized 3,000 bamboo-armored soldiers during the winter to participate in the major battle on the grasslands. These soldiers were composed of the young, able-bodied men from the clans of the ruling Grand Elders. As key members under these Grand Elders, how could the Jinwei intelligence officers not know about this? However, they had temporarily lost contact with their tribe and couldn't transmit this crucial intelligence back. After careful consideration, they could only inform Niuwei first, as they, being closest to the Ecchian tribe's leadership, were all aware that Niuwei had sworn allegiance to their chief. Upon learning this news, Niuwei was not at all worried about the Han tribe. In his view, no matter how many troops Maodun and the Ecchian tribe mustered, it was meaningless against Kaiyuan County. They couldn't breach it. Even if they did, the Han tribe would only lose a piece of land. With the Han tribe's abundant resources, they could simply find another place along the lake to build a new city. At worst, it would just be a waste of 2 or 3 years. It was not surprising that Niuwei had such confidence. Having lived in the Han tribe for over a year, he was well aware of the true purpose of a city, defense. With the current methods of attack, no army could breach a city wall. It was his old habit of putting himself in others' shoes. While living in Hanyang City, he had often observed its defenses and even simulated countless siege methods in his mind. The conclusion he reached was that if a city was well-stocked, no army could possibly breach it. And Kaiyuan County City was a special case. Its geographical location was unique, backed by the lake and its waterways. The semicircular city wall extended directly into the lake, protecting even the docks. On the city's front, he knew there was currently only a tall inner city, with plans to build an outer city in the future. Niuwei didn't know if the outer city was finished, but even with just the inner city, Maodun couldn't possibly break through. Because if the Han tribe wished, they could continuously supply Kaiyuan City with troops and resources via the waterway on the lake. Even if Maodun besieged it for 10 years, Kaiyuan City could receive an endless stream of supplies from the lake behind it. Maodun's greatest disadvantage was his lack of ships. If the Han tribe had a rival naval power that allied with the grassland cavalry, perhaps there would be a chance to breach Kaiyuan City, but in reality, no such power existed. Furthermore, although Niuwei had full confidence in Kaiyuan City, he also had a faint sense of anticipation. In a way, he hoped the Ecchian tribe and Maodun would join forces to cause trouble for the Han tribe. This would surely cause the relationship between the three parties to deteriorate rapidly. With his strong faith in the Han tribe, he was certain they would not lose. At that time, both Maodun and the Ecchian tribe would have to bow to the authority of the Han tribe, and perhaps then, he would have a chance to get out. As expected, the development of events was not far from his analysis. He had originally thought the Han tribe would adopt a strategy of defending the city, engaging in a war of attrition with Maodun's coalition army, and eventually breaking the stalemate to defeat Maodun and the Ecchian tribe. But in reality, the Han tribe did not defend the city. Instead, they used the immense power of their cannons to engage Maodun in a decisive battle outside the city walls. Although the process was vastly different, the result was the same, and even more tragic than he had imagined. The Han tribe had actually wiped Maodun out completely, and the Ecchian tribe had suffered an irreversible and massive loss. Unsurprisingly, upon learning the outcome of the battle, the entire leadership of the Ecchian tribe panicked. They began to fear the Han tribe's terrifying combat power and worried that they would attack, at any moment. Niue was still internally debating whether to cooperate with the spies to escape or to stay here and wait for the Han tribe to attack. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Exian chieftain's place, the Grand Elders were still discussing, some in anger, some in sorrow, some in doubt. How on earth did the Han tribe defeat so many troops? Didn't their city only have 4,000 or 5,000 warriors? Maodun and our army had a full 60,000. How did they win? The Exian chieftain was still fixated on this question, a form of self-deception to avoid facing the truth. Since he couldn't accept it now, he subconsciously hypnotized himself, telling himself it was all fake. But the other elders forced him to face reality seriously. This was not the time to evade responsibility. Great chieftain, dwelling on these reasons is meaningless now. According to the reports from multiple scout teams, the Battle of Kaiyuan was a complete failure. Not only was Maoduin's entire army wiped out, but he also lost all his territories. The best parts of these territories have now been occupied by the Han tribe, and they are even building cities. Clearly, they didn't go there for fun, Elder Jean emphasized with great concern. They no longer cared if Maodun was dead or not. Their biggest concern now was the fate of their own warriors. Were they all killed in battle? If so, that was one thing. If not, should they try to ransom them back? But as soon as this idea was proposed, it was immediately rejected by the others. We don't know if those warriors are dead or not, but we absolutely cannot admit that they were sent by our Exian tribe. That would only anger the Han tribe, tantamount to pointing at their noses and telling them the Exian tribe was behind this. Elder Sheng was the first to object. Give up your foolish idea. Do you think the Han tribe can't see that we were behind this? Don't forget the weapons Maoduin's coalition army used. Besides, if our warriors were captured by the Han tribe, do you expect them to keep the tribe's secret? Elder Baijin offered a different opinion. Whether the Han tribe knows or not is not important. What's crucial is their attitude towards us. Is there any movement from the envoy's side? After some thought, the Exian chieftain also stated his position. Not that I know of, replied Elder Chi, who frequently interacted with the envoy. The group fell silent again. The meeting had to be temporarily adjourned. Panicking now was useless. Maodun was finished. The Exian tribe had lost the initiative in this game. Whether to continue fighting, negotiate for peace, or fight to the death, it all depended on the Han tribe's attitude towards them. The living room was silent for a long time. The quiet, oppressive atmosphere was finally broken by Elder Jin's proposal. Our discussion right now is pointless. Perhaps it's time to make a final decision. Are we going to surrender and accept the Han tribe's rule, or are we going to rise up and fight them to the end? Of course, you all know our current strength. This will be a difficult battle. The Exian chieftain didn't speak immediately. He clenched his fists, staring daggers at Elder Jean, whom he had once valued most. This fellow dared to discuss surrender in front of him. How despicable. But he couldn't do without their support now. He was truly at a loss. Of course we must fight. We have already attacked the Han tribe. Do you all really expect the Han tribe to spare us? Perhaps the common people won't be mistreated, but if we surrender, we will almost certainly face death. Do any of you wish to die? Elder Sheng once again emphasized their current predicament and expressed his attitude of fighting to the death for the Exian tribe. In truth, they had no choice. The Grand Elders present all held real power, whether in metal mining, livestock breeding, or tool manufacturing. They were all the top family powers in the Exian tribe. If they submitted to the Han tribe, even if Han Feng chose to spare their lives, he probably wouldn't give them any power to maintain their large families and lavish lifestyles. Then let's fight. That makes things easier to discuss. How do we fight? Elder Chi looked at everyone's reactions and suddenly proposed. I don't think we necessarily have to fight, at least not now, Elder Jean said, once again making a startling statement. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, he continued. As I just said, whether we fight or not is not up to us. It depends on the Han tribe's attitude towards us. However, judging from the envoy's reactions so far, they don't seem to have any plans to attack us in the short term. Everyone nodded in agreement. Elder Jean continued. So, to maintain this special relationship, I think it's necessary for us to make some concessions. We should take the initiative to negotiate with the Han tribe and agree to let them promote their currency in the Exian tribe. The Exian chieftain immediately glared at him, but Elder Jean went on. Great chieftain, don't be angry yet. Hear me out. Agreeing to open up the right to circulate currency is a disguised show of weakness. It tells the Han tribe that we don't really want to fight, but they are too powerful. Now we've thought it through, and giving up a little currency right is fine, since we don't have our own currency anyway. But we can't give up this right for free. Do you all remember the plan Yue mentioned before? The Han tribe will surely use a large amount of iron to trade for the copper in our hands. This is our opportunity. We can take this chance to stockpile a large amount of steel. Then, we can ask the Han tribe for the technology to forge iron tools as compensation for giving up the currency right. Also, the technology for shipbuilding. Even if they don't give us the shipbuilding technology, they must give us some large ships, and not just a few. For this, we can pay a higher price, for example, with white salt. With ships, iron, and iron forging technology, we can mass-produce weapons and armor. In addition, we can recruit Manhwa's scattered, fleeing soldiers from the grasslands and bring them to Bamboo Island to supplement our forces. Now that Manhwa is nowhere to be found, I believe these men would be very willing to come to Bamboo Island and get out of the Han tribe's sight. In this way, we will have soldiers, weapons, grain, salt, and ships. We can then block the Han tribe's ships from the island. At that time, we can capture the entire envoy on the island and force them to hand over the Han tribe's shipbuilding technology. This way, for at least a few decades, we won't fall too far behind the Han tribe. As long as we focus on developing on the island, there will eventually be a day when we surpass them. Elder Jin's words gave everyone a boost of confidence. They all thought it was a good idea. They would only be giving up a currency circulation right that they didn't have in the first place, and in return, they could get a large amount of iron forging technology, and many ships from the Han tribe. Then, they could recruit a batch of warriors from the grasslands, using the Han tribe's weapons and the grasslanders' men. They would only need to provide some craftsmen and grain to have an army capable of resisting the Han tribe. What was not to like? So, the plan was quickly finalized. The elders divided the tasks among themselves. Elder Qi was in charge of the technology side. Elder Sheng would negotiate with the Han tribe. Elder Jin would be responsible for training the army. Elder Shi would coordinate the grain and fodder, and Elder Baijin would be responsible for recruiting Manhwa's scattered soldiers from the grasslands, or you could call it recruitment. A few days later, when Shuaiya, the envoy, heard Elder Sheng come to negotiate, proactively offering to open up currency circulation in exchange for technology and ships, he was immediately puzzled. What on earth was the Xian tribe's leadership up to? This was such a major event that he couldn't make the decision himself. He had to write a letter to ask for Han Feng's opinion. This back and forth would take 5 or 6 days. During this period, because of the Xian tribe's proactive show of goodwill, Shuaiya was able to send out merchants again and re-establish communication with the intelligence officers in the Xian tribe's upper echelons. The two sides quickly reconnected, and the full details of the Xian tribe's new plan were leaked. In the distant Hanyang city, Han Feng held the letter with an unreadable smile. The Xian tribe was still dreaming of being able to deal with him. Looking at their arrangement, they probably hadn't heard about the power of cannons yet. After some thought, Han Feng decided to temporarily agree to the Xian tribe's terms. Both sides could get what they wanted. In any case, it would allow the Han tribe to familiarize themselves with the terrain of Bamboo Island and formulate a detailed plan for attack and occupation. As for the ships the Xian tribe wanted, that was easy. Giving them a few wouldn't hurt. He would agree for now. At worst, he could just drag it out. If he couldn't drag it out any longer, he could use the tactic of teaching them. After all, even if he gave them a ship, the Xian tribe wouldn't be able to sail it immediately. Han Feng made this decision with his own considerations in mind. The Han tribe had just gone through a war and needed time to fully digest the spoils, or rather, to properly manage the land and population they had acquired. Furthermore, the Fubo Guard's fleet needed training, and the 10,000 able-bodied herdsmen brought to Tohai County needed to be reorganized into an army. Now was not the best time to launch a war against Bamboo Island. Although the Xian tribe could field far fewer troops than Manhwa, fighting them was a completely different matter. When fighting Manhwa, the Han tribe was on the defensive. As long as they could repel his attack and protect the development of Kaiyuan County, the battle was considered a win. Moreover, the conflict began with a decisive battle, and the subsequent pursuit of Manhwa was focused on individuals. But Bamboo Island was different. The Han tribe's strategic objective was total occupation. They wanted the entire island's land and population. Therefore, the number of troops required would be far greater than in the Grassland War. Every place they conquered would require a garrison to maintain initial security. Otherwise, simply defeating the Xian chieftain's core forces would be meaningless. Han Feng had already anticipated that these people would likely not dare to face the Han tribe in a decisive battle. If he were the Ecchi chieftain, he would definitely avoid a direct confrontation, instead using the home field advantage, timing, terrain, and popular support to wage guerrilla warfare or set up ambushes. The Ecchi tribe wanted to buy time, and so did Han Feng. Since their objectives were temporarily aligned, a little cooperation was fine. It would also give them a legitimate reason to promote the Han tribe's currency on Bamboo Island, saving them the trouble of doing it after the occupation. Han Feng's reply quickly reached Shuaya, who immediately began negotiations with Elder Shang as instructed. But negotiations were obviously not something that could be completed in a day or two. Both sides needed to maximize their own interests, so for 2 consecutive days, they were constantly probing and guessing. The Ecchi tribe wanted shipbuilding technology directly, which the Han tribe was naturally unwilling to give. They only agreed to sell them a few small, single-masted boats. That's right, sell, not give. The Ecchi tribe, of course, could not accept this, so Elder Chi had to send someone back to ask for the great chieftain's opinion. But what he didn't expect was that the person he trusted most, the one he sent back to consult the great chieftain, not only brought back the great chieftain's opinion, but also secretly brought a message from Niu Wei to Shuya. This person was also a Jinwei intelligence officer. After nearly half a year of imprisonment, learning that the Ecchi tribe's joint operation with Mao Dun against the Han tribe had failed and that they were preparing for another war, Niu Wei felt there was no need for him to stay any longer. If another war broke out, it would undoubtedly be the final one between the Han and Ecchi tribes. If he remained imprisoned, his only fate would be death. So he wanted to leave. Having the intelligence officers help him escape was the best option, but Niu Wei did not have the authority to command them directly. Moreover, the deterioration of relations between the Han and Ecchi tribes to this point was largely due to his own hasty plan. He didn't know the Han tribe's current attitude towards him or if they were still willing to rescue him. So he chose not to act rashly. He only asked the intelligence officer to pass a message to the envoy, expressing his desire to get out and continue serving the Han tribe. This message was successfully delivered to Shuaya by one of Elder Chi's trusted subordinates. Shuaya, however, looked at Niu Wei's plea for help with mixed feelings. He couldn't make this decision himself. First, the Jinwei intelligence officers were not under his command. If he privately ordered them to rescue Niu Wei and they were exposed, the loss would be too great. These agents had been painstakingly placed in the Ecchi tribe's upper echelons. So he had to ask Han Feng first. Thus, under the pretext of consulting the chief about the negotiation terms, Shuaya sent another letter to Han Feng, telling him about Niu Wei's request for help and asking for his opinion. Han Feng pondered for a long time after receiving the letter. Was Niu Wei still worth rescuing? The answer was clear. The man did have some talent, but he was too impulsive and eager for quick success. This was evident from both the previous currency promotion incident and his personal mission to the Han tribe. Bringing him over to serve as a county governor or something similar would certainly be no problem. Besides, after the full occupation of Bamboo Island, they would need a lot of officials. In fact, the Han tribe was already severely short of officials. The reason was simple. Development was too fast, and there was a shortage of talent in every field. So, even if Niu Wei had no other value, he could still serve as an official governing a region. It was indeed necessary to save him, but definitely not by having the intelligence officers rescue him. The risk of exposure was too great. Since they were in the middle of negotiations, it would be best if they could get Niu Wei back through negotiation. After a moment of thought, Han Feng quickly wrote a reply and sent it to Shuaya. After reading Han Feng's reply, Shuaya understood his meaning and found Elder Chi for another round of talks. Finally, after some back-and-forth haggling, the Han tribe agreed to gift 4 sampans and grant the right to trade for 1 single-masted and 1 double-masted sailboat. In exchange, they gained the right to issue and circulate currency throughout the entire Ecchi tribe island. They also demanded that the Ecchi tribe send Elder Shang, Niu Wei, to assist the envoy with currency promotion, during which the Han tribe would pay Niu Wei's salary, but Niu Wei had to obey the Han tribe's orders. It was essentially ransoming the man with the right to trade for 2 ships. Both sides had long been aware of Niu Wei's identity, but it had never been brought out into the open. Even his arrest had been carried out secretly at night. The common people of the Ecchi tribe didn't even know their elder Shang had been arrested and imprisoned. Learning that the Han tribe wanted to take Niu Wei away, the Ecchi chieftain was furious. This was undoubtedly a further confirmation of Niue's status as a traitor. The Exian chieftain wished he could kill him on the spot. But the elders, led by Elder Jean, all advised the Exian chieftain to agree. They had already gotten everything they could out of Niue. Killing him now would be meaningless. Since the Han tribe was willing to trade the right to sell ships for him, they might as well hand him over and get something useful for the tribe in return. After venting his anger on his chair, the Exian chieftain finally swallowed his rage and agreed to the terms. In the following days, Niue was naturally released openly. However, when he encountered the Exian chieftain, he was cursed at rudely and warned not to tell the Han tribe everything. Otherwise, the fate of his family remaining in the Exian tribe could not be guaranteed. Family was no longer that important to Niue. As long as the Han tribe was willing to use him, why worry about not having a family? Therefore, Niue didn't argue with the Exian chieftain on this matter and readily agreed. He just wanted to gain his freedom as soon as possible and regain the Han tribe's recognition. Niue soon arrived at Shuai's envoy post, but he did not take on any currency promotion tasks. Instead, under the pretext of going to the Han tribe to transport coins, he directly took a boat back to the Han tribe. He wanted to see Han Feng, and Han Feng also wanted to see him. For safety's sake, it was best to summon him back to the Han tribe. Meanwhile, as Shuai officially began the currency promotion, good news came from the Han tribe in the north-central part of the mainland. The trial production of the telescope that Han Feng had ordered had finally made progress. One early morning, the telescope development team from the Research Institute brought over a dozen telescope samples for Han Feng. They had different lens sizes, different lens combinations, and different tube structures, one of each type. The production of a telescope was not difficult. It only required installing 2 lenses in a light-blocking tube. The difficulty lay in issues like focal length, lens size, and combination. They went to the top-floor office of the Hanyang City Government Building, the tallest building in the city, which was very suitable for telescope observation. An experimenter next to him began to introduce the functions of the different models and their research results. Chief, we conducted a large number of experiments based on your suggestions and have understood the definition of a convex lens's focal length. Also, based on the principle of the telescope you mentioned, we tested the magnification patterns under different lens combinations. This batch we've made is all based on this formula. Oh, what formula? Tell me about it. Han Feng asked curiously about their research results. Divide the focal length of the objective lens by the focal length of the eyepiece, and that's the magnification of the actual scene. We used this to define the magnification of the telescopes. Let me try it first. Han Feng had long forgotten most of what he knew about telescopes, so he didn't know if their conclusion was correct and couldn't give an evaluation. Anyway, his requirements weren't high. As long as it worked, it was fine. The smallest model was made of a bamboo tube. There were 2 of them, about a foot long. According to the markings on the tube, the objective lens diameter of these 2 telescopes was only 30 millimeters. The eyepieces were a convex lens and a concave lens, respectively, for comparison. The one with the convex eyepiece was marked with a magnification of 3 times, while the one with the concave eyepiece was 8 times. This piqued Han Feng's interest. Could a concave eyepiece provide a greater viewing distance with the same size? He stood at the window and looked at the distant city wall with the telescope. The visual effect of the 3-power scope was only average. It did have a certain telephoto or magnifying effect, but the image quality was mediocre. Besides the small field of view, the center of the circular lens was clear, but the surrounding area was very blurry, as if a blur effect had been applied. The experimenter next to him saw Han Feng's frown and, as if remembering something, proactively reminded him. Chief, when using this 3-power bamboo scope, don't press your eye against it. It's best to leave a palm's width of distance. It will look clearer that way. Oh, Han Feng nodded and did as he was told, not at all embarrassed by his incorrect use. Closing his left eye, he brought his right eye to a position behind the eyepiece and adjusted slightly. Sure enough, the field of view became much clearer, and the blurry surrounding images also sharpened. Only the outermost circle was slightly distorted. Overall, it was not bad. But this strange way of using it didn't feel like using a telescope at all, but more like a scope on a sniper rifle. Thinking of this, Han Feng became happy again. Although this model was not suitable for long-range observation, it was very suitable as a scope. It could be reserved as a technological asset for future rifle development. He then picked up the 8-power bamboo scope of the same size and used it in the same way. This one, with a concave lens as the eyepiece, provided a clearer view than the previous one. Besides the smaller field of view, the image quality did not show any blurring or shaking. It was very suitable for development as a firearms sight. If nothing else, the current artillerymen were in great need of it. Han Feng silently noted this model and then began to test the others. The 40mm objective lens model came in 4 versions: a convex-convex combination single-tube 8-power scope, a convex-convex combination single-tube telescopic zoom 8 to 12 power scope, a convex-concave combination single-tube 10-power scope, and a convex-concave combination single-tube telescopic zoom 10 to 30 power scope. Han Feng tried them one by one and found the same problem as before, his eye couldn't be too close to the eyepiece during observation. However, the last one, the 30-power zoom scope, allowed him to almost press his eye to the eyepiece to watch. And the 30-power magnification marked on it was no exaggeration. Standing at the window of his 5th-floor office in the government building, he could clearly see every rivet on the war drum on the city tower. It was incredible. If there was a drawback, it was the small field of view, and the image was darker than what he could see with his naked eye. There was clearly a problem with the light transmission rate. What's different about this last one? Why is the effect so good? Han Feng asked the experimenter, holding the 30-power scope. Chief, this one is not much different. The only difference is that we replaced the front objective lens with the mantle lens you mentioned. Oh, I see. Han Feng nodded in understanding. The mantle lens was also a type of lens he had proposed, a magnifying glass shaped like a steamed bun. A convex lens was any transparent lens with thin edges and a thick center. Normal convex lenses were usually thin at the edges and thickened towards the center on both sides. The mantle lens Han Feng proposed had thin edges, an almost flat back, and thickened on only one side, hence the name, as it resembled a steamed bun. A more proper name would be an irregular convex lens. But he hadn't expected this type of convex lens to be so effective for telescopes. The image quality was very clear, with no blurring or shaking. At 10-power magnification, the effect was best. Next, Han Feng tested the other lenses. The 6 telescopes with a 50mm objective lens diameter had the best effect. The basic magnification was 10 times, and the maximum magnification reached 40 times. At the same time, because the objective lens size was larger, the viewing angle and light transmission rate were the most suitable for a handheld telescope model. Han Feng immediately designated this 50mm caliber single-tube telescope as the military model, with a metal body and a wrist strap holder. Once a qualified sample was made, it could be mass-produced. However, there was still one largest telescope in the room waiting for Han Feng to test. It was a ridiculously large telescope with a 120mm objective lens diameter and a tube length of 80 centimeters. According to the experimenter, this big guy could clearly see the moon and stars at night. A researcher who used it to observe the sun during the day had been blinded in one eye. The telescope tube, made of thick sheet iron, was incredibly robust. It was divided into 4 sections of varying diameters, tapering from the front to the back. The eyepiece at the rear was also large, a full 3 centimeters in diameter. Han Feng held the massive device with both hands and looked towards the distant city wall. He could even see the fine textures on the individual bricks. He turned it towards the docks outside the city and could clearly make out the wrinkles on the faces of the people by the water. He tilted it up slightly and could see the gate tower of the newly built Shuefu County on the opposite bank. The city wall below it was obscured by trees. Han Feng was thrilled. This was a game-changer. If he stood high enough with a clear line of sight, seeing 10 kilometers would be a piece of cake. He immediately turned to the experimenter beside him. What's the magnification on this one? Chief, by our calculations, this one should be 600x. The objective lens is 120 millimeters, the eyepiece is 30 millimeters, and it has a fixed focal length, no zoom. It uses a convex-convex lens combination. The experimenter replied promptly. Excellent. Can we make it even bigger? Han Feng asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Well, it should be possible. How big did you have in mind, Chief? The experimenter, delighted that the chief liked it, was happy to have more work. Han Feng pondered for a moment. A large telescope like this, with 600x magnification, was powerful enough to be a small astronomical telescope. But he wasn't satisfied. If they could make it bigger, he planned to build a magnificent observatory in the future capital of Great Han and install a colossal astronomical telescope, only that would befit his ambition and lay the foundation for future science. The vision of Great Han must be set on the sea of stars. That was the eternal direction. What if we make the objective lens 10 times larger? Can you do it? 10 times. The experimenter was stunned. He did a quick mental calculation and looked at the chief with doubt. Had the chief miscalculated? Chief, this 120mm one is already a handful. That's why we didn't dare make it any bigger. If we make it 10 times larger, the objective lens would have to be 1.2 meters in diameter, and the telescope tube would be 7 or 8 meters long. How would we even use a telescope that big? What for? Did you miscalculate, Chief? Han Feng smiled and shook his head. The man had never seen an astronomical telescope, so of course, he wouldn't understand the purpose. Han Feng didn't blame him for his doubt and questions. He simply guided him. Didn't you say someone was blinded by looking at the sun with it? Since someone knew to use it to observe the celestial bodies, aren't you curious about the stars in the sky? I just want to build a bigger telescope specifically for looking at the stars. You have to remember, our tribe has the Kinyanjian. They are the ones who formulate the calendar and determine the agricultural seasons by observing the sun, moon, and stars. If there's a tool that allows them to see more clearly, it would be a huge benefit for them. And as for the design, since you've already realized that a large telescope can't be handheld, why not install a detachable stand for it? Something like this, a tripod. As he spoke, Han Feng walked back to his desk, took 3 pencils, and arranged them to demonstrate the shape of a tripod and how the telescope could be mounted. The researcher was greatly inspired. Chief, how would we mount the even larger one you mentioned? And the outer tube? If we use sheet iron again, I'm afraid it won't be able to support the weight of the giant lens. Han Feng glanced at the man, somewhat disappointed by his reluctance to think for himself. But to avoid a few detours, he decided to guide him further. First, since you know that a large size increases weight, why not think about how to reduce it? We'll still use sheet iron, of course. You know we now have riveting and welding technology. We can use angle iron or iron bars to create a frame, like a keel, and then cover it with sheet iron. This way, we can ensure structural strength while using thin sheet iron to reduce weight. Do you understand? As for the stand, you first need to consider its purpose. This is a telescope for observing stars, so you must first ensure it can rotate in all directions to aim at any part of the sky. Then there's structural strength. The stand must be able to support the telescope's weight and be securely installed so it doesn't fall. Third, you need to consider maintenance. It's best to leave a door on the tube for easy access. If the lens is damaged, it must be easy to replace. This is a large piece of equipment, especially the stand and the telescope itself. It's not like the small ones that you can just throw away if they break. Something that big and complicated to make requires careful planning for its future use and maintenance. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to repair later. Yes, thank you for your teachings, Chief. I will definitely study and research this diligently. The researcher's face flushed with excitement at being personally taught by Han Feng. Not everyone had the opportunity to receive such knowledge directly from him. But once he calmed down, he was again stumped by the kind of stand the chief described. To rotate in all directions, how difficult would that be? Han Feng looked at his expression and felt even more disappointed. He had to continue prompting him. Don't just keep your eyes fixed on the research institute. You need to go out, look around, ask questions, and broaden your horizons. Find inspiration in life and nature. That's what a researcher should do. Take this telescope tube and stand, for example. You can go look around for inspiration. The transmission mechanism of the lighthouse, the construction of sailboats, the transmission of windmills and water wheels, the application of various mechanical principles. When you have time, go consult the carpenters, learn from their experience. Don't think that just because you're in the research institute, you're the best. There is always something to learn from others. To learn from others' strengths, to think outside the box, and to apply what you've learned. That's what a researcher should do. Also, I can tell you one more thing. Making the telescope rotate in all directions is actually very easy. You can go look at our tribe's ship-mounted ballistae. All you need is one vertical joint and one horizontal joint to solve the problem of full-range rotation. The rest you can figure out on your own. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Chief. So, should we start building it directly, or? Han Feng's detailed guidance filled the researcher with gratitude. He had been given so many hints. If he still couldn't produce what the chief wanted, he might as well leave the research institute. No rush. First, make a few samples of the military-grade monocular telescope. Then prepare for mass production. Use the 50mm Manta lens, 40x zoom model. It needs to have an iron casing. After you finish that task, start designing a large telescope with a half-meter objective lens diameter. The other requirements are as I just described. First, create the blueprints. Then make a scale model for verification. If you think it's fine, bring the model to me. Only after I approve it can you start building the real thing. Han Feng instructed immediately. Yes, Chief, I understand. What about these telescopes? Leave these few for me. Take the rest back. Continue your research. Remember, do not leak this information to anyone, or you know the consequences. Han Feng selected a few models of good quality to keep and then dismissed the researcher. Research on lenses definitely needed to be intensified. Optical lenses had many more applications, and if developed well, a whole series of branches could yield results. Monoculars, binoculars, glasses for nearsightedness and farsightedness, reading glasses, industrial-grade sunglasses, and even more advanced microscopes and cameras. All of these were technological achievements with lenses at their core. The future Han tribe must develop these things one by one. The telescope was just the beginning of lens utilization. After the man left, Han Feng immediately had someone send the largest 600x telescope to Shu Wu. The old man was still serving as the head of the Qinianjian. He had spent his entire life looking at the stars and celestial phenomena, but had never used a telescope. Hopefully, he would be very pleased with this. Shu Wu was very old. Even he didn't know his exact age, let alone Han Feng. If it weren't for the excellent living standards in the Han tribe now, this frail old man might have died long ago. Han Feng was worried he wouldn't live to see the birth of the large astronomical telescope, so he decided to give this smaller one to the old man who had dedicated his life to the starry sky, to let him see something new. Perhaps it would fulfill one of his regrets. Half a month later, when Niu Wei finally set foot on the docks of Luoyang County, Shuai's currency promotion campaign in the Xian tribe had been underway for some time. The envoy officially began using currency as the medium of exchange. All transactions with the envoy had to be measured in currency. The first 4 gifted sampans had been delivered to the Xian chieftain. Although they were only 8-meter-long rowing boats, they were still treated as treasures by the Xian tribe. Elder Qi, as the representative, immediately had the 4 small boats taken back and ordered people to start imitation and research work. With various tools now at their disposal, the primary woodworking techniques were no longer a challenge for them. As for the single-masted and double-masted sailboats in the agreement, the Han tribe had only provided the right to trade. The Xian tribe had the right to purchase them from the Han tribe, but only with Han tribe currency. However, they didn't have that much currency yet, so they had to wait. To raise the required amount of currency for the ships as quickly as possible, the Xian tribe even had to open the floodgates for the Han tribe's currency promotion, actively encouraging the people to exchange their various bronze items. Even the Xian tribe's upper echelons were no exception. However, the Han tribe had long anticipated this situation. They couldn't possibly use that much currency to exchange for the Xian tribe's bronze items, so they could only use cheaper ironware. But the selling price of this ironware to the Xian tribe was not low. Not to mention the issue of the Han tribe's steel production, just the shipping cost from Xin'an County was no small sum. The Han tribe certainly wouldn't do business at a loss. But the Xian tribe was happy to see this, as using the Han tribe's currency promotion to obtain a large amount of ironware was part of their plan. But this way, the Xian tribe's funds for purchasing ships were again insufficient. In the end, they had to grit their teeth and sell Bamboo Island's resources to get enough money from the Han tribe. Large quantities of grain and white salt were loaded onto Han tribe cargo ships and transported to Tuahai County. The grain was left for local development, while most of the white salt was distributed to the newly established counties of the Han tribe, especially the 3 counties of grassland Honghu Lake, which had no salt production capacity of their own. Their grain and white salt all needed to be supplied from other parts of the Han tribe. However, the other counties of the Han tribe could also obtain a large amount of livestock, fur, meat, and other resources from the 3 grassland counties, which was a healthy internal cycle. No party was at a disadvantage. It was just that the economic characteristics and needs of different regions were different. Meanwhile, when Niu Wei arrived at the Han tribe again, it was still a scene of bustling activity and vibrant life. Various large ships were being launched one after another, showing the strength of the Han tribe's water transportation. Familiar scenes were interspersed with new things. More houses with glass windows, junior officials riding bicycles to the countryside to collect agricultural and poll taxes, farmers pedaling tricycles between their fields and homes, An endless stream of horse-drawn carts transporting building materials, tools, and grain on the roads, and large groups of slaves with their big toes cut off digging canals, repairing roads, building cities, and constructing bridges under the scorching sun. All these people had their heads forcibly shaved. Their bare torsos were sunburned red as they worked tirelessly to contribute to the construction of the Han tribe. Although the Han tribe was harsh in its use of slaves, they did their best to provide for their welfare. At the very least, the large pots of mung bean and wild fruit soup were free for them to drink as they pleased. Niue looked at this massive slave construction team. Although their heads were shaved, he could still distinguish their origins from their habits, language, and appearance. The most docile and obedient, and the smallest in number, were the slaves from the former cannibal tribes. The largest group, who occasionally disobeyed and received a few lashes, were all herdsmen slaves from the grasslands. Niue even found many of them familiar, like some of the mid to high-level confidants from Maoduan's forces. What shocked him most was that among these slaves, there were also a considerable number of Exine tribe people, who also looked quite familiar. He walked closer to carefully identify a few of them, and immediately recognized them as the young, able-bodied men from the clans of those ruling Grand Elders. There were quite a few of them, at least 1,000 or 2,000. These must be the prisoners of war captured by the Han tribe in that battle. Indeed, the Exine tribe could never defeat the Han tribe. Fortunately, he was now a member of the Han tribe. Many of the slaves also recognized Niue. Upon seeing him, they immediately started cursing him, calling him a traitor, despicable, and a harm to his own people and clan. Niue looked at them coldly, unconcerned. To be able to live an advanced life in the Han tribe was his ultimate goal. What was the use of being loyal to that dead-end bamboo island? The vast mainland was the real paradise. He silently turned away, not wanting to bother with them anymore. Soon, the sound of whips cracking and the slaves' miserable cries came from behind him. They couldn't curse for long before they were back to their busy work. The next morning, in the top-floor office of the Hanyang City Government Building, when Niue once again stood before Han Feng, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, weeping as he listed his own transgressions. Niue has failed the chief. I was too hasty, revealed my intentions, and ruined the chief's plan. Whoa. The chief is benevolent and righteous beyond compare. Not only did you not abandon this lowly one, but you redeemed me at great cost. Niue is endlessly grateful and will pledge my life in loyalty to my lord. I implore the chief to pass judgment and punish me. Han Feng's face was expressionless. He wondered if he should have someone cast a little golden Oscar statuette for this guy. The performance was too convincing. Every word was more pleasant to the ear than the last, yet they completely blocked off his own lines. He had even preemptively placed the hat of benevolent and righteous on his head. If he were to punish him now, it would make him seem unrighteous. This fellow was a cunning one. So you do know you're guilty? Han Feng suddenly stood up from behind his desk and slowly walked around to the front, his left hand resting solemnly on the hilt of his sword. This posture immediately startled Niue. Holy crap, was the Han chief going to cut him down personally? Terrified, he immediately prostrated himself, pressing his head firmly to the floor with his rear end high in the air, repeatedly crying out that he was guilty and begging for punishment. Han Feng didn't tell him to get up. He shot him a disdainful glance and continued to question him. How much about the Han tribe did you tell that Exine chieftain? A chill ran down Niue's spine. So it was true. He was going to settle accounts. But he was unwilling to die just like that. So he tried his best to clear his name. Chief, this lowly one truly didn't say much. What I told them were things that were already out in the open. Windmills, water wheels, seed drills, lighthouses, things they had already heard about from the envoy. I only briefly mentioned the lifestyle of the Han tribe's people and the tax system. But those things were also in the Book of Han rights that was given to them. It doesn't count as me saying too much. Besides, before I left the Han tribe, the chief had not yet considered me a subordinate. I never saw any confidential matters. Even if I wanted to say something, I truly had nothing to say. Niue lay on the floor, looking aggrieved, his eyes fixed on the shadow Han Feng cast on the ground. He was genuinely afraid that Han Feng would suddenly draw his sword and cut him down. If he died just like that, what was the point of all the effort to get out? He might as well have stayed imprisoned. Oh, so you think I'm wronging you? Han Feng suddenly stopped in front of him, staring at the tempting back of his head. I dare not. I dare not question the chief. Niue's heart tightened. The chief was really looking for trouble. No matter how he answered, a fault could be found. His heart was now like dead ashes. He could only hope that Han Feng hadn't redeemed him for the price of 2 large ships just to kill him for sport. It's good that you know you're guilty. Get up. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. After scaring him sufficiently, Han Feng turned and went back to sit behind his desk. Killing him was out of the question. After all, he had been exchanged for the right to trade 2 ships. Besides, the Han tribe was expanding too quickly, and he was genuinely short on manpower. Thank you, Chief, for sparing my life. Thank you for giving this lowly one a chance to atone. Niu Wei kowtowed a few more times with a thud before standing up with a fawning expression on his face. Han Feng glanced at him, took a not-so-large map from the bookshelf beside him, and spread it on the table. Take a look. Mark out any deficiencies you see on this. If you dare to miss a single point, you can just scram back to Bamboo Island. Niu Wei's heart jumped. He repeatedly said he wouldn't dare, then cautiously approached to look at the map. When he saw what was drawn on it, he was once again astonished. It was a complete map of Bamboo Island. The general geography, mountains, rivers, farmlands, villages, population distribution, mineral distribution, coastal hydrography, and even seasonal differences were all marked on it. It was incredibly detailed. Of course, this was his evaluation from the perspective of an outsider to the Han tribe. For a group of non-natives to have investigated Bamboo Island to this extent was a testament to their terrifying capabilities. But for him, a native, there were still many things he could add. For example, the distribution of the various elders' family forces. What kind of information is the chief looking for? Niu Wei asked, stealing a glance at Han Feng. Farmland, population distribution, factional allegiances, unique local resources, and transportation conditions. These are very important for future administrative divisions. They must be detailed and accurate. I imagine this shouldn't be difficult for you. The former Elder of Commerce, right? Han Feng asked, staring at his expression. Of course, that's no problem. It's just, Chief, Niu Wei has been imprisoned for half a year. I still remember the things from before, but I'm not sure if there have been any changes in the past 6 months, Niu Wei said after some thought, deciding it was best to state the disclaimer up front, lest he be punished or executed later for discrepancies. You don't need to worry about that. Just note down everything you know. I'll have people verify it one by one. Also, mark out all important strongholds, production and living facilities, and suitable landing sites for a fleet within 3 kilometers of the Bamboo Island coast, Han Feng added. Yes, Chief. Shall I start working on it here now? Han Feng glanced at the man again, thought for a moment, and then said, I'll have someone work with you to draw a new map and create a sand table. You must cooperate well. Also, compile what you know into a written report and submit it. As for your current arrangement, you'll be the county magistrate of the newly established Shuefu County under Riyang. Familiarize yourself with the county's affairs as quickly as possible. While you're drawing the map, don't neglect your official duties. I've given you the opportunity. How far you can go in the future depends on you. Han Feng feigned contemplation, then announced the arrangement he had already decided on. What he lacked now were capable officials. Since Niu Wei couldn't go back to Bamboo Island anyway, he might as well keep him under his watch for a while to see if he had the talent for administration. Shuefu County was a newly established county, and it was centered around schools. The schools had their own principals to manage their affairs, and there weren't many ordinary residents outside, only a few hundred households. If he couldn't even manage that, Han Feng couldn't possibly entrust him with a larger territory. Hearing Han Feng's arrangement, Niu Wei was ecstatic. Although he was only a minor county magistrate now, that wasn't important. What was important was that Han Feng not only didn't blame him, but also made him an official. This was perhaps a test. As long as he performed well enough, a future as a county governor, or even a higher position, was not impossible. He certainly didn't consider himself a fool. After profusely thanking Han Feng for his great kindness, Niu Wei was finally dismissed. Han Feng silently sat down in the guest area and drank his tea, contemplating the future of the Han tribe. That same afternoon, during the hot noon hours, Han Feng had just finished a refreshing bowl of cold noodles at home and was about to take a nap in a room cooled with ice blocks when a maid came to report that a message had just arrived by Flying Eagle. Han Feng quickly took the letter. To his surprise, it was from Yu Yi. Had something happened at the Northern Temporary Camp again? But after a quick scan of the contents, he realized it was a routine work report from Yu Yi. However, a discovery mentioned in passing caught his attention. There is a black lake on the northwest ice field that never freezes, stinks to high heaven, and a person can stand on its surface. A black lake? Never freezes? Stinks? And you can stand on it? What is this thing? Han Feng racked his brain, trying to recall any natural wonders from his past life that matched the description, but nothing came to mind. In the letter, Yi added his own speculation after the description of the Black Lake. Many on the exploration team suspected it was a mineral deposit. This Black Lake was located on a meadow in a large plain, not connected to any other water systems. It was a completely independent lake, about 500 or 600 hectares in size, which was 5 or 6 square kilometers. The outer part of the lake was a hard, black solid, on which people could walk freely. Even a horse-drawn cart would have no problem. But the closer one got to the center of the lake, the softer it became, gradually turning into a black, viscous, gelatinous liquid. The liquefied area in the center was about the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts, a very inconspicuous spot compared to the entire lake. And this unsolidified black liquid constantly emitted a nauseating stench. The surrounding solid areas, however, had no smell. Perhaps because they thought it might be a mineral, they had tried to mine a little. It was much easier to excavate than they had imagined. It wasn't as hard as coal, more like dried cured meat, and it was even a bit sticky. Han Feng opened the cloth bag containing their so-called mineral and immediately saw several pieces of something that looked like obsidian. There were several black stones of various sizes. They felt softer than stone when squeezed and had no smell. Some cut surfaces had a bright sheen, but it wasn't the smooth gleam of metal, more like the shine of oil. This thought gave him a great idea. He quickly had a maid bring a pair of chopsticks, then held a small piece of the black stone over a candle flame. In just a moment, the piece of black stone melted, sticking the 2 chopsticks together, and quickly caught fire, emitting black smoke and a strong, peculiar odor. This smell is strangely familiar. Han Feng instantly remembered what it was. Wasn't this the smell of asphalt being boiled on rooftops for waterproofing when he was a child? This thing was asphalt. He suddenly understood. He quickly had the maid open the windows for ventilation and threw the 2 chopsticks out. Han Feng went out onto the top-floor terrace to breathe in the fresh air and think. So it was an asphalt lake. He had heard of such things. In his past life, there was more than one on Earth. The most famous was Pitch Lake in the Caribbean, a lake made entirely of asphalt, and a rather famous tourist attraction. This kind of thing was probably a natural product formed when underground oil seeped to the surface at a tectonic plate fissure and was then exposed to the sun and evaporated. Asphalt was the heavy oil substance left after the light substances in crude oil evaporated. It had another name, bitumen. Pitch Lake was just such a natural bitumen mine. It was said that nearly 100 million tons had been mined, yet the lake's surface had not dropped. 90% of it was exported to China for infrastructure and road paving. Although many people had not heard of it, it was not far from people's lives. Realizing what this was, Han Feng immediately became excited. This was a natural bitumen mine of over 500 hectares. There were so many things he could do with it. The Han tribe currently used asphalt, but it was a byproduct of coking coal, and the output was very scarce. Apart from being used for waterproofing and sealing the seams of sailboats, it was impossible to do much else with it. But now it was different. A natural bitumen mine with a huge output had appeared before the Han tribe. It would be perfect for building bridges and paving roads. Apart from being a bit far from the Han tribe, it had basically no other drawbacks. Looking at the asphalt fragments in the small cloth bag, Han Feng's mind filled with images of asphalt roads everywhere in the Han tribe. Black asphalt roads connected all the counties, forming the Han tribe's light land transportation network. As for heavy land transportation, that could be left to trains in the future. At the Han tribe's current development speed, Han Feng felt that getting a train running in his lifetime was not an impossible dream. But that was all in the future. The decision he needed to make now was whether to mine this asphalt lake, how to mine it, and what to use it for. Mining would definitely require a large amount of manpower and tools. Transportation would need carts and ships. Using it would also require professional knowledge. After all, you couldn't pave an asphalt road with just asphalt. You also needed a large amount of crushed stone, so a quarry would have to be set up, and various asphalt paving equipment. If nothing else, at least a mixer with a built-in heating function was needed to mix and heat the stone and asphalt together. Then a road roller was also essential. There were also many things to do on the mining side. Population could be transferred from Yu Ye's camp nearby. As for tools and transportation, since Yu Ye's team could find the place and it was surrounded by plains, it should be accessible by cart. The most important thing was safety. If a permanent county was established there, Would it attract attacks from the cannibals? It would be great if they could capture a batch to use as slaves for mining asphalt. Han Feng thought about this and that, but after a long time, he still couldn't come up with a clear plan. It was still due to a lack of intelligence. He decided to put it aside for now and first have Yu Yi compile a detailed map and information about the surrounding area. Only then could he make a more suitable mining plan. Han Feng took the matter of the asphalt lake very seriously. After confirming the strategic value of this resource point, he quickly sent a reply to Yu Yi, instructing him to immediately conduct a thorough investigation of the area surrounding the lake. This included identifying the most convenient transportation routes for bulk mineral transport, assessing the surrounding climate and land conditions, determining if there was potential for grazing or farming, checking for an adequate supply of fresh water, and verifying whether the conditions were suitable for long-term human habitation. After all, mining the asphalt lake required a sufficient workforce, and a large population needed food and fresh water to be sustained. Of course, the Han tribe could transport grain from other places, but that would make the mining operations costs too high, which was not in their practical interest. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. Such a major undertaking, involving the exploration of such a large area, certainly couldn't be completed in a few days. So he had to wait. Besides, the Han tribe's current construction tasks were already heavy. Even if a detailed plan was drawn up now, Han Feng probably wouldn't have the spare capacity to start mining. Whenever he needed manpower, Han Feng couldn't help but think of the Tang tribe and the Xian tribe. If only these two major population resources could be put to his use immediately. But that was obviously impossible. Han tribe, Xing'an County. With the establishment of the Han tribe's coking plant and Xing'an County before the year's end, dozens of blast furnaces smelted iron and steel day and night. The Han tribe's steel production even experienced a period of overcapacity. This situation was alleviated somewhat by Han Feng's development of cannons and cannonballs, which consumed a portion of the steel and eased inventory pressure. But with the completion and delivery of 200 cannons, steel production once again exceeded consumption. However, this almost comical situation was relieved again with the arrival of spring. The Han tribe had established many new counties this year. The three grassland Honghu counties, Tahai County, Nanzhong County, the new county town in Riyang County, and the new county town in Dongxing County. As these places were successively put into construction, and with the addition and growth of a large population, the Han tribe's demand for iron tools and agricultural implements also increased day by day. This further eased the pressure on steel inventory, allowing the tribe to barely reach a balance of income and expenditure. But this was not a long-term solution. As these newly established counties gradually stabilized, their demand for ironware would also cool down. To maintain the vitality of the Han tribe's steel industry, Han Feng felt it was necessary to find another industry that could consume a large amount of steel. In fact, he had already found one: bicycles and tricycles. Both of these vehicles were primarily made of steel. If they could be successfully promoted, the Han tribe's steel production would definitely be consumed quickly. But due to the technical difficulty and time cost of handmade production, rapid promotion was currently a fool's dream. So, for the time being, he had to think of other ways. After much thought, Han Feng had no choice but to prepare to restart the steam engine project. With this prime mover, metalworking machine tools would no longer be a problem, and steam locomotives would become possible. Moreover, due to the previous development of cannons, the Han tribe already had some expertise in boring machine technology. This meant they had a certain research and development foundation for the most important structural component of a steam engine, the high-pressure cylinder. Han Feng prepared to start trying now. It didn't matter if it wasn't successful. They could accumulate experience slowly. At the same time, he had already planned the route for the Han tribe's first railway line in his mind, the nearly 80-kilometer road from Weishan County to Xing'an County. This route was currently the most critical land transportation artery in the Han tribe. Every day, a large number of horse-drawn carts carrying coke, grain, cloth, and various iron products traveled back and forth. It had become the busiest route. If a railway could be built here, it would save the Han tribe a great deal of manpower, animal power, and material resources. Although they didn't have a train yet, the tracks could be laid first. Without a locomotive, they could use horses to pull the carts for now. In any case, for this kind of heavy transport line, rail transport was definitely more efficient than a dirt road. As for the rail gauge, Han Feng didn't know much, but he knew a little. After all, he had studied warfare in his past life. During World War I and World War II, Many battles revolved around railways, and he had analyzed many of them, though not the railways themselves. Regarding railway tracks, they could be roughly divided into two stages. The first was when trains were first invented, and railways were built by private individuals. At that time, they were mostly used for transporting minerals. The construction was extremely simple, with most cast iron rails laid directly on the ground without even sleepers or ballast. The gauge was mainly narrow. In the second stage, it became public transportation mainly for transport and passenger services. To pursue the comfort of passenger trains, railways gradually appeared with sleepers, ballast, and various track gauges, including standard and broad gauges. Narrowing it down to the scope of gauge, it could be roughly divided into three types: narrow gauge, standard gauge, and broad gauge. Narrow gauge mostly referred to railways with a distance between the rails from 60 centimeters to 100 centimeters. This type of slender rail transport mostly developed for mine carts, as it was originally used specifically for pulling or in mines. However, this narrow gauge railway was later often used in warfare because it was relatively easy to lay and not very picky about terrain. In World War I and World War II, Western countries temporarily laid this kind of small train to rush supplies and troops on the battlefield. They could even lay tracks while moving and relocate at any time, which was its advantage. Next came the second stage of rail transport development: freight and passenger transport. The trains built for these two purposes had a minimum gauge of about 1.55 meters. This gauge was very common for both passenger and freight transport and was still in use in modern times. The origin of this data was said to be because the wheelbase of Western horse-drawn carts, especially those with two horses, was this distance. 1.55 meters was just wide enough for two horses to run side by side, and was the most common mode of transport in the West at the time, so it was set as the standard gauge. The appearance of broad gauge railways was mostly for rare, super heavy freight-specific lines. Passenger transport generally never used them. The range of this broad gauge, that is, the distance between the two rails, was generally between 1.8 and 2.4 meters, specifically for transporting heavy or large goods. A train could even carry a whole column of tanks. Based on the current situation of the Han tribe, what they needed most were narrow gauge and standard gauge rail transport. Narrow gauge wouldn't be used for carrying people or goods, but it was very suitable for both coal and iron mines. The standard gauge track, the width of two horses, was more suitable for carrying people and goods. Both types of railways had their own uses, and there was no distinction of superiority. With this data as a reference and basis, the development of steam locomotives now had a clear goal, and they wouldn't have to take so many detours. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately formulated a two-pronged development plan for the steam engine and the railway. Xing'an County would be responsible for rolling the steel rails, and the Research Institute would be responsible for the development of the steam engine. Both sides would start work at the same time, and sooner or later, they would get it done. Following the research and development strategy of starting with the easy and moving to the difficult, Han Feng first put the narrow-gauge steam locomotive on the work schedule. However, expecting the people at the Research Institute to figure it out on their own was probably asking too much of them. So, Han Feng simply had them select some craftsmen specializing in metal processing and mechanical transmission from the Research Institute, and they moved with their various tools to the Industrial College in Shuefu County. He then had construction workers build a temporary workshop in a corner of the school and allocated 2 warehouses for them as a research site. The Han tribe's steam engine development project had begun. Han Feng appointed himself as the chief engineer, leading a group of researchers and craftsmen to conduct experiments. The first development plan was not to directly create a narrow-gauge locomotive, because neither the Research Institute nor Han Feng himself had that ability. So he planned to start small. In a few days, Han Feng had the glass workshop on the island in the lake create a set of steam engine prototype models according to his drawings. Anyone who has studied mechanics knows that if you just want to create a steam engine prototype that can boil water and spin, it's not difficult. The difficulty lies in how to make it work properly when placed in a real machine. In a classroom partitioned off in the warehouse, a research team of about 30 people sat below. They were the most skilled craftsmen in the Han tribe in mechanical transmission and metal processing, masters who could draw the components of a windmill transmission or a loom with their eyes closed, and geniuses familiar with various metal treatments: casting, forging, quenching, mold making, and welding. Dozens of them sat in rows, looking at Han Feng on the podium. Han Feng drew a schematic diagram of the steam engine on the blackboard with chalk, then clapped the white dust off his hands and turned to the research team below. This is the core of our project, the schematic diagram of the steam engine. If this can be successful, it will completely change our world, because it is a prime mover machine controlled by humans, capable of working tirelessly without rest. The productivity of our Han tribe will be greatly enhanced. Looking at the bewildered faces of the researchers below, Han Feng didn't waste any more words and got straight to the point. All right, let's take a look at what a steam engine is. Simply put, it's a prime mover machine that uses steam pressure as its power source, mainly composed of a boiler, a cylinder, a piston connecting rod, and a flywheel. Looking at the schematic diagram on the blackboard, most people were still confused. Due to their limited knowledge, they still couldn't imagine what it was or why simply boiling water could make a flywheel move. However, Han Feng had long explained his classroom rules during his personal lectures. If you don't understand, you must ask. Don't hold it in, or you might never figure it out. Science is sometimes like a paper window. Perhaps a single hint from Han Feng could break through it. So, during his classes, he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of asking questions. Thus, someone immediately raised their hand. What is your question? Han Feng pointed to one of the researchers. The person immediately stood up, bowed slightly, and said, Chief, why does boiling water make the wheel move on its own? Doesn't this mean that having firewood and water is enough? Then what do we need windmills, water wheels, and livestock for? Is this thing better than livestock, windmills, and water wheels? This was indeed a question. Because they had never seen it, some people would question whether the new thing was better than the old. This was a common viewpoint, and such a question was normal. Han Feng was not angry about this. He calmly replied, The principle of a cart, or rotational work, was proposed by me. Windmills, water wheels, and livestock were also first innovated by me. No one understands their shortcomings better than I do. You only see their advantages, which is wrong. I have said many times that science is about daring to innovate, making bold assumptions, practicing seriously, and seeking proof cautiously. You are all familiar with the things I mentioned above. So you should be very clear, do they really have no shortcomings? Livestock get old, sick, and die. They need to eat. They get hungry and tired. Windmills can only operate at high power during the windy autumn and winter seasons. Their effect is very limited in spring and summer. Water wheels are the opposite. They have the highest power during the rainy spring and summer when the water is high. When the water level drops day by day in autumn and winter, they will quickly lose their effect. Moreover, the structures are too large and too picky about location. Windmills must be built on high ground in a windy area, and water wheels must be built by the water, and canals and dams must be built to raise the water level. Not only is the engineering work massive, but the requirements for the construction environment are also too harsh. But the steam engine is different. Its greatest advantage is that it makes up for all the shortcomings mentioned above. It is tireless, not picky about time, not picky about location. As long as there is a supply of water and fuel, it can work continuously. This is the significance of the steam engine. After explaining the stakes, Han Feng waved for the researcher to sit down and then pointed to another person who had raised their hand. Chief, you mentioned before that some of the steam engine's technology is related to the principle of cannons. Is this related point the principle of piston movement? One uses gunpowder gas to push a cannonball, and the other uses high-pressure steam to push a piston connecting rod. But how powerful is steam? Can it compare to gunpowder gas? Why not just replace the steam engine with a gunpowder gas engine? Han Feng couldn't help but laugh at his question, clapping his hands, which left the researchers stunned. That's a good question. Why a steam engine and not something else? As long as there is a suitable fuel to provide the driving force to make the flywheel work, it should be fine, right? This is a very good idea. You've already reached the level of thinking outside the box. This is the kind of thinking a scientific talent should have. Since gunpowder gas can push a cannonball weighing dozens of G, why can't it be used to push a piston to do work? I can simply tell you that it's because the pressure of gunpowder gas is too high and not easy to control. If you can figure out a way to control the burning speed of gunpowder, then of course it's not impossible. At that time, you can even give this new fuel machine a new name, like a gas turbine. If you directly use carbide and water to react into acetylene gas, and then ignite the acetylene as mechanical power, then I suppose it could also be called a gas turbine. Furthermore, if you can enclose and control the combustion of fuels like tung oil or alcohol inside a machine, You might even be able to make an internal combustion engine. There's no rule that we must make a specific type of power machine. The reason I chose the steam engine project is simply because it's simple enough. The researcher who asked the question was praised by Han Feng, and his heart swelled with joy. The others, hearing Han Feng instantly come up with several other power sources based on the question, were filled with even more admiration for his boundless imagination and associative thinking. No wonder the chief was so brilliant, able to create such practical and wonderful things so casually. His imagination was simply invincible. They only knew how to use acetylene for lighting and welding, but they had never thought it could be used as a power source. And even the idea of using it as fuel had been told to them by the chief. Without further ado, the special lecture on the steam engine was the main topic. As I just said, why not choose other fuels as a power source? Because our current processing level is not high enough. The simple structure of a steam engine has a high fault tolerance. Even if it's not very precise, we can still try to make it, and its operating cost is the lowest. Other fuels, whether it's acetylene, tung oil, alcohol, or gunpowder, are not the most suitable. Finely processed fuels are too expensive. On the other hand, coal is abundant, can be used as soon as it's mined, and is sufficient as long as it can be used to boil water. The researchers below all nodded, gaining a direct understanding of Han Feng's ideas. Talk is cheap. I've already had the glass workshop create a set of transparent steam engine models so that everyone can understand the principle more intuitively. Now, who wants to come up and operate it for everyone to see? As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, a sea of hands shot up from below. It seemed he had thoroughly piqued their interest. He wasn't worried about anything himself. He was only afraid that these people under him wouldn't be interested in the steam engine. But the current classroom atmosphere was excellent. Han Feng directly pointed to one person and had him come up to operate it. The man respectfully bowed to Han Feng, called him chief, then bowed slightly to the crowd below the podium, and began to examine the things in front of him. The steam engine model Han Feng had made was not a single piece. It consisted of an exquisite wooden frame with a flywheel mounted on it. In front was a piston connecting rod and a cylinder blown from transparent glass. In front of the cylinder was a small glass bottle filled with water, which served as the boiler, connected to the cylinder by a semi-transparent rubber tube. The heating method was external heating with an alcohol lamp. This was a standard laboratory tool. The Han tribe had no shortage of glass or alcohol, so they took this opportunity to create it. The researcher who came up began to operate it under Han Feng's command. He filled the flask with water halfway, connected it to the cylinder, set up the frame, lit the alcohol lamp, adjusted the flame height, and moved it under the flask. The water began to slowly heat up, and some hot steam blurred the inner wall of the flask. The people below all leaned forward on their desks, craning their necks to watch. You can all come to the front to watch. Be quiet, don't crowd. Han Feng smiled at them. To let everyone see clearly, he specially let them come forward to watch. Hearing this, everyone was very excited and quickly got up quietly and gathered around the podium, completely surrounding it. The flask was not large, and the half bottle of water inside was quickly heated, beginning to slowly release many fine bubbles, though it was still a little short of boiling. Someone impatiently asked, "Chief, isn't the startup speed of this machine a bit slow? It feels even slower than a windmill or a water wheel." Slow? It doesn't matter if it's slow. If it can be started in the time it takes to boil water and then run for a whole day, the startup time can basically be ignored. And its fuel consumption is not large, so it won't waste much energy, Han Feng explained with a smile. At this moment, the water in the flask began to boil. Inside the small flask, the hot water was bubbling and tumbling. A large amount of water vapor began to look for an escape route. But the sealed flask had no other passage for the steam to escape, so it could only flow through the semi-transparent yellow rubber tube into the transparent glass cylinder. This was a model of a reciprocating steam engine. The intake port on top was connected to the piston connecting rod and had a switch device to control the intake channel, which was also connected to the exhaust port. But as a large amount of water vapor rushed in, the white, hot steam did not push the piston but went directly out of the exhaust port. The flywheel remained motionless, which was very awkward. "Chief, what should we do next?" The researcher who came up to operate it asked, breaking the awkward silence as he looked at the scene before him. Han Feng thought for a moment. Did this thing need to be cranked like a single-cylinder diesel tractor to give the flywheel some inertia? So he said, "Pinch the exhaust rubber tube shut to increase the pressure inside the cylinder. Then use your other hand to turn the flywheel to provide some initial inertia. The researcher quickly followed Han Feng's instructions. He pinched the exhaust tube shut, and the steam pressure inside immediately rose. The trapped water vapor accumulated, and with nowhere else to go, it had to push against the only movable part, the piston. It's working. Everyone's eyes lit up. The operator didn't dare to delay, and quickly used his other hand to turn the flywheel. The next moment, under the action of the steam and the connecting rod, the flywheel began to turn continuously. Quick, let go of the exhaust tube, Han Feng quickly reminded him. When the operator released the exhaust tube, the flywheel began to accelerate under the back and forth push of the steam, and the small wheel on top also began to spin rapidly. Wow, it's really moving. And it's spinning so fast. Look at this exhaust pipe, it's interesting. It's puffing out in bursts. Thump, thump, thump. To be able to drive a machine just by boiling water and fuel. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that as long as you keep adding water and fuel, it can work forever? That's really amazing. If this thing works, I'm afraid the price of firewood will go up. Oof, your train of thought is really strange. Never mind, never mind. We're studying mechanics. Prices are not our concern. Everyone marveled at the miniature steam engine model that could be held in two hands. After the entire research and development team had seen the steam engine model, Han Feng began his formal lecture. The first goal of the R&D team was to create a small, prime-mover, reciprocating single-cylinder steam engine. It wasn't meant to be installed in a locomotive, but to provide power for a lathe, which would in turn facilitate the development of better steam engines. After all, with a lathe, the quality of some precision parts could be guaranteed. The single-cylinder reciprocating steam engine, the legendary one improved by what? Changed the single-stroke motion of the earliest Newcomen steam engine to a double-stroke motion, more than doubling the efficiency of the steam engine and leading to its widespread adoption. Han Feng's idea was also very simple. Without precision processing machinery, they would first create the processing machinery. This type of steam engine mainly consisted of a boiler, a high-pressure cylinder, a reciprocating piston and its connecting rod, and finally, the flywheel that provided the driving force. The flywheel was then connected to a non-powered machine by a belt or gear, giving it artificial power. The R&D team was already quite familiar with the application and understanding of this structure and understood it very quickly. Everyone regarded the famous saying of Han Feng, the first scientist of the Han tribe, as truth. Art is explosion, industry is boiling water, and machinery is spinning in circles. The project they were currently studying was essentially using boiling water to make machinery spin. Han Feng was responsible for the design and overall concept, while the researchers were mainly responsible for using existing technology to manufacture what Han Feng needed. Both sides used their talents, and the research work quickly got on the right track. The boiler was made by steel plate stamping, drilling, hot riveting, and welding. This was the least technically difficult part and mainly required fine workmanship, which could be completed with existing technology. The boiler was generally divided into two parts. Since it was a fixed vertical boiler, it looked like a cylinder, like a giant capsule standing up, about the size of a person. The upper part was the water tank, and the lower part was the firebox, with several metal pipes connected to the outside for transporting steam. The most complex reciprocating cylinder was cast from wrought iron using the most refined lost wax casting technique. The cylinder did not need to withstand the same pressure as a cannon, so there was no need to use cast steel. Cast iron was sufficient, and using wrought iron, which was softer, made it easier to polish the inner bore of the cylinder. The cylinder structure was also chosen to be cylindrical, based on the Han tribe's existing cannon boring machine technology. A rectangular cylinder was not impossible, but they couldn't achieve the required precision fit yet. Sealing was a crucial indicator for a part like a cylinder. At the same time, Han Feng clearly taught the researchers the relationship between mechanical energy and the piston cylinder, allowing them to directly absorb it and apply it in their future practice. The volume and diameter of a cylindrical piston cylinder were also very particular. The larger the cylinder diameter, the greater the thrust of the steam on the piston surface, and the more powerful the machine, which is what is known as high torque. A cylinder with a smaller diameter and longer length would have a smaller piston surface area, and the power provided by the machine would be correspondingly smaller. This was inevitable, but as the cylinder was lengthened, the piston stroke would also be correspondingly longer. A cylinder made this way would have less torque, but plenty of horsepower. That is, it wouldn't have much pulling power, but its legs would move quickly. There was no question of which of these two types of cylinders was superior. It was still Han Feng's famous saying, "There is no good or bad in machinery. It only depends on whether it is suitable for its intended use." If you were going to use it to pull stones in a mine, then the greater the pulling power, the better. In this case, a large diameter cylinder would have an advantage. But if you were going to use a steam engine to make a table saw, then what you needed was the speed of the saw blade. As long as it was fast enough, it would be fine. It didn't need much force anyway. It was just sawing wood. Why would you need so much force? In this case, a cylinder with a smaller diameter but a longer stroke would be superior. Because the steam engine being developed this time was for a machine tool, the goal was speed. So Han Feng chose a long stroke, small diameter single reciprocating cylinder. It was cast using the lost wax method, and then the inner wall of the cylinder was polished with a windmill-powered vertical boring machine. The matching cylinder piston was directly composed of a set of thin copper iron composite plates, without using any rubber, because a steam engine didn't need rubber for sealing anyway. The sealing principle of this piston was still the most basic phenomenon of thermal expansion and contraction. The main piston components were composed of several circular thin iron plates assembled together. The diameter of the iron plates was almost equal to the inner diameter of the cylinder. As long as it could be put in with a slight gap, it was fine. Of course, the tighter the fit, the better. After such an iron plate piston was put in, when the steam engine started, the piston plate would come into contact with high-pressure, high-temperature steam. The tightly fitted iron plates would expand when heated, and their diameter would become slightly larger than the cylinder. At that time, the piston would be firmly pressed against the cylinder wall, forming a completely sealed environment. As for the copper plates added to both sides of the iron plate piston, they were mainly to help the iron plates heat up quickly, because copper's thermal conductivity is much better and faster than iron's. The reason they didn't use copper directly but adopted a copper-iron composite method was because copper's strength was not enough. It was still too soft compared to iron, and its wear resistance was not very high. In addition, the reciprocating switch steam pipe used a copper column as the switch. This thing was relatively small and could be made solid. In this way, the thermal conductivity and lubrication of the copper column were significantly better than steel, making it very suitable for this key position. Other parts like the flywheel and connecting rod. The connecting rod was directly forged from good steel to improve its service life. As for the power flywheel, it was directly cast from wrought iron using a sand mold. Anyway, that was the least important part. If it broke, they could just replace it. As for the transmission belt, it was not the responsibility of this team. Han Feng had other arrangements for that. He directly gave it to the rubber research and development team on the island in the lake, asking them to use sisal fiber as the core and a rubber mixture with high friction, strong toughness, and low elasticity to make the transmission belt. As long as the idea was correct and Han Feng provided the specifications, the rest was just a process of spending money and resources and conducting a large number of experiments to find the right result. So, Han Feng was not worried about this at all. There was no difficulty, only time was needed. Sooner or later, they would get it done. Once the research project was on the right track, Han Feng no longer needed to stay there all the time. So, he returned home and began to handle the daily government affairs of the Han tribe. The Han tribe currently did not have many government affairs that required Han Feng's attention, because each region had its own local officials to manage it. He only needed to lead the overall situation and guide the direction. In his spare time, Han Feng was actually writing books. He wanted to write down as much of the knowledge he could remember from his past life as possible, which would also leave some wealth for the Han tribe. During these days of routine writing, time slowly reached the end of June in the second year of the Han tribe's founding. A giant eagle from the Bamboo Island envoy once again brought Han Feng a letter. It said that the envoy's currency promotion was going smoothly, but the amount of currency required was too large, and they hoped the tribe would continue to send more coins. At the same time, it seemed that the Xian tribe had also saved up enough money and hoped to immediately trade for the 2 sailboats the Han tribe had promised. While Han Feng was engrossed in mechanics back in the Han tribe, the currency promotion on Bamboo Island was in full swing. Ship after ship of currency and iron ingots were delivered to the envoy's residence, then quickly transported to various branches. Of course, branches wasn't entirely accurate, as the Xian tribe had not yet allowed the Han tribe to freely station personnel and construct buildings outside the envoy's residence. So, these so-called branches, or currency exchange points, were more like temporary currency markets. After applying, Shuaya contacted Deshu in Tuahai County and arranged for him to organize small merchant caravans from there. These caravans were then dispatched by the envoy to various parts of Bamboo Island to conduct business, primarily dealing in metal trade, that is, currency promotion. From its initial landing to subsequent reinforcements, Shuaiya's envoy had only grown to a scale of 300 to 400 people. This was enough to handle matters within the residence, but to promote currency throughout Bamboo Island, they clearly needed to bring in more people from the Han tribe. But this was only the surface situation. The actual currency promotion had long since become a joint operation involving multiple departments. Using the map of Bamboo Island's population, factions, and resource distribution provided by Niuwei, the envoy took the lead under the guise of promoting currency. Jinwei spies, led by Yu Ji, acted as caravan leaders. Shuda's fleet was responsible for water transport. Shuetu's Hubanwei soldiers served as the caravan's core, and captured herdsman warriors acted as laborers. This large-scale joint operation allowed them to thoroughly scout the entire Bamboo Island, which was actually a very easy and convenient task. The purpose of this currency promotion was actually to use ironware and currency to collect all the bronze items from the people of Bamboo Island. Therefore, the amount of currency needed was not very large. Instead, the consumption of ironware was quite significant, but this also provided a perfect cover for the Han tribe's reconnaissance. First, the fleet escorted a batch of small, single-masted boats with oars to the envoy's residence on Bamboo Island. Then, the fleet patrolled the nearby waters around the island for reconnaissance. These single-masted sailboats served as the main means of transportation for the merchant caravans. Since the Ecchi tribe was also an agricultural civilization, the caravans could travel along the main rivers, reaching most of the inhabited areas of Bamboo Island. At each location, a team of several such small boats would temporarily dock. The caravan would then go to the Ecchi tribe's villages and other settlements to promote their trade, exchanging ironware for bronze items. If they had a lot of bronze, they could exchange it for money. If they didn't want money, they could also exchange it for daily necessities from the caravan at a set price. This was a very attractive trading method for the local natives. What the local natives needed to exchange for were mostly knives or farm tools. As for cooking utensils, they generally didn't use metal. Most of the Ecchi tribe's common people still use pottery pots to cook and natural containers like bamboo tubes to eat and drink. So, whenever a caravan arrived, the local people would eagerly bring their household bronze items to exchange for various good things, especially important production tools like knives and farm tools. Iron farm tools were much lighter than bronze ones, and also sharper and more durable. There was no reason for them not to trade. Moreover, the Han tribe traded by weight, and the price of different types of iron was different from that of bronze, but overall, it was much lower. Generally, iron tools like sickles, machetes, kitchen knives, and axes were priced the same as bronze. The next lower tier was farm tools, which were generally cheaper than knives. And cooking utensils like iron pots and spoons were the lowest tier of ironware, and thus very popular locally. The Han tribe, in turn, could use the transaction numbers of these items to gather statistics on the actual situation of Bamboo Island. For example, the number of iron pots sold could basically be used as a unit for household registration, because under normal circumstances, one pot per family was usually enough. The number of farm tools sold could be used to estimate the number of adult laborers in the area. For example, if a family bought 3 sickles, it meant that the family had at least 3 people who could work in the fields. By the same logic, if these 3 people could do farm work, they could also wield weapons, so they had to be counted as part of the Ecchi tribe's potential fighting force. By analyzing the sales of ox-drawn plows, human-powered plows, and advanced farm tools like seed drills, the Han tribe could also deduce the area of cultivated land and the approximate yield, which could provide an estimate of how much grain was available. Starting from the envoy's residence, more than 200 small, single-masted boats traveled upstream along the Qingshui River of Bamboo Island. Based on the map and preliminary reconnaissance, whenever a large settlement was found, 3 or 4 small boats would dock. This time was no exception. When the fleet reached a large settlement of the Shur tribe, 5 small boats broke away from the formation. The central boat raised the Han tribe's flag and slowly approached the shore under the watchful eyes of the local people. Wow, so many boats. The Han tribe is so rich, a boy of about 13 or 14 said with emotion, leaning on a heavy bronze shovel. Zhugenji, I heard the Han tribe people come from a very faraway place. I really want to take a boat like that and see the outside world. I heard the world outside is very big. Next to the boy, A 7 or 8-year-old boy holding a large bamboo tube for drinking water said with longing. I want to see it too, but there's no chance. And that boat isn't ours. I heard boats are very expensive, and the Han tribe doesn't sell them, the boy said to his younger brother, adjusting the woven bamboo hat on his head. Brother, look. Why are they coming over? 1, 5, there are 5 boats. The younger brother next to him stood on his tiptoes, looking at the river. Seeing the boats leaving the fleet and heading for the shore, he immediately cried out in alarm. The Han tribe people must be here for something. Little brother, go to the village and get the clan elder. If you see any other adults on the way, call them over too. I'll watch them here. The boy named Zhu Jin also became a little nervous. But fortunately, the Han tribe had a good reputation. Since they started having dealings with Bamboo Island, there had been no reports of them doing anything bad. On the contrary, the many advanced products they brought were very popular with the natives. So, the boy was not too scared, just a little nervous from never having interacted with foreigners before. Okay, I'll go right now. The little boy next to him dropped the bamboo tube and ran barefoot towards the village, shouting for the adults working in the fields as he ran. Soon, many people gathered by the shore, holding various farm tools, watching the Han tribe's sailboats slowly approach. Thud! The bow of the single-masted boat hit the muddy bank with a dull sound. A few young men dressed in the distinctive attire of the Han tribe appeared at the bow. You Han tribe people, what brings you here? Why have you come to our village in particular? Next to the boy Zhu Jin, a strong man in his 20s or 30s stepped out from the crowd and asked proactively. The leader of this small Han tribe detachment was from the Jinwei, an 18-year-old youth named Wenshi. He was one of the first youths from the Wen tribe that Han Feng had traded for at the Ruming Water Valley Spring Festival. He had just come of age when he joined. Now, after a few years, he not only had 3 children, but had also been selected for the Jinwei because he was clever, reliable, and a veteran member of the Han tribe. However, the others in this small detachment did not know his true identity. They only knew that he was fluent in the Bamboo Island language and the Grassland language, so he was specially sent by his superiors to be the team leader. When she, dressed in brown clothes with his hair tied up, stood at the bow with a cheerful smile and greeted them. Greetings, fellow villagers. We have come here to do business with the permission of your Xian tribe's great chieftain. May I ask if the clan elder of your village is present? Perhaps we can talk in person. We have come specially to sell farm tools and knives this time. I'm sure you will like them. Doing business? Farm tools and knives? How are you selling them? The leading man was immediately attracted by this gimmick. It was said that the Han tribe's tools were advanced and well-made, but he had never seen them before. I guess you would need them. We trade our ironware for your bronze items, by weight. A bronze hoe like the one in your hand can be exchanged for about 2 of our farm tools, when she explained with another smile. The leading man was surprised again. A bronze hoe like this one in my hand can be exchanged for 2 of your identical farm tools? Is that true? Of course it's true. We Han tribe never cheat in business. We are fair to young and old alike. A strong man in a sleeveless vest next to when she quickly added. This man's true identity was actually a squadron commander in the Hubanwei army, specially ordered to assist in reconnaissance and guard the caravan this time. This is good, but I can't make the decision. Why don't you wait a bit? Someone has already gone to get the clan elder. He'll be here soon. Although the leading man was very interested in this business, he was hesitant and did not let when she and his men come ashore. No rush, no rush. We'll be here for 2 or 3 days. There's no hurry, when she replied with a cheerful smile, then had his men disperse and rest, and get some cool water to quench their thirst. The 2 sides waited like this. More and more villagers gathered by the shore. After about a quarter of an hour, a few people of all ages, surrounding an old man, walked from the village in the distance towards the shore. The old man came to the shore and first looked at the Han tribe's boats and the leader, when she. He then whispered a few words to the strong young man who had been leading the group before, and then, leaning on a cane, he said to Wenshi, May I ask this Han envoy, is it true what you said about exchanging 1 farm tool for 2? Of course. We exchange by weight. Different tools have different prices. Knives are 1 for 1. Farm tools are 1 for 2, and cooking utensils are 1 for 3, all by weight. Wenshi waved his hand behind him, and the herdsmen helpers with the team brought out several baskets of ironware and placed them on the shore. Kitchen knives, sickles, machetes, iron shovels, hoes, and plowshares were all there. The newly arrived clan elder was immediately captivated. He walked forward and reached out to touch the ironware. The man next to him also picked up an iron hoe and looked at it. An iron hoe generally had a thinner blade than a bronze one. After all, the toughness of iron was no match for bronze. But although the material looked thin, it was much lighter than a bronze hoe and much easier to wield. Working with such a tool would definitely be easier, and one could get more done in a day. If these iron farm tools were durable, they might even be able to cultivate a few more plots of land with them. The clan elder and the strong man thought at the same time. Han Envoy, may we try your ironware? The old man asked with anticipation in his eyes. Why not? Men, give them a few with handles attached. Let the old gentleman try them out. When she immediately agreed. The helpers quickly took out various tools and placed them in front for the natives to try. The farmers who came to watch were not hesitant either. After all, these were the tools that fed their families. They all chose tools they were familiar with and began to try them out. One man put aside his bronze shovel for turning soil and took a similar iron shovel from the caravan. Looking at the unbelievably thin iron shovel, he clicked his tongue. Can something this thin be strong? But when he saw the demonstration by the caravan helper, his eyes widened. He saw the thin iron plate with a wooden stick inserted into it sink deep into the soil with a firm step. With a push back on the wooden handle, a full shovel of soil was dug out, leaving a small pit on the muddy bank. Oh my, this thing is great. If we use this to dig irrigation ditches, it will definitely be light and labor-saving, and the work will be fast. No, I have to get one. No, too. The people watching from the side immediately became happy. Others used machetes to cut bamboo. A bamboo stalk as thick as an arm could be felled in 2 strokes, which was countless times better than a bronze or stone axe. The women of the village were also gathered around the spatulas, scissors, and kitchen knives. The caravan had even specially prepared a few rags for them to experiment with. The clan elder and the strong men were trying out several types of plowshares and seed drills on a patch of wasteland nearby. They also tried sickles and other things. After a while, everyone was overjoyed and said they wanted to exchange all their household bronze items for the Han tribe's ironware. It was understandable that they would think this way. In the eyes of these farming people, bronze was originally used for making tools. It was good, but its value was limited to being a tool. After all, it couldn't be used for much else. But now, the Han tribe's ironware was clearly better, and the price was even cheaper than bronze. There was no reason not to exchange. After agreeing on the price, the caravan immediately went ashore, cut down some bamboo poles to build a shelter, and moved all the goods up. Under the shelter, a large scale was placed for weighing, and a bamboo mat was laid out behind it with a low table as a desk. The business was officially open. Outside the shelter, the villagers lined up, carrying their household bronze items, waiting to trade. And when she, sitting behind the desk recording the accounts, began his currency promotion campaign. Old gentleman, this bronze axe of yours can be exchanged for 2 sickles, with a little left over. But what's left is not enough to exchange for anything else. How about I give you a few copper coins in change? Copper coins? What are those? Are they another one of your Han tribe's farm tools? The old man who had come to trade for sickles asked, completely bewildered. When Shi's face twitched, he fought back the urge to roll his eyes and, with a cheerful smile, pulled over a small basket on the table, pointing to its contents. These shiny little copper pieces are the money of our Han tribe. While they aren't tools and cannot be destroyed, they can be used to trade for goods. Any goods from the Han tribe can be exchanged for them, as long as you provide the correct amount, of course. Can't eat it, can't drink it, can't use it as a tool. What good is it to me? Since you say this money can be exchanged for other things, just give me the things directly. I don't want the money. The old man picked up a coin and examined it. It was exquisitely made, with a flower on one side and a person's head on the other, along with many small characters. Unfortunately, he couldn't read most of them, but he recognized one that looked like the character on the flag hanging from the boat. He figured it must be the Han of the Han tribe. But since he couldn't eat, drink, or use it, no matter how beautiful it was useless in his hands. So he tossed it back into the basket and told Wen Shi to exchange it for something else. Wen Shi wasn't flustered by this first rejection. It wasn't as if it would succeed right away. He smiled again and said, all right, old gentleman, I'll exchange it for goods for you. But there are so many people waiting in line behind you to trade their bronze for iron. How about this? I'll give you your change in these copper coins first, and then have someone show you our other Han tribe goods. That way, you can see what you can get for them. Well, the old man wanted to settle it all at once, but seeing the long line behind him and the sun beating down, he felt he couldn't insist. He agreed, but he was still worried about being cheated. After taking the coins when she gave him, he immediately pestered one of the Han tribe men to exchange them for goods. The caravan's helpers naturally agreed and led the old man to look at the other merchandise. "Old gentleman, please take a look. All our goods are here. If there's anything you want, I'll tell you the price, and you can use the copper coins in your hand to trade for it," the Huban squadron commander, dressed in plain clothes, said warmly. All right, let me see, the old man replied and began to look carefully. Because they had transported the goods by boat, the caravan had brought a full range of items. There were large items like pots and pans, scissors and cloth, and small items like needles and thread, shoe soles, and paper patterns. There were even expensive items like carbide lamps, scales, and printed calendars, as well as cheap things like chopsticks and wooden spoons. The old man looked around but couldn't decide what he needed. So he called over his daughter-in-law and young grandson to help him choose, to see what the family needed. "How much for this needle?" the old man's daughter-in-law asked, holding her child's hand as she squatted in front of the stall. "The short steel needles are 1 won each. The long ones are 2 won each. We also have them in boxes of 10. How many do you want?" the caravan helper asked, sitting cross-legged on a mat at the stall. "You Han tribe people don't come to sell things often, so let's buy a few more. Give me 5 short ones and 5 long ones." "But how much money should I give you for this? How do you calculate it?" the woman asked, a little confused. 5 short ones, 1 won each, that's 5 won. 5 long ones, 2 won each, that's 1 jiao. So, in total, you just need to give me 1 jiao and 5 won. The woman turned to her father-in-law, who was holding the money, signaling for him to pay. But the old man was also completely baffled, looking at the coins of various sizes in his hand, unable to tell which was which. "Young man, I can't read. How do I exchange this?" "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, old sir. I'll teach you how to recognize the money. Our Han tribe's coins are easy to recognize. Even if you can't read, you can tell which is which. See this one with a stalk of grain on the front, the lightest and thinnest one? That's 1 won. The one with the person wearing a straw hat working in the field is 2 won. The one with the ox plowing the field is 5 won. The next level up is the jiao. This one has 2 colors. The one with a horse on it is 1 jiao, the one with a sheep is 2 jiao, and the one with an eagle is 5 jiao. The things your daughter-in-law bought cost a total of 1 jiao and 5 won. So you just need to give me the one with the horse and the one with the ox plowing the field." The helper pointed to the patterns on the coins and explained to them. I know. Grandpa, let me help you find them." The little grandson at the side immediately became excited. Children love to play, and they especially love beautiful toys. These coins were exquisitely made with various patterns on them, which were indeed very appealing to children. The 5 or 6-year-old boy quickly picked out the coins with the plowing ox and horse patterns from the handful of coins in the old man's hand, then looked at his grandfather with a smile, as if to say, "Hurry up and praise me." The old man naturally wouldn't spoil the fun. He praised him a few times, and then gave the money to the caravan helper. The helper took the money, took out a small bamboo tube with a stopper, put the 10 needles the woman wanted inside, and then began to tell others the prices. As the bronze for iron trade continued on the other side, a large number of people who had received copper coins as change also gathered at the sundry goods stall, constantly asking the caravan helpers about the prices of various goods. Transactions were taking place one after another. The local natives learned to recognize the currency very quickly, which was a testament to the patterns and decimal system Han Feng had come up with. When the Han tribe first promoted its currency, it was because most of the common people were illiterate and couldn't distinguish the denominations. That's when Han Feng came up with the idea of using patterns instead of words. As long as you could see the picture on it, you could identify the corresponding value. There was also the decimal currency system. For illiterate people who were not good at arithmetic, this system, which used 10 fingers as an abacus, was very easy for calculation. Even among the Han tribe's own people, not just when the currency was first introduced, but even now, many still relied on the patterns on the coins to identify their value. Just then, a man among the shoppers asked, "Han Envoy, I want to buy this iron pot, but I don't have enough money. What should I do? How much are you short?" The helper selling the goods asked in return. "I'm short, by your terms. I'm still short 2 jiao. What should I do?" the man asked, a little worried. He had already bought everything else, and most of his money was spent, but he still had some left, and he didn't feel safe keeping it. Seeing the caravan helpers cooking with an iron pot outside the shelter, he suddenly wanted to use his remaining money to buy one, But unfortunately, the iron pot was too expensive, and he was a little short. Short too, Jiao. How about this? Our caravan will be staying here for a few days anyway. You can be responsible for the firewood we need for cooking these days. I'll give you 5 won for a bundle of corn stalks that you can wrap your arms around. Bring me 4 bundles, and I'll give you 2 Jiao. How about it? The helper thought for a moment and suggested. I can get money for that, the man said in surprise. That's right. In our Han tribe, all daily necessities can be traded with coins. It's just firewood. Most families have plenty. But sometimes we buy some too, the helper explained with a smile. The man was very happy and immediately agreed, rushing home to prepare the firewood. He even planned to bring more to exchange for a few more coins to buy something else. The people shopping around were also very surprised. It was the first time they knew that money could be used in this way. Someone in the crowd asked curiously, Han Envoy, you said this money can be exchanged for daily necessities. Can it be exchanged for grain and salt? Of course. In our Han tribe, different grains have different prices, mostly traded by weight or volume. And salt is also exchanged by weight. Firewood, ironware, and even hired labor. For example, if you want to hire someone to help you with something, you also have to pay them with coins. Even carts and boats, as long as you have enough money, you can buy them. The helper explained again. And the surrounding shoppers felt as if a new door had been opened for them. So money has such wonderful uses. Many people only produced grain. When they had a surplus, they could naturally trade it for something. But the value of grain was limited, and they couldn't get much in return. For example, if a family wanted to trade grain for 2 sheep, but the value of the grain was not enough, they had to give up. But in the Han tribe, if you encountered such a situation, you could sell the grain for money. If 1 year wasn't enough, you could save for 2 years. If 2 years weren't enough, you could save for 3. After all, money wouldn't spoil or lose its value. But if you had a pile of corn at home, you definitely couldn't store it for 3 years. But if you converted it all into money, you would eventually save enough to buy what you wanted. Inspired by the man just now, another person also thought about whether he could get something to trade for some money at the caravan. He had his eye on the Han tribe's seed drill, but he didn't have much money left, and he had already exchanged all his household bronze for ironware. So he asked the helper, Han Envoy, I still want to buy a seed drill, but I don't have enough money. I wonder if you are short of anything else. If I have it, I'd like to trade for some money too. The helper smiled at him, thought for a moment, and said, How about this? There are about 50 of us here, and we'll eat a lot in 3 days. We have enough grain, but not much meat. Go see if you can find any chicken, duck, meat, or eggs. Bring them here, and we'll exchange them for money for you. I can get money for that. All right. You wait. I'll go find some for you. So another person left the market by the shore and rushed home. But his own family didn't have much meat to offer, so he took some grain and traded it with his neighbors for some meat and eggs. He then put the meat in a bamboo cage and went to trade with the Han tribe. The caravan also traded with him at a similar price, and the man finally got the seed drill he wanted. After all this, the native people all realized the convenience of currency. The best thing about it was that it held its value and didn't spoil, and it was convenient for trading. Transactions that were originally impossible were all completed because of the intermediate medium of currency. Because no matter what you wanted to sell or buy, you could first exchange it for currency and then use the currency to exchange for what you wanted. And it could be flexibly divided. No matter what the price, there was a corresponding currency that could be used for payment. It was indeed a good thing. Unfortunately, because this was introduced by the Han tribe, although the native people liked it very much, they did not keep much of it. Only a few people kept some as a souvenir or to preserve its value. Most of them directly exchanged it for the goods they wanted. Of course, this was also because the Han tribe did not have a long-term presence in various parts of Bamboo Island. Even if they wanted to keep the money, the Han tribe's caravans were not always there, nor did they come at a fixed interval. Even if they wanted to exchange for things, they couldn't find anyone. Naturally, they were unwilling to keep it. However, the village's clan elder, after observing for a few days, had a lot of feelings about the use of currency. After all, he was old and wise. So he specially found when she and asked, Han Envoy, can we use this currency when we trade among ourselves? Or can we only exchange it for things from the Han tribe? Hee, the currency itself has value, old gentleman. This is all made of good copper. Naturally, it can be traded with each other. However, if you use it yourselves, you should still be honest. Don't drive up prices or refuse to accept or pay. Money is a matter of credit. In our Han tribe, There are tribal government offices and the Han law to maintain and guarantee it. But on your bamboo island, you will have to rely on yourselves to guarantee it. Does the old gentleman understand what I mean? When she first smiled, then explained earnestly, I don't quite understand. May I ask the Han envoy, what is this credit? And what is refusing to accept or pay? The old man asked, a little confused. Let me give you an example. For example, you have money and want to buy some grain from someone else to eat. They sell it to you, and the money goes to them. But when they come to you with the money to buy grain, you don't recognize the currency and refuse to accept it. When others buy things, other people also refuse to accept the currency. Then do you think this currency is still useful? When she reminded him with a hint of deep meaning. Oh, I see. I understand. That's right. In our Han tribe, these matters are all backed by law. Whether it's destroying currency, refusing to accept or pay, robbing currency, stealing currency, or privately minting currency, they are all serious crimes. If you are caught, you will be severely punished. The light punishment is labor reform, the heavy punishment is corporal punishment, and there is even beheading. With the entire tribe backing it, the currency system is as solid as a rock. When she once again introduced the Han tribe's currency system and its various severe punishments. I see. The Han tribe is truly advanced and powerful. Not only are their craftsmen skilled, but the tribe's system is also perfect. It's truly admirable. But Han envoy, I have an idea. I wonder if it's possible. Old gentleman, please speak. The village's clan elder stroked his goatee and suddenly proposed that he wanted to collect some things the Han tribe needed, then exchange them for money and some common supplies. He would open a small shop in the village to provide some convenience for the villagers, and at the same time, his own family could also make a small profit. This is of course a good thing. But isn't the old gentleman worried about the problems I just mentioned? If the caravan leaves, there will be no one to enforce the currency rules, when she asked with a smile. He had already made it so obvious. Had this old man still not understood? Han envoy, rest assured. I can't speak for other places, but in this village, no one dares to disobey my words. We may not have the Han law here, but we have our clan rules, the old man said with a confident and proud expression. Ha ha ha. Good. What a good clan rule. The old gentleman truly has great spirit. When she couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. The Han tribe's currency promotion campaign on Bamboo Island was undoubtedly a success, having achieved its intended goals. Although the amount of currency held by the people of Bamboo Island was not yet high, the utility of currency had taken deep root in their minds. Han Feng believed that as soon as the Han tribe could occupy Bamboo Island, the currency would rapidly spread throughout the island. Most importantly, under the guise of this campaign, the Han tribe had thoroughly gathered crucial intelligence on most of Bamboo Island. This provided a favorable guarantee for the later stages of the occupation plan. Han Feng was just waiting for the specific information to be sent back, after which he could use the comprehensive map to divide Bamboo Island into the Han tribe's administrative districts and begin identifying and training suitable officials in advance. By dispatching officials immediately after the battle, they could stabilize Bamboo Island in the shortest possible time, making it truly their own. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately sent a reply to Shuaya, telling him to first complete the deal for the single-masted sailboats and sampans with the Ecchi tribe. As for the double-masted sailboat, he was to delay it for another month. 2 days later, when Han Feng's reply reached Shuaya, Shuaya immediately found Elder Qi, who was stationed near the envoy's residence, and proposed to proceed with the ship transaction. Elder Qi was, of course, extremely cooperative. They couldn't wait to get their hands on the Han tribe's ships, master the shipbuilding technology, and completely block the Han tribe from the sea. The Ecchi tribe no longer lacked iron. The Han tribe's currency promotion had brought them a great deal of ironware. The Han tribe had also acquired a lot of copper, basically clearing out all the bronze items from the homes of the people on Bamboo Island. It had all been loaded onto ships and sent back to the tribe. Soon, it would be transported to Xin'an County, remelted and purified, and then sent to the mint to be made into currency. It was in mid-July of this year that the Steam Engine Research Center, which had moved its research institute to Shuefu County, finally produced a result, a miniature steam engine model. Although it was only a very small model, this model could actually boil water and spin. Due to its small size, the boiler couldn't burn coal, so it burned charcoal instead. First, the red-hot charcoal was ignited, and then new charcoal was added to keep the boiler burning continuously. Perhaps it was because of its small size that most of the parts of this model machine were cast using the lost wax method, and the resulting product was much more refined. Although the sparrow was small, it had all its vital organs. While it had no practical use, as a verification machine, it was qualified. At the very least, when it actually started running, it proved that Han Feng's idea was feasible. It was truly possible to drive machinery with steam. After the successful verification, Han Feng immediately ordered the Research Institute to start trial producing a full-scale experimental verification machine. At the same time, the theory and model production for a small locomotive were also put on the agenda. Following Han Feng's multi-track development approach, the Research Institute began to clearly divide these steam engines into generational research projects and embarked on a three-step strategy of pre-researching one generation, researching one generation, and producing one generation. At the same time, the Steam Engine Research Institute was officially renamed the Power Research Institute by Han Feng. There were already 3 research projects underway. The first was the first-generation steam engine, the fixed-power steam engine for which a model had already been made, mainly used to provide power for lathes. The second project was to trial-produce a model of a narrow-gauge locomotive based on the experience of the first-generation steam engine. The third project was a large-torque fixed-power steam engine, mainly used to provide power for large machinery. This type of steam engine also had a wide range of uses. It could be used to renovate the mint, replacing all the minting machinery with steam power. But on the other hand, it was mainly intended for Xing'an County. Han Feng planned to prioritize the establishment of a steel rolling mill after this steam engine technology matured, mainly for producing various types of steel. After all, without a rolling mill, many desired things could not be produced. For example, railway tracks. With the casting method, only short-distance tracks could be cast, a few meters long at most, and the quality was not good, and it was time-consuming and labor-intensive. But with a rolling mill, they could directly produce tracks tens or even hundreds of meters long. At that time, the Han tribe's railway construction could truly pick up speed. In addition, with a rolling mill, the main material for bicycles and tricycles, seamless steel pipes, could also be mass-produced, instead of having craftsmen hammer them out by hand. Other items, such as rebar for construction, steel bars, steel wire ropes, or angle steel and I-beams for building factories and bridges, could also be produced. In fact, a rolling mill is a mechanical steel stretcher that can forge and stretch red-hot steel, gradually shaping it into the desired form. This process is called hot rolling in modern times. There is also cold rolling, which is to directly stretch and change the shape of metal that has not been heated at high temperatures, using its ductility at room temperature. However, the current technological reserves for cold rolling were not yet sufficient. Overall, hot rolling had the most extensive use. If it could be achieved, the Han tribe's productivity would also be greatly enhanced. The prices of many things would also decrease with the increase in productivity. At that time, the lives of the Han tribe's people would be improved once again. After arranging all these research plans, Han Feng began to think about taking a long trip. He wanted to go to the seaside himself, to see the Tang tribe, Tohai County, Bamboo Island, and his future capital. Although he had been entangled with Bamboo Island for a long time, Han Feng had never been there. He also wanted to see what the sea of this world looked like. Once this thought appeared, it grew like wildfire in Han Feng's mind. He was very tired in the tribe and had long wanted to go out and see the world. Although he would still have work to do when he went out, at least he could have a change of scenery. Having made up his mind, Han Feng immediately began to arrange for a southern tour. This time, he planned to take his whole family. Little Luo Chung and little Luo Lan were almost 2 years old, so a long trip wouldn't be a problem. Besides, they would definitely have people to take care of them, so Han Feng was not worried. With a single order, he had people prepare carts, horses, ships, and guards. That evening at dinner, while the whole family, including their house guest Tang Yao, was present, he announced his plan. I'm planning a southern tour in a few days to see the southern territories of the Han tribe. The destinations are the 3 Honghu counties, Tohai County, and the Tang tribe. Xiao Dai and Zhan Ing will bring the children along. You should start preparing tomorrow and pack the things the children will need. Also, Tang Yao, do you want to go back and see your family this time? Xiao Dai and Zhan Ing were quite happy. They knew Han Feng was very tired, and it would be good for him to go out and relax. The 2 children had never been far from home, so it would be a good experience for them to go out with their father. They happily agreed. Only Luo Chung and Luo Lan, the 2 little foodies, were hugging their wooden bowls and eating meat dumplings with gusto. Tang Yao, sitting at the same table, was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected this question to come so suddenly. After thinking about it carefully, she also agreed. It was now July. Tang Yao had been in the Han tribe for a total of half a year over 2 visits. The medicinal herbs she had brought had long been compiled into data and written into the Han tribe's compendium of materia medica. Her task in the project had long been completed. She was still in the Han tribe now simply to learn their medical skills. But it wasn't as if she couldn't come back in the future, so going home for a visit first wouldn't be a problem. She decided to go on the southern tour with Han Feng. Compared to dissecting corpses and drawing anatomical diagrams with people every day, the southern tour was clearly more attractive. After all, Tang Yao had only heard of the Han tribe's 3 grassland counties and had never actually seen them. How could she pass up this good opportunity? And so, the plan was set. Everyone took care of their own affairs, packed their things, and set off together. First, they took a carriage to Luoyang County, took the 2 children to see the lighthouse, and then went to the shore of Days Lake to see the 2 elephants, Ru and Huishan. Then they boarded a sailboat and headed south together. The southern tour fleet consisted of 5 ships in total. In the middle was a tall, 3-masted flagship, with 2 2-masted sailboats guarding it in front and behind. The 5 ships formed a single column and set sail for the south. Of course, this trip couldn't just be for transporting Han Feng and his family. That would be too much of a waste of transport capacity. So, along with them were a large amount of currency, iron ingots, and some other goods. In the morning, Han Feng's family stood at the window of the stern castle, each luxuriously holding a telescope and looking at the scenery on both banks and in the distance, marveling at this object. "My husband, this telescope is truly magical. You can see things so far away so clearly, as if they were right in front of you." Xiao Dai couldn't help but praise. Mommy, I want to see too. Daddy, I want to see too." Little Luo Chung hugged Xiao Dai's leg and swayed back and forth, looking pitifully at the telescope in the adult's hands. Come, stand on the table and look." Han Feng scooped up his son and placed him on the table, then put his own 10 to 40x single-tube zoom telescope in front of his son, signaling for the little guy to look for himself. Little Luo Chung was very happy. He held the telescope with both hands and looked around at the shore, finding everything new and exciting. As he looked, the boy suddenly jumped up on the table and shouted excitedly, "Daddy, I see it. There's a city over there, and a black mountain." "Oh, is that so?" Han Feng replied casually, taking the telescope and glancing through it. It turned out that Dongxing County was not far ahead. The black mountain little Luo Chung was talking about was nothing more than the piles of coal in the freight yard of Dongxing County's port. "Son, take a good look at this city. This is also a city of our Han tribe. In the future, it will be up to you to manage it," Han Feng said with emotion, stroking little Luo Chang's shaved head. But the boy was too busy looking at the novelties and clearly didn't pay any attention to Han Feng's words. "Daddy cow, moo." Little Luo Chung looked through the telescope, then turned his head and pointed with his little hand, telling Han Feng to look too, while excitedly mooing like a cow. Han Feng laughed at his own foolishness. He must have been out of his mind to talk about ancestral legacy with a child not yet 2 years old. A child from an ordinary family might still be breastfeeding. He reached out his big hand and kneaded the boy's chubby little bottom, then took a pig's tail from the food box next to him and gave it to him to eat. "Eat up. After you finish this pig's tail, have your mother give you a bath." Little Luo Chung immediately dropped the telescope and started gnawing on the pig's tail, which made Tang Yao, who was standing nearby, smile. She was flipping through an unfinished book on food therapy and health preservation and read in a serious tone, "Pig's tail, rich in collagen and calcium. When cooked and eaten, it can promote the healing of external injuries and strengthen bones. When eaten by children, it can dispel dampness, supplement zinc, and treat symptoms such as drooling, teeth grinding, and finger sucking. Eating pig's tails occasionally will stop little Luo Chung from drooling." Xiao Dai also put away her telescope and smiled. "This method of my husband's is really effective. The 2 children have rarely drooled since they started eating pig's tails. My husband, are we stopping the ship at Dongxing County?" While they were discussing pig's tails, Zhaning also came into the stern castle holding Luo Lan, followed by several maids carrying 2 large basins of ice to cool the cabin. These were all ice blocks collected from the river during the winter and stored in a cellar. Han Feng had specially had some loaded into the ship's hold for this trip. One reason was to cool down, and the other was to use it as a refrigerator in the hold to store fresh vegetables and fruits. The fleet doesn't need to stop. Tell the last ship to go to Dongxin County to buy some fruits, vegetables, and fresh meat, and then speed up to catch up, Han Feng said after some thought. All right, I'll go arrange it, Zhang replied, handing Luo Lan to Han Feng, then turned to give instructions to the servants. The fleet continued south without stopping. On the way, they passed the sandbar where the Li tribe and crocodiles were discovered, the abandoned settlement of the former Mandarin tribe, and the farmland once cultivated by the Yujiang clan. Han Feng raised his telescope and saw that the fields were still full of crops, and there was a lot of human activity on the riverbank. Smoke was once again rising from the abandoned small village, which made him frown. It seems there are still quite a few people around here. Another tribe has occupied the former settlement of the Yujiang clan so quickly. Perhaps we can set up a county here, which would also serve as a supply point along the waterway. We could also absorb some population. Xiao Dai, go mark this place on the map and label it as I said, Han Feng said after observing with the telescope. All right, I've noted it down, my husband, Xiao Dai replied with a smile. She could clearly see that Han Feng was in a much better mood on this trip. Even when they were clapping at night, he was more energetic, leaving both her and Zhang exhausted. In the morning, when she saw Tang Yao, the little girl was blushing, and the dark circles under her eyes were particularly noticeable. Zhang also touched her belly with a happy expression, wondering when she would be able to have another child for her husband. At the end of July, when Han Feng's fleet reached the fork in the middle section of the Luyang River, he decided to first visit the three grassland Honghu counties. The first stop would be Kaiyuan County, followed by inspections of Zhongwu County and Binhai County. At the same time, the Xian tribe on Bamboo Island finally managed to buy the sampans and single-masted sailboat they wanted from the envoy. As for the double-masted sailboat, because Han Feng had ordered a delay, Shoya told them that there were currently no spare ships available for sale and that they would have to wait for a ship to be transferred from Luyang County. Of course, this transfer would take at least 2 or 3 months. However, the upper echelons of the Xian tribe, having already obtained the single-masted sailboat, were not content to wait. They were eager to try out their newly acquired vessel. The single-masted sailboat sold by the Han tribe was actually the same type of small, flat-bottomed inland riverboat that the merchant caravans had used a few days earlier. This type of boat was 15 meters long and 4 meters wide, with a length-to-width ratio of about 3.8. It had a shallow draft, but high passability, fast speed, and a large carrying capacity. It wasn't picky about docks and could even dock directly on the shore without one. It was originally designed for inland waterways, but apparently, the Xian tribe didn't understand the difference between these sailboats, thinking that as long as it had a mast and a sail, it was all the same. Thus, to understand the characteristics of this boat as quickly as possible, Elder Qi, under the command of the Xian chieftain, was ordered to take it out to sea for a trial run as soon as possible. They were to figure out the sailing techniques, and while imitating its construction, they also had to understand the structure and principles of motion of the sailboat to achieve independent research and development capabilities as soon as possible. After all, by relying solely on imitation, they could never surpass the Han tribe. The Han tribe would never sell them their most advanced ships, and even if they were willing to sell, the Xian tribe might not be able to afford them. And for the Xian chieftain, who had already mastered weaving and woodworking techniques, as long as they understood the structural principles, it was only a matter of time before the Xian tribe could develop their own. Elder Qi was also very excited and fond of the newly purchased sailboat. Although it was just an inconspicuous little thing in the Han tribe, to him, its size alone was as long and wide as 5 houses, clearly a behemoth. He called on 15 of his trusted men, and together with himself and Elder Jean, a total of 17 people, they prepared to go out to sea to experience the charm of sailing. The boat was currently docked at the envoy's residence, alongside many of the Han tribe's ships. But ever since Elder Qi, as the representative, had settled the payment, the boat had been flying the Xian tribe's flag. This was unavoidable. Currently, this was the only seaport or coastal dock on the entire Bamboo Island, and it had been developed by the Han tribe. The Xian tribe didn't even have ships, so how could they have the experience to build a harbor? So when Elder Qi brought his men over and said he wanted to take the boat out to sea, the envoy immediately got the news. Shuya promptly appeared before them with a strange expression on his face. I hear Elder Qi wants to go out to sea now? Oh, so it's the Han envoy. That's right, We want to take this boat out to sea for a trial run now. What? Does the Han envoy have any advice? Elder Chi was in a good mood. Standing on his own tribe's boat, he felt he could speak with more confidence. I wouldn't dare to give advice, but I do have a suggestion. This single-masted sailboat has just come into your tribe's possession, and your crew has not yet been trained. Sailing on the sea is extremely dangerous. If Elder Chi wants to test the boat, it would be better to try it in the Qingshui River first, Shuai said, looking at the large flag fluttering on the flagpole in the envoy's courtyard. Oh, what does the Han envoy mean by that? Are you looking down on the people of my Exian tribe? Although the sailors of my Exian tribe have no sailing experience, they are hardworking and not lacking in the courage to conquer the sea. If the Han tribe can go to the seas around Bamboo Island, why can't my Exian tribe? Or does the Han envoy have other motives? Elder Jean, as the Exian chieftain's loyal lackey, had no love for the Han tribe to begin with. He was very dissatisfied with Shuai's obstruction. He was very suspicious of Shuai's purpose and the deep malice of the Han tribe deliberately delaying the sail of the double-masted sailboat. Ha 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 ha. Of course the Exian tribe can go. The boat is already yours, so where you want to go is of course up to your tribe. I was just offering a kind reminder. Since Elder Jean doesn't like it, I won't try to persuade you further. Shuai was not angry. He had said what he needed to say. Even the gods can't save someone who is determined to die. He couldn't stop them, so there was nothing he could do. Although Elder Chi also disliked the Han tribe, he was not as confrontational as Elder Jean. He played the role of a peacemaker, trying to smooth things over. Han envoy, rest assured. The Han tribe's shipbuilding skills are already ingenious, and it is very simple to operate. Hoisting and lowering the sail, raising and lowering the anchor, rowing and sculling. These things are learned in an instant. My sailors have already mastered these techniques. And we won't go too far. Han envoy, please rest assured. Since Elder Chi has it all figured out, I won't say any more. I wish you all a smooth journey. Shuai said no more, cupped his hands, and went back directly. And the people of the Exian tribe on the boat hoisted the sail and set off for the sea. After the sailboat was out of sight, Shuai summoned the captain of a 3-masted cargo ship that sailed from Tuai County to Bamboo Island and asked him about today's weather conditions. Reporting to the chief envoy, looking at the flag and the wind force today is at least level 5, with gusts reaching level 7. And that's on the island. If we were on the open sea, the wind would probably be even stronger, and the wave height would be at least 3 meters. Not to mention a small single-masted boat. Even a medium-sized double-masted boat would not be safe. Shuai also nodded in agreement. After all, it was the end of July, which was known as the windy season on Bamboo Island. Since the end of June, the shipping from Tuahai County to the Envoy had been reduced. Even if a fleet of ships occasionally came over, it would have to be a 40-meter-long 3-masted ship. Meanwhile, when Elder Chi gave the order to set sail, the dozen or so sailors who had received simple training quickly got to work. They quickly raised the anchor, used the scull and oars to push the boat away from the dock, looked at the wind vane at the top of the mast, and with a shout, hoisted the junk sail full of bamboo battens. When the sail was raised to its highest point, they then adjusted the angle of the sail according to the wind direction. The dock here was restricted by the surrounding terrain, so the wind was a crosswind, but this just happened to bring out the characteristics of the junk sail, which could catch the wind from all 8 directions. The sail, catching the crosswind, quickly billowed and began to move under the push of the wind. Elders, the wind is not small today. This boat is really fast, a sailor said, seeing the boat moving under their control, and complimented them, as if trying to take credit for himself. Ha 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 ha. This shows that the heavens are blessing our Exian tribe. From today on, our Exian tribe will also be a tribe that can dominate the waters. Elder Jean stood at the bow and laughed proudly. Elder Chi, however, saw through the sailor's intentions and immediately threw out his carrot. All of you, learn well and work hard. In the future, when our Exian tribe has its own boats, you, the first batch of sailors, will all have the chance to become captains, and of boats bigger than this one. Yes, thank you for your cultivation, Elder. The sailors were immediately excited, as if they could already see themselves in the future, standing on a 30-meter-long 3-masted sailboat, giving orders, being fawned over by their clansmen. And Elder Jean at the side just smiled and said nothing. The sailboat sailed smoothly down the Qingshui River to the estuary, entering the long strait. The wind seemed to have grown stronger, and the waves were choppy, with waves of less than a meter high. Although it was a bit bumpy, it still did not affect the boat's progress. The sailors turned the rudder to adjust the direction and also turned the sail a bit to better catch the wind. The boat's speed immediately picked up, and it began to ride the wind and waves on the sea. The round bow cut through the waves, leaving 2 silver-white ribbons on both sides of the hull. Good, good, this is the speed. Let's go to the place where the fishermen usually fish. I heard there are many large reefs there. The Han tribe ships also come from there every time. Elder Chi held onto the boat's shelter, the sea breeze making his clothes flutter. Although it was a bit bumpy sailing through the waves, which made him feel a little seasick, it still couldn't dampen his excitement. Now that you mention the reefs, didn't the Han tribe say they were going to build a lighthouse over there? Have they built it yet? Elder Jean also stood proudly on the small deck at the bow. He was not wearing shoes, and his bare feet on the wooden planks made him more stable. I heard they haven't started building it yet. That thing seems to be quite big. The envoy is recruiting people to quarry stones from the Yu tribe's Yashan, saying they want to carve the stones into bricks and start building after they have enough. The amount of work is not small, Elder Chi said with some emotion. The Han tribe is just so ostentatious. Not to mention the idea of building a house in the sea, they insist on using stone bricks. They are a bunch of fools. Bricks are bricks. Aren't fired earth bricks just as good? I think they are just showing off. They really have too much money and nowhere to spend it, Elder Jean said, dissing the Han tribe. Hee, that may be so, but it's true that the Han tribe has money. Just the boat under our feet cost 4,500 yuan. A senior craftsman in their Han tribe only earns about 30 yuan a month. To buy a boat like this, they would have to work for the Han tribe for more than 10 years without eating or drinking. The Han tribe has so many boats, so they can afford to waste them, Elder Chi said. Although he also disliked the Han tribe, he liked to use them to provoke Elder Jean. Seeing his sour grapes expression, he felt inexplicably comfortable. I say, Old Chi, are you getting old and confused, or do you really not see it? The Han tribe is obviously extorting us. I don't believe they sell to their own people at this price, Elder Jean said resentfully. So what? Who told us we can't build it ourselves now? They are openly extorting us. What can you do? Can you not buy it? Elder Chi continued to retort, although he was also very uncomfortable, because compared to the Han tribe's various high-tech, he couldn't help but feel a serious sense of inferiority. He was also a grand elder in charge of manufacturing, but he couldn't even build a small boat that they looked down on. Anyone would feel inferior. The two of them stopped talking and silently sulked about the Han tribe. But they didn't know when it started, but the people on the boat felt that the boat was rocking more and more violently. Because the wind was strong and the boat was fast, they soon sailed out of the strait and onto the sea east of Bamboo Island. The area was full of reefs, with huge, strangely shaped reefs everywhere. In the rising and falling waves, they could see many naked fishermen sorting their catch on the reefs. Although the waves were a bit bigger this season, the sea also showed its generous side. Many seafood were washed onto the reefs by the waves. Good things that usually had to be dived for could now be easily obtained in knee-deep water, as well as the priceless pearl-containing scallops. But on the other side, Elder Chi and his men were not having a good time. The wind and waves at sea were getting bigger and bigger. 3 or 4 meter high waves crashed against the small boat one after another. Elder Chi had already retreated into the boat's shelter. Elder Jean, who had been standing firmly on the bow deck, couldn't hold on any longer. A big wave suddenly crashed down and threw him directly into the cabin. The single-masted sailboat, specially designed for inland water transport, had many advantages, but its low freeboard became a disadvantage at sea. The low gunnels had no resistance against such wave impacts. Elder, it's bad. The cabin is taking on water, a sailor shouted against the strong wind. What? It's taking on water? Is the cabin leaking? Elder Chi was suddenly terrified. No, we haven't found any leaks in the bottom of the boat. The waves are too big and are coming in over the deck, the sailor replied immediately. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find a basin or something to bail the water out. Elder Jean, who had been thrown against a pillar of the boat's shelter by the big wave and was dazed, still shouted orders. Oh, okay. Brothers, hurry up and bail the water out. The sailors immediately found containers and went into the cabin to get the water out. But at this time, the boat lost control. Another wave nearly 4 meters high rushed over. The bow of the boat was lifted sharply by the impact of the wave, and the whole boat stood up instantly. As if it were sailing on a wall of water, the entire hull at a 90-degree angle to the sea level. And at this very moment, more than a dozen people were still in the cabin. The seawater that had poured into the cabin and the dozen or so people were all thrown violently towards the stern by the force of gravity. Seawater, wooden barrels, food, and fresh water, as well as the two elders and more than a dozen crew members, were instantly squeezed together. The weight at the stern suddenly increased, while the bow was lifted high by the impact of the wave. The entire boat instantly lost its balance. Finally, the wave reached its peak and began to fall back. A huge amount of seawater directly hit the sail, which had become horizontal. The next moment, with a loud crack, the mast, as thick as an adult's thigh, snapped directly. When the wave receded, the single-masted sailboat had completely disappeared from the sea. The boat had sunk. On the turbulent sea, a massive bubble of air erupted from the water, bursting into a spray on the surface. It was the air from the ship, now completely released. The wind did not cease. The waves did not rest. After an unknown amount of time, a few heads finally emerged from the undulating water. Elder Chi and Elder Jean surfaced, their soaked hair plastered to their faces, obscuring their vision. Both gasped for air, occasionally spitting out mouthfuls of salty, bitter seawater. As an island tribe, most of the Xian people knew how to swim, and Elder Chi and Elder Jean were no exception. The two of them were now desperately treading water, fighting against wave after wave. Elder Chi wiped the seawater from his face, pushing his hair back. He scanned his surroundings and finally spotted a few figures in the water, along with some bottles and jars that had floated out from the ship's hold. Seeing a sealed water barrel floating nearby, he quickly swam over and clung to it, finally able to catch his breath. "Elder, swim that way. Let's get on the reef." A little farther away, a sailor's head suddenly emerged from the waves. He pointed to a distant reef and shouted. As another wave rolled in, Elder Chi rode its crest, which gave him a better view of the distant reef. He shouted in acknowledgement and began swimming towards it. Elder Jean, on the other hand, had been at the bow. The wave had slammed his head against a pillar, and the subsequent capsizing had left him completely disoriented. He was now unconscious, his limbs only making involuntary swimming motions. Seeing this, a few sailors grabbed onto whatever floating objects they could find and swam over to drag Elder Jean onto the reef. By the time everyone had climbed onto the reef and taken a head count, only 11 of the original 17 remained. And the unconscious Elder Jean, now lying on the reef, showed an alarming sign. A sailor noticed that the rock beneath his head was rapidly turning red, and he knew things were bad. Sure enough, when he turned him over, he saw that the back of Elder Jin's head was broken open. The area around the wound felt soft, with no bone to be felt. Elder Jean has a head injury. I'm afraid he's not going to make it." Hearing this, Elder Chi's face turned ashen. He couldn't believe that what was supposed to be a simple trial run had turned into this. Remembering Shuaya's warning, he felt a sharp pain in his gut. He was filled with regret. But there was no medicine for regret. The ship was gone, and that was that. The Xian tribe had paid a huge price, giving up their monetary sovereignty, only to lose it all just like that. Several lives were lost, and even Elder Jean had tragically died, though at least his body was intact. But their current situation was not much better than those who had died instantly. Stranded on a barren reef with not even a blade of grass, they would probably all die on this rock before long. That night, even by dark, Shuaya had not seen the ship return. He wondered, had the Xian tribe found another place to build a new port? Or had something really happened? Why hadn't they returned by nightfall? Surely a whole ship's crew couldn't have gotten lost at sea. That was also a possibility. The wind and waves had been so strong during the day. If they had been blown far from land without a compass or other means of navigation, they might really have lost their way home, drifting off into the endless ocean. But if that happened, even if their ship hadn't capsized, they would probably die on board. The next morning, Shuaya asked if the ship had returned. Learning that there was still no news, he immediately sent someone to deliver the message to the Xian chieftain as a kind reminder. He did this to prevent the Xian tribe from using this incident to make trouble and blame it on the Han tribe. With that thought, Shuaya wrote about the matter in a letter and sent a copy to Han Feng as well. Meanwhile, Elder Chi and the others, stranded on the reef, were in a miserable state. When the sun rose that morning, Elder Jean never woke up again. Another life was lost, casting a pall of depression over the remaining survivors. The wind was still strong today. The low-lying reef offered no protection from the crashing waves. Elder Chi and the others couldn't even dry their clothes. They had no choice but to endure the constant assault of the seawater. To be more comfortable, they took off their wet clothes. But the price for doing so was even greater. It was the end of July, the hottest time of the year. The strong sea breeze had swept away all the clouds, leaving the group completely exposed to the sun. The intense light made them dizzy. If it weren't for the one sealed barrel of fresh water they had salvaged, they would probably have died long ago. Another day passed like this. The news finally reached the Exian chieftain's ears. Hearing the news, the Exian chieftain was also extremely anxious and sent a message to the envoy, hoping they would send ships out to search. But for such a matter, how could the Exian tribe command the Han tribe without paying a price? Only after agreeing to allow the envoy to build cargo stations and banks anywhere in eastern Bamboo Island did Shoyo arrange for a large ship to prepare to go out to sea to search for the missing Elder Chi and his men. On the third day, 3 more of the 10 remaining people on the reef collapsed. Everyone panicked even more. These 3 either died of dehydration or from inhaling water, coughing up blood until they finally breathed their last. The remaining 7 could only survive by eating raw oysters. Fortunately, there were plenty of oysters here. They could find many by diving just a little. Elder, what do we do? If we keep getting baked like this, Elder Jin's body will start to stink. And we're all going to die like this. Woo _. On the reef, some sailors worried about survival, while younger ones wept softly. But after days without water, they could no longer produce tears. Crying, what's there to cry about? We only have half a barrel of water left. From today on, we must drink sparingly. Elder Chi cursed weakly. The scorching sun made him sweat profusely. He shielded his eyes with his hand and strained to look into the distance, not knowing if he was comforting himself or the sailors. Don't worry, everyone. We capsized as soon as we reached the reef area that day. We definitely didn't drift too far. We should still be within the fisherman's range, and not far from the Han tribe's usual shipping route. Everyone, hold on for 2 more days. Someone will definitely come to rescue us. The other 6 sailors' eyes filled with hope upon hearing this. Elder, is that true? Of course it's true. Think about it. 2 of our tribe's elders went missing at sea. The great chieftain definitely won't ignore it. And the last person we saw was the Han envoy. The Han tribe, fearing they'll be blamed, will definitely come looking for us. So everyone must hold on. We will definitely survive, Elder Chi said, trying to boost everyone's morale. Yes, we will definitely survive. We must hold on. We can't give up. The remaining few sailors' confidence also grew. Sometimes, one has to believe that in a desperate situation, hope can stimulate a person's will to survive more than physical conditions like stamina. The group, which had been listless, actually perked up after this self-pep talk. All right, now I'll assign tasks, Elder Chi said suddenly after some thought. All the sailors looked at him. They had nothing left. What tasks could there be? Everyone, let's divide the work. 2 people will look for food in the surrounding area. 1 person will stand on the reef as a lookout, keeping an eye out for any fishermen or Han tribe ships. If you see anything, shout for help. The rest of you, who have nothing to do, try to soak your bodies in the seawater to protect against the sun's exposure. Everyone thought this was a good arrangement and began to assign tasks. But the good times didn't last. On the 3rd night of the incident, 2 more of the remaining 7 collapsed. It was unknown whether it was due to sun exposure or soaking in the seawater for too long, or perhaps they caught a cold from the sea breeze. Elder Chi and the youngest sailor both developed a high fever that night. Their lips turned white, their limbs swelled, and it was clear they were not going to make it either. The remaining 5 who could still move were on the verge of collapse. Even their leader, Elder Chi, had fallen. They still hadn't seen the so-called rescue. The 5 of them looked at the few corpses around them and their 2 companions with high fevers. The fear of death began to spread on the reef. Han envoy, where are we going to search? In the strait, on a Han tribe 3-masted cargo ship, Elder Sheng stared intently at Shuaya next to him and asked. We're going to check our regular shipping route, of course. Where else would we look? Elder Sheng, for such a major event as your Exian tribe's trial run, didn't Elder Chi and Elder Jean discuss the route with you beforehand? If you knew which way they went, even if something happened, our chances of a successful rescue would be much higher, Shuaya replied, then asked in return. I've been in Qingchuan Valley the whole time. How would I know about their affairs? Han envoy, just search wherever you see fit. Elder Sheng snorted and turned to go back into the stern castle cabin. He didn't want to be exposed to the sun on the deck. At the same time, he grumbled in his heart. He didn't know what the great chieftain was thinking, making him go with the Han tribe's ship to find those two. He, old Shung, just wanted to live out his old age in peace. Why did this kind of trouble have to find him? Keep an eye on the surrounding sea for any ships or people. Wreckage is also fine. If you see anything unusual, notify me immediately. Shuaya instructed a sailor next to him, then also turned and went back to his cabin. Yes, rest assured, Chief Envoy. The sailors around him replied, then took their positions on both sides of the ship and in the crow's nest on the mast to observe the surroundings. The wind was still strong today, at least level 4 or 5, and the waves were 2 or 3 meters high. However, the three-masted sailboat Shuya was on was a full 40 meters long, with 3 decks above the waterline and a 2-story stern castle at the stern. Compared to a single-masted sailboat, its freeboard was extremely high. Even with 4-meter-high waves, it was impossible for them to wash over the deck, so everyone was relatively at ease. The large ship thus rode the wind and waves towards the exit of the strait, its destination also being the reef area east of Bamboo Island. It was because that was the most likely place for an accident to happen. Otherwise, Hanfeng wouldn't have thought of building a lighthouse there in the first place. Lighthouses are generally built in areas with a high incidence of maritime accidents. Besides navigation, another more important task is to provide warnings. It was not until the afternoon that the sailboat finally arrived near the reef area. However, because the large ship had a deep draft, they did not dare to get too close, fearing they would run aground and sink. But with a few clanging sounds, the large ship finally made a discovery. Chief Envoy, we found something. A sailor immediately came to the stern castle to report. What did you find? Shuaya and Elder Shung asked in unison. After asking, the two of them looked at each other. Reporting to the Chief Envoy, it's a few sections of green bamboo tubes. They look like they're for carrying water. There are also words on them, the sailor said, holding up 3 large bamboo tubes with holes drilled for ropes. Shuaya and Elder Shung quickly examined them. They found some special symbols on them. Elder Shung's eyes widened, and he said excitedly, that's right, it's them. These are the characters of our Exian tribe. Looking at the style and habit, it must be that Elder Chi. Where did these bamboo tubes come from? They must be around here. Shuaya glanced at him. He couldn't understand the strange characters carved on them anyway. But since the man himself had spoken, he couldn't object. So he ordered, tell the captain to search in this vicinity. Be careful of hidden reefs. Yes. The sailor replied and was about to go out. Wait. Shuaya suddenly thought of something and quickly called the sailor back. Chief Envoy, are there any other instructions? Go find my messenger, Ing Feng, and have him send his giant eagle to search the surrounding area as well. See if there are any people or ships. Yes, rest assured, Chief Envoy. The sailor replied and left again. The sailboat began to cruise around the reef cluster. With the Azuka giant eagle scouting from the sky, they soon found Elder Chi and his men. However, when the sailors from the large ship rowed a small boat and followed the giant eagle to find them, the people on the reef were all unconscious. The sailors quickly loaded the unconscious and the dead onto the boat and transported them to the large ship. After some rescue efforts, they finally managed to wake up Elder Chi. However, after having a high fever for a day and a night, he was already on the verge of death. The body of Elder Jean, who had gone out to sea with him, was already swollen and smelly. The other surviving crew members ate hot porridge and wailed, constantly crying for their dead brothers. At the same time, in Kaiyuan County, Hanfeng stood on the inner city tower, looking at the letter from Shuaya with a thoughtful expression on his face. How will the Exian tribe handle this? He thought to himself. In fact, thanks to the timely rescue by the Han tribe, the nearly dead Elder Chi was successfully saved, which greatly facilitated the subsequent handling of the shipwreck incident. Upon regaining consciousness, Elder Chi directly admitted his fault. Before they set out, the Han tribe's envoy had clearly advised them not to go to sea, but he and Elder Jean had not heeded the warning, leading to the tragic disaster. With the person involved having already determined the nature of the incident, the Exian chieftain naturally had nothing more to say and could only accept their bad luck. However, after this incident, the upper echelons of the Exian tribe truly came to understand the terror of the sea. Although the sea held endless treasures, its dangers could not be underestimated. A slightly stronger sea breeze could easily destroy their sailboat. Of course, the small size of the boat was also a factor. Realizing the truth of the matter, the Exian chieftain was naturally no longer content with using small boats. He finally made a solemn decision. The next batch would be a simultaneous purchase of two 20-meter-long double-masted sailboats. This was the type of boat Yu Ji had used when he first opened the route from the Luyang River to Bamboo Island. Although not much larger than a single-masted sailboat, its seaworthiness in the ocean was still a significant advantage. But Shuaya had no authority to make this decision. The Han tribe had previously only agreed to sell the Xian tribe one double-masted boat, and the chief had even ordered him to delay it. Now that they had sunk the single-masted one and wanted to buy two at once, it would be even more difficult. So he could only ask Han Feng. Thus, Shuaya's second letter was also sent to Han Feng. At this time, Han Feng was with his family, experiencing the unique lifestyle of the herdsman and having a great time. He was unexpectedly disturbed by this letter. You want to buy just because you want to buy? Do you know what a technology blockade is? Besides, do you have that much foreign exchange reserve? Han Feng muttered to himself, but his words were overheard by Xiao Dai, who was beside him. My husband, is it about the Xian tribe again? Were those people rescued? Xiao Dai was playing with the two children. Seeing Han Feng holding another letter and looking angry, she wanted to comfort him. Oh, half of them were rescued. One of the two elders died, and the other has a high fever. It'll be tough for him to survive. The boat was capsized by the waves and has sunk to the bottom of the sea. That Xian chieftain actually wants to buy two more double-masted sailboats from our tribe. I'm still thinking about whether to sell them. Han Feng explained while rubbing the stubble on his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Faced with such a major issue, Xiao Dai didn't feel it was appropriate to interfere. She only said a few words to Han Feng, telling him not to overwork himself, and then took the children out to play. Han Feng pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. Perhaps I really can sell them too. Shipbuilding was not something that could be figured out in a short time, nor could the Xian tribe imitate it immediately. Giving them two small boats wouldn't cause much trouble. Instead, it could keep their energy and attention focused on shipbuilding. The Han tribe could not only make money, but also take the opportunity to demand more power. Most importantly, it would allow them to deploy their future military and political affairs more calmly. And for the Xian tribe to build their own ships, not to mention anything else. Even if they really mastered the shipbuilding technology, the wood for shipbuilding would need to be air-dried for at least 2 years. But Han Feng's war against Bamboo Island would not be delayed that long. In less than 2 years, Bamboo Island would change its allegiance, and the Han tribe's flag would be planted everywhere. So, whether to give them ships or not didn't really matter. Since that was the case, he might as well give them. And since he had already promised to sell them sailboats, he might as well get 2 new ones from the shipyard for them. Han Feng naturally had no good intentions. He was thinking of deliberately making things difficult for them. Although he could take this opportunity to get rid of some old boats in poor condition, he still wanted to use new boats to add some difficulty for the Xian tribe. The Han tribe's old boats, because of their small number and the lack of coal mines at the time, had always used fish bladder for waterproofing. Later, as the number of ships increased and fish bladders became scarce, the shipyard began to use pig fat for waterproofing. But as the ships grew larger and larger, waterproofing materials became increasingly scarce, and they began to use asphalt as a waterproof adhesive. Currently, all new ships produced by the Han tribe were waterproofed with asphalt. And for the Xian tribe to master the material technology of asphalt, well, that was almost impossible. They had neither natural asphalt nor the ability to distill asphalt from coal tar. And one of the most important technologies for wooden sailboats was waterproofing. Without this material, even if they imitated the exact same boat, if it was full of holes and gaps, it would be impossible to sail. As for whether they would think of using other gelatinous substances as substitutes, Han Feng was not worried at all. In other words, even if they really built a usable boat, it would still be no match for the Han tribe's gunboats. The reason he restricted the Xian tribe's shipbuilding industry was simply to keep the islanders trapped on the island and prevent them from running around, which would make it easier for him to take over later. Having figured out the key points, Han Feng wrote a reply to Shuaya, telling him to handle the relationship with the Xian tribe according to his instructions. Then, Han Feng relaxed and continued his tour. No, his important task of inspecting his territory. He brought his 3 women and 2 children to the grasslands for an inspection tour. Due to their different interests, they didn't stay together. Han Feng first distributed the military-grade telescopes he had brought to the garrison troops of the 3 Honghu counties. Of course, the county governors were also indispensable. In addition, all levels of military commanders received them. The telescopes were issued directly to the rank of squadron commander. The scouts, or reconnaissance troops, each received one. It was nothing short of extravagant. Simply put, I, the chief of the Han tribe, am paying Han Feng, along with the garrison troops of Kaiyuan County, the commanders of the Qianyi, and the county governor Ing Rue, stood on the outer city wall to inspect the city's defenses and also to test the telescopes from this high point. Chief, this telescope is truly a reconnaissance weapon. If we had this equipment at the beginning of the year, we would have definitely been able to see Mao Duan's coalition army earlier, which would have given us more time to prepare, Ing Rue said, holding the telescope, his love for it evident in his words. Yes, if we had this earlier, Mao Dun might not have escaped. With every scout having a telescope, no matter how fast Mao Dun ran, he wouldn't have been able to escape our sight. Chai Duo, the commander of the Qianyi, also said with emotion. It doesn't matter that he escaped. Mao Dun has been crippled by us. After witnessing the combat power of our Han tribe, even if Mao Dun wants to rally people to attack us again, I doubt anyone would be that foolish. This battle has thoroughly established the prestige of our Han tribe and demonstrated the power of our cannons. As long as they're not brain-dead, no iron-headed fool should be thinking of messing with us. Han Feng also smiled and stroked the protruding crenellations on the city wall. This was the first time this feature had been used in the history of the Han tribe's city building. The crenellations, protruding from the surface of the city wall, were mainly used to attack enemies hiding at the base of the wall and those swarming up to attack, making the city wall's defense truly without any blind spots. As long as the enemy didn't bring out heavy weapons like trebuchets or cannons, the walls of Kaiyuan County would be fearless against any foe. More later, after the Battle of Kaiyuan City, the Han tribe acquired a large number of prisoners of war, which allowed for the rapid construction of the city's outer wall. First, they dug ditches along the lake, diverting water to irrigate fields and demarcate pastures. The excavated earth was then used to ram the city walls, wasting nothing. Like the inner city, Kaiyuan's outer wall was a three-sided structure, with the open side extending into the lake. The portion in the water was built with brick and stone, enclosing and protecting the county's docks. Outside the city, the newly dug irrigation ditches created more lush pastures. Standing on the city wall now, Han Feng could use his telescope to see Xiao Dai and the two children visiting a pasture outside the city. Xiao Dai, having grown up in the Bian tribe, had a special love for textile technology. After coming to the Han tribe, she had further developed it under Han Feng's guidance. The nomadic tribes of the grasslands, however, had no notable textiles to speak of, so she had little interest in the herdsman's way of life. She settled for taking the children to see the newborn lambs, treating it like a trip to the zoo. Tang Yao, led by a local official, went to visit the traditional shamans of the nomadic people, hoping to learn some of the unique medical techniques of these horseback doctors. Zhanning was not far from the children. Unlike Xiao Dai, she was not particularly skilled at weaving, but since marrying Han Feng, she had become fascinated with cooking and loved to create all sorts of delicious food. Compared to the primitive tribes, Han Feng was simply too much of a gourmand. Many of the Han tribe's cooking methods were popularized through Zhanning. Usually, Han Feng would think of something delicious, ask Zhanning to make it, and then Zhanning would teach her neighbors or the wives of other nobles, like the wives of veterans such as Shuda. The recipes would then gradually spread throughout the entire Han tribe. Now that she was on the grasslands, Zhanning naturally wanted to learn the unique delicacies of the nomadic people from the local herdsmen. However, the herdsmen didn't really have much in the way of delicacies. Besides stewed meat, cured meat, or sausages, the most characteristic grassland food, which could be considered the staple of the herdsmen, was none other than cheese. It was currently summer, and spring and summer were the peak breeding season for livestock. Of course, since it was the peak breeding season, it was also the peak milking season. Otherwise, what would the little foals and lambs eat? Cow's milk, goat's milk, and mare's milk were all excellent raw materials for cheese. The herdsmen had to feed their livestock while collecting as much milk as possible to make cheese, and they did this every day until the cows, horses, and sheep were weaned. Then, in the winter, they would have all the livestock get pregnant again, in hopes of having more livestock and milk the following year. In modern times, to make dairy cows produce a large amount of milk, methods like lactation-inducing injections and false pregnancies are used to trick the cow's physiological functions into continuous milk production. But the Han tribe obviously did not have this technology. To get milk, they had to have the livestock get pregnant and give birth. During the peak milking season, The herdsman would turn all the milk that the livestock couldn't finish into cheese, store it, and eat it slowly, sometimes lasting until the next year. This speaks to the power of cheese. Cheese, much like honey, belongs to the category of foods with no expiration date. Even after 200 years, it can still be eaten after being heated slightly. Han Feng had once heard a joke that even honey found in the Egyptian pyramids from thousands of years ago could still be eaten after being heated. There was some exaggeration in that statement, but it did reflect the characteristics of foods like honey and cheese. The shelf life is truly long. So, during dinner that evening, Zhanning proposed her idea to Han Feng. My husband, I want to build a cheese processing factory in Kaiyuan City to specialize in producing cheese. Milk is a good thing, very nutritious. If the people in our other Han tribe counties could also eat cheese regularly, their health would surely improve. But fresh milk spoils easily and is not convenient for transportation. Cheese is different. Cheese is the essence of milk, and it almost never goes bad. It can be transported to even the most distant places without any problem. What do you think, my husband? Han Feng took a sip of hot milk from his glass cup and thought for a moment. Milk was a good thing. Drinking it regularly could help one grow taller and stronger. He certainly knew that. Westerners were big milk drinkers, but it was only from the Renaissance to the modern era that their height generally increased. Before that, they weren't much taller than Asians. This had a lot to do with long-term milk consumption. But at that time, storage technology was what it was. Europeans also couldn't drink fresh milk. They relied on various dairy products to supplement their nutrition. Bread, sausage, jam, and cheese were the most common foods they ate. Cheese, also known as cheese, was spread on bread after being heated and melted, which was their staple food. Even when making hamburgers, a couple of slices of cheese were indispensable. Zhanning eloquently presented her ideas to Han Feng, including various dairy products made from milk and the steps for processing cheese. But what Han Feng didn't expect was that the method of making cheese was remarkably similar to making tofu, which made him, who had never encountered cheese before, extremely curious. My husband, this milk is just like our soybeans, a particularly magical ingredient that can be made into various foods. Soybeans can be used to extract oil, and milk can be used to refine butter and cream. Soybeans are ground into soy milk, and adding alkaline brine can make it into tofu. Milk is already a liquid. After heating, adding acidic fruit juice can solidify it into cheese. It's exactly like making tofu. Hey, Han Feng's curiosity was instantly piqued. He had drunk a lot of milk in his past life, but this was the first time he had heard about how cheese was made. If it was really like making tofu, then wouldn't this cheese factory be similar to a tofu workshop? The investment wouldn't be large anyway. Perhaps it was worth a try. So, after dinner, Han Feng had Zhanning demonstrate the cheese-making process for him. It was basically as she had said. This time, Zhanning used sheep's milk as the raw material. After heating, it was cooled in a container to body temperature, very similar to boiling soy milk. Then, acidic fruit juice was added and stirred evenly. This step was similar to adding brine to make tofu, but tofu was curdled while hot, whereas cheese was cooled a bit before adding the ingredients. Zhanning used a wild lemon provided by the herdsman. It was only the size of a walnut and bright green. Han Feng took a bite and was almost overwhelmed by the sourness. She squeezed some lemon juice into the warm sheep's milk, stirred it evenly, and then let it sit for about half an hour. The sheep's milk turned into a soft and tender solidified state, similar to tofu pudding. At this point, the solidified sheep's milk was broken up with a spoon or a knife and stirred continuously to separate the water and solid cheese. Then it was filtered, and the milk curds were scooped out and left to drain, also known as draining. Afterward, the milk curds would stick together again to form a solid block. At this point, it couldn't be shaped directly. Instead, the milk block was broken up again, and old, aged cheese curds were added, supposedly for fermentation. Han Feng thought this might be similar to the principle of using old dough for leavening. Adding a piece of dough left over from the last batch to a new batch of dough was actually a method of inoculating yeast. After adding the yeast, an appropriate amount of salt was added and mixed thoroughly. Finally, it was placed in a mold and pressed to shape. The cheese was now ready. It really looked exactly like making tofu. Han Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too amazing." More tonight. The cheese made from fresh sheep's milk was very fragrant, with a faint sweetness. Because little lemon juice was added, mainly as a catalyst for the reaction, the sour taste was not obvious. However, the several types of aged cheese that Zhanning brought for Han Feng had very different flavors. After some observation and tasting, Han Feng summarized a few characteristics of cheese. First was hardness. The older the cheese, the harder it became. Cheese aged for more than 3 years even had the texture of rubber, looking like an eraser and feeling even more so when eaten. Cheese aged for more than 5 years was like a brick, the kind that could be used to kill someone. Another characteristic was sourness. Perhaps due to the fermentation by yeast, the older the cheese, the more obvious the sour taste. However, it was not the kind of sourness that could make one's teeth ache. In fact, the taste was more similar to yogurt. Also, because salt was added, it had a unique salty and fragrant taste, like roasted nuts. In summary, the taste of cheese was quite rich. Salty, milky, sweet, and sour, and nutty flavors were all integrated, giving it a unique character. The most exaggerated one, the one Han Feng found most unacceptable, was a cheese with dense blue patterns. The herdsman had passed it down for generations and didn't actually know what it was. But Han Feng happened to know, because it was moldy cheese. The blue patterns were actually mycelium. Of course, such cheese could still be eaten. It was just moldy, nothing serious. After all, the country that ate the most moldy things in the world had to be China. Especially the dark cuisine of stinky tofu, as well as various other fermented bean curds and various sauces, were all made from moldy beans, including soy sauce and so on. So after learning that this thing was edible, Han Feng did not refuse and ate the small piece that Zhang had cut for him. The taste was also very unique, richer, and the acidity was more pronounced. Cheese is indeed a good thing. It's not too troublesome to make. Perhaps we can try to promote it. However, this is also the staple food of the herdsmen, so it's unrealistic to get all their cheese to other parts of the Han tribe. Let's build a few small workshops to try it out first. We can use grain to purchase it from the herdsmen. If the effect is good, we can expand the scale later. After tasting all the cheeses, Han Feng announced his decision. All right, thank you, my husband, Zhang replied with a curtsy. And you should also summarize the cheese-making method well, including the seeds of that sour fruit. See if it can be cultivated artificially, so that it can be popularized in other parts of the Han tribe. Although our other counties in the Han tribe don't have that many cattle and horses, we have quite a few sheep and goats. These are also high-quality milk sources. When we go back, you can also promote the cheese-making method nearby, especially in the newly established My County. That's the only county in the northern part of our Han tribe with animal husbandry as its main economy. The added value of cheese must be utilized, otherwise it would be a waste. After talking about building a factory to produce cheese, Han Feng gave Zhang more instructions. I understand. Then how about this? We can focus on promoting cow's milk cheese in the 3 grassland counties and produce goat's milk cheese in other parts of the Han tribe. This way, we can avoid industrial conflicts in different regions, Zhang said after hearing Han Feng's opinion. That's not necessary. Let each region produce its own. Actually, you don't know much about the life of the grassland herdsmen. Although they have many cattle, they actually have more sheep. That's their main source of livelihood. The felt for making clothes, tents, and shoes, as well as meat and cheese, mostly come from sheep. If you only collect cow's milk, I'm afraid you won't be able to collect much. Don't worry, even if the entire Han tribe makes goat's milk cheese, with our current population and territory, we can consume it all. The regional industrial conflict you mentioned will not happen. Han Feng thought for a moment and continued. However, what you said about industrial conflict makes sense. Although it won't happen in the short term, it will definitely become a problem in the long run. So the breeding model of the herdsmen who have submitted to us also needs to be reformed. You don't need to worry about this. When I get back, I'll transfer a batch of people from the Ministry of Agriculture to start selecting and breeding new livestock breeds. In the future, under the management of our Han tribe, all livestock will undergo breed optimization, and then the breeding scale will be gradually expanded. Cattle will be bred into beef cattle, dairy cattle, and draft cattle. Sheep will also be bred into milk-producing, wool-producing, and meat-producing types. Horses will also be divided into draft horses for pulling carts and war horses for riding. This is a systematic project for the people's livelihood. It can't be done in a short time, but we can start now. All right, I'll listen to my husband. Zhang doesn't understand that much. I'll just focus on making cheese well, Zhang said with a sweet smile. And Tang Yao, who was following along, was stunned. She really didn't expect Han Feng's imagination to be so vast. The Tang tribe had just introduced and learned livestock breeding techniques from the Han tribe, and they were already preparing to improve and optimize their livestock breeds. Not only that, but they also wanted to artificially control the breeds, specializing one animal for different uses. Not to mention whether the Han tribe could do it. Just the idea itself was very impressive. Han Feng, this breed optimization you're talking about, can the Han tribe really do it? Thinking of this, Tang Yao couldn't help but ask directly. Of course, it can be done. It's not difficult. It just requires a lot of experiments and time. I call this optimization method selective breeding. It's like when you grow medicinal herbs. If you have two herbs of the same species, one grows large and has very good medicinal effects, while the other is weak and has poor medicinal effects, which one seeds would you choose for the next planting? Seeing her eagerness to learn, Han Feng was happy to teach and even gave her an example to explain. Oh, so that's selective breeding. But that's for plants. Can living animals also be selectively bred like that? Tang Yao, who had been growing medicinal herbs for many years, was of course no stranger to this. As soon as Han Feng said it, she immediately understood the meaning of selective breeding. But when it came to animal husbandry, she was still lacking too much. Han Feng had no choice but to give her another example. Let me give you another example. Someone has a flock of sheep in their pen. Among them are a few white sheep with snow-white fur and fine wool fibers. But they are weak, small, not easy to survive, and have a low reproduction rate. But the neighbor's sheep pen has a type of sheep that is relatively large, strong, resistant to cold and thirst, and can tolerate rough fodder. Other sheep must eat green grass, but this type of sheep can survive even by gnawing on thorns. But the only drawback is that this type of sheep is ugly, its fur is dark, and it's not easy to dye. So let's assume, can we crossbreed the first type of snow-white sheep with the second type of strong sheep? Wouldn't that produce a new breed of sheep that is strong, resistant to cold and drought, can tolerate rough fodder, and also has a beautiful coat of fur? Zhang Ying's eyes widened again, looking at Han Feng with disbelief. Her expression clearly said, strange knowledge has increased. Two extremes of the same species, when crossbred, could produce offspring that inherited all their best traits. This was the first time Tang Yao had ever heard such a thing, and she had never imagined someone would think of using this method to control the characteristics of other species. Only now did she realize that living beings were not immutable. Does that really work? Couldn't the offspring they have inherit all the bad traits instead, being both ugly and sickly, and hard to raise? Tang Yao, faced with this incomprehensible new idea, relentlessly pursued the question. Han Feng just shrugged helplessly and said with a wry smile, of course, we can't rule out the situation you described. But in terms of probability, as long as we breed enough of them, there will always be one or two of the optimized breed we need. That's enough. Once we have the optimized breed, we can have them reproduce as much as possible, expand the population of the optimized breed, and gradually phase out the old one. However, we must also preserve the original sire and dam. Because even with an optimized breed, no one can say for sure in which generation they might exhibit atavism. This is what's called a recessive gene in genetics. It's usually passed down through generations. For example, the ability to roll one's tongue or have double eyelids or dimples. If your child doesn't have them, it doesn't mean your grandchildren won't. Han Feng was not a professional lecturer, and it was difficult for Tang Yao to understand. One didn't know what he was saying, and the other didn't know what the other was saying. But Tang Yao had only one impression. The Han chief seemed to be saying something very profound. How did he know everything? Without thinking, Tang Yao suddenly blurted out a question. Then, a very powerful chief and a person skilled in medicine, would the child they have be able to both manage a tribe and be highly skilled in medi? As if finally realizing what she had said, Tang Yao's face suddenly flushed red. Before she could even finish her sentence, she covered her face and ran away, leaving Han Feng standing there, lost in thought. After staying in Kaiyuan City for 2 more days and experiencing the life of a horseback herdsman, Han Feng took his family and left. His next stop was Zhongwu County and then Binhai County. However, Han Feng did not plan to stay long in these 2 places. After all, they were newly built cities, with simple conditions and many unfinished construction sites. There wasn't much to see. He had only 3 purposes for this trip: to deliver the telescopes, to inspect the progress of construction, and to plan the establishment of a cheese factory. He inspected them one by one. When he found that the inner city walls of the 2 new counties were already completed, Han Feng's anxious heart finally settled. Whether it was the inner city or the outer city, at least the new counties now had a city wall. And with cannons inside the city, no matter who tried to attack the new counties, they were destined to fall before the Han tribe's cannons. In mid-August, after inspecting the 3 grassland counties, Han Feng finally arrived at the docks of Tohai County. Standing on the stern castle of the large sailboat and looking through his telescope, he could easily see the state of life of the people on both banks of the river. The Tang tribe on the east bank gave Han Feng a first impression of being random, willful, and indifferent. It wasn't for any other reason than the messy and disorganized fields of the Tang tribe, which he found very awkward. There was no concept of row planting or ridging. At a glance, it was clear that everything was broadcast sown. And in some places, due to low germination rates, they didn't even know to replant, leaving many bald spots in the fields. As a former soldier, Han Feng wouldn't say his OCD was severe, but after years of following strict internal regulations, he couldn't stand such a messy scene. Looking at it, he just wanted to correct it. In contrast, Tuahai County on the west bank had rice paddies, wheat fields, and cornfields, all in perfect order. From a distance, they looked like the neat formations of a National Day parade. Whether viewed from an angle or straight on, it gave people a sense of extreme comfort. The people worked in the fields, workers built the city, and a large number of people had set up simple shanty houses outside the city. Before the houses in the city were built, those were their temporary homes. But these people, who had migrated from various surrounding tribes, had no complaints. Their current living conditions were similar to before, but since coming to the Han tribe, their clothing and food were guaranteed. The high-yield crop seeds provided by the Han tribe were revered by them as divine objects, giving these new immigrants hope for their future lives. Because by joining the Han tribe, as long as they were willing to work hard, they would definitely have more food than they could eat. This was already the most common wish of most people. To be able to eat their fill at every meal, at least 2 meals a day, this was their beautiful wish. However, since joining the Han tribe, this wish had been surpassed. The faces of the people of Tuahai County were all filled with pride, happiness, and joy. This was the best report card for the Han tribe's governance. Because the Han tribe had ships and could fish in the sea, because the Han tribe practiced animal husbandry, and because they had captured a large amount of meat in the war at the beginning of the year, all these factors combined meant that the common people not only fulfilled their wish of at least 2 full meals a day, but they could also eat at least 1 meat dish every day, whether it was fish, chicken, duck, or eggs. It was never lacking. Especially the construction workers, whose meals were provided by the government office. They worked hard firing bricks, building houses, digging rivers and canals, and piling earth to build walls. These were all heavy physical labor. As their actual big boss, how could the Han tribe mistreat its own people? Tuahai County even became the envy of many because of the good food provided to the construction workers. Countless new immigrants were proud to be able to join the city construction team. Although the work was tiring, the food was filling, and there was delicious meat, prepared in ways they had never seen before. Especially the braised pork colored with sugar. The taste was simply too wonderful. In fact, it was this dish that introduced the common people to sugar for the first time. There were many sweet things in nature, but not many things could be used to extract white sugar. One could see sugar crystals and honey that was hundreds of years old, but who would be willing to sell such honey? Chief, it seems the sweet sorghum planted by the Tang tribe on the opposite bank is not doing well. They didn't plant it according to our requirements. The scale is small, and the yield is low. I'm afraid they won't be able to sell it for much. The Shu had already come aboard the ship, both to welcome Han Feng and to report on the situation. That's easy to handle. Do as we always do. Pick a smart one and make them a model. Reward those who do well, and make the others who don't do well envious. With the pressure from the Tang tribe on top of that, the next sorghum harvest will definitely be better. Don't be anxious. You've just arrived. Tuahai County and the Tang tribe are both very large. Take your time. Han Feng patted the Shu on the shoulder, encouraging him. These words were a bit hard for Tang Yao to hear. To be frank, the Tang tribe's management system was indeed not as effective as the Han tribe's. The Han tribe's centralized system could deliver Han Feng's orders directly to every household. Moreover, the Han tribe had a mature legal system that held great sway over the people. When Han Feng dictated how to farm, no one dared to disobey. But the Tang tribe was different. Tang Ji, the so-called chief of the Tang tribe, was more like a great clan leader. When it came to external affairs concerning the entire ethnic group, her voice carried the most weight, acting as the spiritual backbone for all the Tang people. But internally, each small clan managed its own affairs, and Tang Ji rarely interfered in the trivial matters of the common people. Only when a major event occurred, such as a severe drought one year that led to a tribe-wide crop failure, would the common people and the leaders of the small clans remember they had a great chief. It was a sad reality, like being a tool, but there was no doubt that such a chief was the most beloved by the people. Because the chief could help them solve big problems, who wouldn't like such a leader? As the group was about to disembark, Tang Yao found Han Feng. Han Chia, Han Feng, I won't be going with you to Tuahai County. I want to go back and see my aunt first. She doesn't know you're here yet, and I want to tell her. She has always wanted to meet you. In a couple of days, I'll bring her to see you. Is that okay? Of course, that's no problem. You haven't been home in half a year. You should reunite with your family. How about this? Don't be in a hurry. In 3 days, I will formally invite you and the Tang chief to be my guests in Tuahai County. I'll send a boat to pick you up then. Han Feng, having arrived at his seaside territory, was in a very good mood. After a moment's thought, he agreed to Tang Yao's suggestion. Besides, he did have matters to discuss with Tang Ji. Instead of having them come on their own, it was better to give them some face and invite them himself, which would make their relationship seem closer. That's wonderful. My aunt will be so happy to know you've invited her as a guest. Thank you, Han Feng. Tang Yao was also very happy to hear Han Feng's reply. After once again paying her respects to Han Feng, she prepared to have someone take her to the other side of the river. Wait a moment. Han Feng suddenly called out to Tang Yao. He then took a delicate small wooden box from Xiao Dai's hands and gave it to Tang Yao. What's this? Tang Yao asked, taking the box with a mix of confusion and anticipation. It's nothing special. Inside are 2 zoom telescopes, one for you and one for your aunt. Consider it a small meeting gift. Han Feng opened the box and showed her the pair of telescopes inside. The box indeed contained a gift. The military-issue telescopes of the Han tribe were all made of sheet iron with black paint, but the ones for Tang Yao were made with rare copper barrels. The bronze telescope tubes looked golden and shiny, clearly more luxurious and high-end than the military models. In reality, there was no difference in function, they just looked better. Tang Yao's eyes lit up, her face filled with joy. She clearly loved the telescopes. She had seen these ingenious devices before, but only when Xiao Dai and Zhaning had shown them to her. She had never had one of her own and was very envious. Now that Han Feng had personally given her a pair of even more beautiful, clearly custom-made ones, how could she not be delighted? Han Feng, thank you for the telescopes. I love them, and I'm sure my aunt will love them too, Tang Yao said, closing the box. Then, before Han Feng could react, she suddenly stepped forward and gave him a quick hug. Han Feng was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, she had already run down the gangplank. Deshu, who was standing nearby, saw this and had a faint smile on his face. Because of their close relationship, he even joked with Han Feng. Chief, it seems our peaceful annexation of the Tang tribe has a good chance of success, huh? You. Although what you said is not wrong, I still think we should give them a little pressure. Otherwise, I'm afraid some people will not be convinced when it comes to managing them in the future, Han Feng said with a smile, pointing a finger at him. Deshu frowned in thought, then nodded in agreement. That's true. Having served as a provincial governor twice, Deshu naturally understood a lot about management. In fact, given the current friendly and cooperative relationship between the Han tribe and the Tang tribe, as well as the personal relationship between Han Feng and Tang Yao, if Han Feng wanted to directly take over the Tang tribe through a marriage alliance, it would be very easy. But the key problem was that the Tang tribe was not like the Han tribe, where the chief had the final say. Or rather, the Tang tribe's chief did not have that much control over her people. The tribe was actually controlled by the leaders of the small clans. Gaining the support of Tang Yao's family was certainly no problem. The fear was that the leaders of the small clans would stand in the way. If they were to depose Tang Ji as chief, elect a new Tang chief, and refuse to recognize the Han-Tang merger or Han Feng's leadership, it would be quite troublesome. And this was almost a certainty, because once Han Feng took over the Tang tribe, he would certainly not let it continue to develop in a laissez-faire manner. He would definitely use his own methods, appoint a large number of officials, and seize the actual management power of the tribe from the leaders of the small clans. This would undoubtedly encroach on the power of those small clan leaders. How could they be willing to hand over their own people, and even their own freedom? So, a Han-Tang marriage alliance was possible, and a Han-Tang merger was also possible, but deterrence and a warning were also necessary. It wouldn't come to war, but they had to be given a warning. The small clan leaders of the Tang tribe had to understand that Han Feng's takeover of the Tang tribe was not based on the prestige and support of Tang Ji and Tang Yao, but on his own strength and ability. Even without a marriage alliance, he had the absolute confidence to make the Tang tribe submit. Resistance meant death. Only submission could lead to a good life. For this reason, Han Feng decided to do something big here in Tohai County, to intimidate the Tang tribe, and also to take care of his main business for this trip. The group disembarked and, led by Deshu, went to the government office compound. Someone had already arranged accommodation for Han Feng's family. Han Feng went directly to the main hall of the government office to handle official business. Calling Deshu to his side, Han Feng gave his instructions. Summon Shuda and Shuetu for me. Also, send a few boats to the estuary to secretly welcome Shuaya back. Be discreet. Do not reveal the identities of Shuaya and those with him to anyone. Shuaya is coming too? That's great. He hasn't been back to the tribe for several years since he was sent as an envoy to Bamboo Island. He will surely be very happy to see the chief this time, the usually calm Deshu said, unable to hide his excitement at the news of Shuaya's arrival in Tohai County. Han Feng rolled his eyes and reminded him again, be discreet. Shuaya is coming back secretly this time. The Xian tribe doesn't know. Rest assured, Chief. I certainly understand the stakes in this matter. I'll go arrange it now. But how many people are with him? How many boats should I send? Deshu nodded solemnly. As he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly thought of something and asked, send 2 or 3. The sea has been rough lately. Send 2 3-masted cargo ships, under the pretext of delivering goods. Pay attention to the event below. Those who want to earn Qijian coins can participate. Not long after Deshu left, Shuda and Shuetu arrived at the government office together. Both had been away from the Han tribe's main territory for some time and were naturally overjoyed to see Han Feng, though they didn't forget their proper etiquette. As they both held military positions, they performed the military salute of a single knee and a cupped fist, bowing before Han Feng and saying in unison, greetings, Chief. Rise. Do you know why I've summoned you here today? Han Feng waved his hand casually, gesturing for them to stand, then got straight to the point. Well, I heard the chief has invented something new. Are you here to give us new equipment? Shuda asked tentatively. The chief has summoned both me and Commander Shu. Are we preparing to make a move on the Xian tribe? Compared to Shuda, Shuetu seemed more excited. His Huban Y had not seen much action in the last grassland war. They had fired a few cannons at the beginning, but the main charge had been handled by the Kiana Y. During the pursuit phase, before he could even catch up to the enemy, they had already been crippled by Shu Da's gunboats. He had just been trailing behind, picking up the pieces and rounding up surrendering soldiers. He had been bottling up his energy for a long time. After the war, the chief had transferred him to Tohai County and given him 10,000 surrendered soldiers to train. He knew then that there would be another war. And with the later arrival of Shu Da's Fubo fleet, the target of this newly expanded army was self-evident. Shuetu had been training his troops diligently, hoping to receive the chief's order to march on Bamboo Island soon. Seeing Han Feng summon both him and Shuda together, he felt that this was it. Han Feng smiled at them and said, you're both right. Both? Shuda and Shuetu exclaimed in unison. That's right. Han Feng waved his hand, gesturing for them to sit around a conference table, then continued. I've come this time, first, to give you new equipment, and second, to reorganize the new army and assign your tasks. Also, in 3 days, I will be holding a military parade in Tohai County. Many people will be invited to attend. Don't you dare bring shame to our Han tribe then. A military parade. Ah, good. Rest assured, Chief. Shuetu was already happy hearing about new equipment and task assignments. He was surprised when the chief suddenly mentioned a military parade, but, hey, showing off military might was something he was very good at. It's good that you're confident. Come, take a look at this first. The reorganization plan and task assignments are all here. As he spoke, Han Feng spread a detailed military map on the conference table. Shuda and Shuetu glanced at it, and their eyes widened in shock. This is Bamboo Island? They exclaimed in unison. They had every reason to be shocked, because what they saw on the map before them was something they had never seen before. Most importantly, the terrain, rivers, and population distribution on it were basically the same as what they knew of Bamboo Island. But there were also many differences, such as the administrative divisions. On this map, the Bamboo Island they knew was divided into 6 regions, or rather, 6 counties. The word county was a unique administrative unit of the Han tribe. Now that the chief had brought out a map that divided the Xian tribe's Bamboo Island into 6 counties, the meaning was self-evident. The northwestern part of Bamboo Island, which was currently the political and cultural center of the Xian tribe, where the Xian chieftain and the elders gathered, was named Jiahai County by Han Feng. The name came from the hidden bridge connecting the mainland, meaning to support the heavens and span the sea. In the future, after the Han tribe occupied Bamboo Island, this cross-sea bridge would definitely be built. The long coastal strip on the south of Bamboo Island was named Guanhai County. This place would be the Han tribe's forward base for looking towards the distant oceans. In the future, the Han tribe would definitely go further. The name also came from the pleasant climate of the area. As the saying goes, facing the sea, with spring blossoms. Guanhai County was just such a place where it was spring all year round, and the coast had few reefs and many sandy beaches. According to modern tourist beach ratings, Guanhai County could be called a first-class beach without any problem. It had both golden and white sand, which was fine and clean, with no reefs to hurt one's feet. It was definitely a good place for tourism. The northern coastal area of Bamboo Island was just the opposite. This was the side facing the mainland across the strait. The coast was full of reefs, and there were basically no sandy beaches. The coastal waters were also very deep, but the reefs here were also unusual. There were many naturally formed reef terraces. At high tide, seawater would automatically fill the terraces. When the tide receded, the seawater would gradually evaporate, and the high salinity seawater in the terraces would then flow down the terraces step by step. By the time it converged at the bottom, it had already become a saturated brine. Finally, after being exposed to the sun, it became the salt that humans and animals depended on for survival. This was a very important main sea salt producing area of Bamboo Island, so it was named Xianfeng County by Han Feng. The northeastern corner of Bamboo Island, where the envoy was currently located, including the native Yu tribe of Bamboo Island, the area of Yashan where the natives who lived by fishing and hunting were located, was divided into Yashan County by Han Feng. The name was based on the famous Yashan in the area, so there was nothing special about it. However, a fishing port could be built here in the future to develop the marine fishery of Bamboo Island. The southeastern corner of Bamboo Island, which was the most prominent part of the entire eastern side of the island, was the first to greet the morning sun every day, so it was named Chaoyang County by Han Feng. There was nothing special about Chaoyang County. The local native distribution was also very sparse. Even for the Xian tribe, it was an undeveloped wasteland. It should be known that the Xian tribe's original population was only a little over 100,000, and they simply did not have the ability to develop so many places. There were also many wastelands on